Hello and welcome in, folks. This is the Dean Withers Show. Funny enough, right when we hit that go live button, the camera wants to freeze up on us, so do give me one moment to fix that. Sorry, everybody, we're back. Welcome in, folks. I'm going to restart. This is the Dean Withers Show. I believe that we're on episode 470-something. Honestly, I didn't look before I went live. My apologies. But it is certainly really good to see each and every single one of you guys today. Thank you all so much for being here. If you are new here, if this is your first time tuning in, you are in for quite the treat. We got a lot to go through. So every day for around 4 hours, we debate Trump supporters and we try to change their minds on why they support Trump, because Donald Trump is genuinely the very worst president of your life, regardless if you're 818 or 80. He absolutely sucks. He's terrible. But we usually end up talking to some absolutely ludicrous idiots, and the streams go south rather quickly. So let's pray that we're able to foster productive dialogue today and change some minds, and that we don't get too many insane nutcases up on the live stream like we usually do. But today's stream is a little bit unique, different than usual, because we will be live for 5 hours compared to 4, and that's because tonight at 9 p.m. EST, 7 p.m. MST, 8 p.m. CST, and 6 p.m. PST, Donald Trump will be giving an address to the nation from the Oval Office. And that's also what the breaking news concerns. There was some reporting from NBC, I believe, that apparently he is going to try to give evidence that the 2020 election was rigged. And if you're curious why I had to spell that word out, it's because on TikTok, if I make that claim without specifically spelling that word out, I'll get my stream taken down for civil and electoral misinformation. So, what's the news? Apparently, he's going to give evidence that China interfered with the election and tried to gain access to voter rolls. But this information is actually not new at all. The Democrats in the Senate have been talking about this since it occurred. He's going to present it like new information, and maybe he's going to present it in such a way to attempt to convince you that it is true, that the true winner of the election was somebody else other than Biden. And he's expected to then use that to then weave into the midterms coming up in a couple months to possibly suppress votes or maybe to even try to rig the outcome. Don't trust my word for it. Take a look at what Karoline Leavitt had to say earlier today in her press briefing from the press room. This is some scary shit. This is some very scary shit, folks. Let's take a look together.
On the concerns about the election, will the president accept the results of November's elections?
Look, Ed, you should tune into the president's speech tonight before you jump ahead to conclusions about what's actually in the speech. Again, I've seen a lot of reporting and misreporting.
So the reporter asks Karoline Leavitt, will Trump accept the results of November's election? Karoline Leavitt says, tune into his speech. So in other words, wow, excuse me. We cannot get a clear answer from the White House on if the president will accept the outcomes of the midterm elections.
Hi, Mark Barnett.
And seemingly his speech tonight will give an answer to that question. So I'm anxious. I'm scared. I don't know what's coming. It's a little terrifying, if I'm going to be honest. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see together. Now, there's a very specific guest that we are waiting on to join the stream. Their name is Pepsi. Pepsi, try to hop in that queue for me. If the queue is full, drop a comment down below. I'll try to get you up here just by sniping your comment and inviting you. But we already do have the very first guest of the day connected to the stream. Their name is Clips. They're a Trump supporter. Why don't you take it away? Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Alrighty. I support him because, like I said, he's preserving America the way it was intended, and he's not destroying the country.
He's preserving America the way it was intended. What does that mean?
That means that he's keeping it's mostly the values. I respect the values that he's got. Yeah.
Like which ones?
Just that he makes every other world leader fear him. I mean, we are the greatest country. I mean, Putin's shaking in his boots all the time.
Oh, absolutely not. You couldn't be more wrong. Are you familiar with what the DOJ proved the Kremlin and Putin was doing prior to the 2024 election? Are you familiar with the Department of Justice's findings that the Kremlin was paying pro-Trump, pro-Russian propagandists like Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and Dave Rubin $500,000 a month in an attempt to sway the outcome of the 2024 election, help Trump get elected? We froze
You
again.
okay?
I'll fix
You know-
that, everybody.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, don't worry. Whenever I freeze, it's a hardware issue with my camera. It's not internet or my
Gotcha.
computer.
Okay. Well, here I've heard about what you just said there, but I don't believe it's true at all.
They
And
admitted
I have
to
one
it.
question for you.
One
I have one
moment.
question
No.
for you. Do you-
You just said that you don't believe that it's true Putin and the Kremlin were doing this. The people, Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and Dave Rubin, admitted to it. They said, yeah, this was happening. We just didn't know. They all talked about the same shell corporation that was paying them all this money. They accepted the findings of the DOJ that this was the Kremlin and this was Putin, but they just argued that they didn't know. So you're so fundamentally misled. Donald Trump doesn't scare other world leaders like Putin. No, Putin wanted to help get him elected.
Wow, that's crazy. And why would Putin want to help Trump get elected if Putin hates our country in the way that he
That's
hates
the
what we
thing,
believe in?
because Trump has been Putin's little lapdog. Think about it. Think about it. What do the
that's
Democrats say? The Democrats say that we want to give more funding and aid to Ukraine to help better arm them in their war against this Russian invasion. What did Trump say? We need to completely defund Ukraine. We don't give a fuck about them. Who do you think is more advantageous and preferable for Putin? Obviously, it's going to be the guy who doesn't want to arm his enemy compared to the guys who do want to arm his enemy. The Democrats had Putin shaking in his boots. Donald Trump, on the other hand, was on Putin's side, been Putin's little lapdog. So when you tell me that you support Trump as president because he makes other world leaders shake in his boots, that's not true at all. Also, Parker, do
Okay.
you want to join? If so, just let me know.
Okay, well, here's my thing. I have a question for you. Do you care about America? Do you actually like this country and care about it and want it to be, prosper?
Yes, which is exactly why I don't support Trump, because I want America to prosper. I want people to live well. I want people to be fulfilled. I want people to have access to the bare essentials to live their life in the way that they want to without going into generational debt because they broke their arm. I want low-income Americans to be able to afford housing, to be able to afford food, to be able to afford gas, to be able to afford their energy and electricity bill. And that's why I don't support Trump, the guy that destroyed our economy, gave us the worst jobs report in 20 years, has given us the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. The motherfucker who has skyrocketed the price of energy upwards of $500 per year for the average American household and increased the price of gas the most in a month since the Vietnam War. If you support this country, if you want America to prosper, if you want the American people to live well, the last president you'd ever support is Trump.
Nah.
I just want to say this. Yo, Pepsi, if you're in the live, spam the chat because the box is full. So you have to spam the chat in order for us to be able to find you. I'll try to look for you.
And everybody's saying Trump is the warmongering lord of the century or whatever you guys were talking about a couple minutes ago. Dude, Obama literally airstriked the crap.
Pivot.
What do you mean pivot?
You just pivoted. No, I want you to respond to my argument that Donald Trump is bad for the United States of America. I want you to respond to my argument that he has destroyed our economy. I want you to respond to our argument that he sold us out to our enemies. I want you to respond to our argument that because of him, the average American is suffering. I want you to respond. You asked me a question. You said, Dean, do you care about the prosperity of the United States of America?
Yeah, I
said
do.
yes, and I gave you an argument. That's why I don't support Trump as president. And then you said, well, what about Obama? No, I want you to respond to the very specific argument that I just gave you insofar as why, if you care about the prosperity of the American people, Donald Trump is the last president you would ever support.
Okay. I don't support every single thing he does, but, I'd rather vote for him over any Democrat, period.
And what's one good thing he's done since the beginning of his second administration? Why don't you tell me?
He's deported a bunch of illegal people, man.
And has that made our country better?
Yeah, it makes people safer. Kids are now safe. Women are now safe.
Well, that's not true, considering the fact that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes and 4 times less likely to commit nonviolent crimes on American soil. Our country's actually safer with more undocumented immigrants compared to more natural U.S.-born citizens based off those crime rates alone. And you don't care about the safety of women or girls because
Yes,
when
I
it's the
do.
safety, no, you don't, because when it's the safety of E. Jean Carroll, the woman that Donald Trump raped, you don't give a fuck. When it's about the safety
Oh
of the
my
women and
God.
girls that competed at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, the women and girls that Donald Trump sexually exploited, you don't give a fuck. When it's Donald Trump's ex-wife who said in the divorce
But I mean, to
proceedings
be
in
honest, that's
1990,
politics. So what politician hasn't done that? Let's talk
Kamala
about
Harris.
what. That's not true.
Kamala
Yeah,
Harris
that's
has
not
raped somebody.
true.
Where's the evidence?
No, she didn't rape anybody. She's like she was getting sexual with certain political figures to make her way up
That
into
is
the
correct.
ranks.
Oh,
That is
really? Who?
correct.
I forgot the names, but I could probably look it up.
You forget the name, but you know that it happened?
Yeah, dude.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
have Google in front of me, and Google is a good source. But you know what's really crazy is Google
We'll
is
actually,
owned
we'll actually
by-
talk about this for a moment. Who did she sleep with to make her way up to the top?
I think
Who
it
did
was the
Trump
governor of
sleep with to
California at
make
the time.
Anything?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What
who
was
did
his
Trump
name?
sleep with?
I forgot his name, but when she was a lawyer or whatever, she slept with the governor of California or one of the
Governor.
senators.
So that's
It was
not
the governor.
true.
And
That is
by the
true.
way,
How much money
By
do
the
you
way-
want to bet? Both of you.
Whatever's in your bank account that you don't want to show us with your taxes.
$1,000?
I'm gonna have to take out a loan if I have to pay him like what's in his bank account. So I don't want to get proven
How about,
wrong
how
on
about,
that
how about
one.
$100 from each of you? And Parker's going to get
Okay.
on this too.
Yup.
Oh my God, Pepsi!
You-
what you said earlier was kind
You
of
guys
rude.
accept-
Though. I'm not.
Will you guys accept the bet?
What did I
No.
say that was rude? About what?
You said it about Dean's uncle. I mean, that was messed up. That you said, "Oh, it was a sacrifice." That's actually
It was.
crazy.
I wasn't trying to be rude about anybody.
Well, you came
It's
off
the
like
point
an
I was trying to
asshole.
prove. The point I was trying to prove is any American
Enter
that loses their
MAGA
life
Hey guys, let's get with the
for
program
fighting
here.
for this country is a
Pepsi.
sacrifice.
Pepsi, you just made
A
the claim
sacrifice that is
that
made.
Kamala Harris slept with either a governor or senator of the state of California to get her way to the top. I would like to
I don't
bet
know
you
if it
one.
was officially in California or not. I don't know that. I was going off what Clip said.
Oh, okay. So you're
But
just repeating what Clips said. And then Clips, would you be willing to bet $50 over what you said?
I know.
Why
Not
not?
until I pull this up real quick.
Why not?
Well, we got to look up our resources just like
Yeah,
you
I got-
do with your
So
computer.
so you say things before you research them?
Yes.
No, that's not true.
So how about I just go ahead and correct all the misinformation for you? Who you're talking about is Willie Brown, who was not a
Yes,
governor,
Willie Brown,
who
that's
was
his
not a
name.
senator, who was not even actively in public office, but actually held public office 15 years ago. I guess 15 years before she started dating him, as the ex-mayor of San Francisco. I have a question for you, Clips. Why don't you come back to the live stream? We won't be able to hear you. Can you please tell
My
us what
bad.
state you're in?
Where I grew up or where I'm at right now.
Whichever state you're more familiar with. Whichever state you lived in.
I lived in
longer.
New York for 18 years, upstate area.
Okay.
Oh, that's strange.
Can you name 5 mayors from cities in New York?
No, because I actually
Yeah.
I'm not even close to the city at all. So
Well, 5
Or it
mayors
wasn't.
from anywhere in
No,
New
just
York?
name 2 mayors within the state of New York at all. Like any city within the state of New York, name
no, I
2
can't.
mayors.
I can't.
And could you agree that it'd be even more difficult for you to name 2 mayors anywhere within the state of New York from 15 years ago?
Yeah,
What's
I
your
mean,
point though? What is your point by
Yeah,
him
yeah.
trying to?
Here's the point. Here's the point. Because Kamala Harris was in a relationship with the ex-mayor of one city in the state of California from 15 years ago, and you're telling me that's what got her the 40 million votes to make her the senator of the state of California. But here you are, and you can't even name 2 mayors from any 2 cities in your state today. Definitely you couldn't do the same for mayors that served 15 years ago. So the thing is how could you possibly expect the 40 million people that voted for her to be the senator, one of the 2 senators of the state of California, to be able to not just identify any mayor from the state of California, but specifically the mayor from the city of San Francisco, not today, but
Okay,
15
once again,
years
this
ago.
is your guys' political views. Like this is the BS that you guys try to pull. Is you're trying to break
you
us
answer the
down
question?
because. Yeah, I will. Give me 2 seconds. But this is the BS that you guys try to pull because it doesn't bring into your narrative. So now you're going to be like, oh, well, we need these facts. We need these facts from 15 years ago. Well, okay, the facts are irrelevant. The behavior is what is irrelevant. The behavior is what drives our country. That's what we support, is the behavior behind the person. Does
Like-
that make sense?
So you support the behavior behind who Trump is as a person?
I don't support every behavior, just like you don't support every behavior that Joe Biden did.
Is
Kamala
one
Harris,
of the
or George
behaviors
Washington.
Okay, I'm gonna name a handful of Trump's behaviors, and I want you to tell me if you do or you don't support them. He raped a woman. He sexually
You know that
exploited.
for a fact. Wait a minute.
Oh
Hold
my
on, pause. For now on, during this live that we're going to be in, and I'm going to be a part of it with you, we are not going to bring up anything hypothetical because it doesn't exist. Okay? So that's not debatable. Number two, if you, as an individual, you weren't there, you didn't watch it happen, it does not count. I don't care about your facts that you got off Google. I don't care about your facts that you got off Yahoo or Bing or wherever, because here's the thing. If you got all the research, okay, if you went and got research from Bing and Yahoo and Google and and you put them all side by side, they would all contradict each other. So the point I'm trying to make is you don't know for a fact. He hasn't been charged with anything. And so that's just like me going to you in your live and saying, oh my God, everybody, I heard that Dean had relations with somebody that was underage. Would you come
Whoa.
unglued? Yeah, of course you would. But guess what? They're a political figure. So of course they're going to be a target of no matter what. But you as an individual, you should not talk about people unless you know for a fact you were there present and you watched it happen. That is factual information.
Are you a
If you
Christian?
don't have anything that's backing what you're saying, I don't want to hear about it because it's irrelevant. I don't know any more than you know.
So you don't ever want to hear Trump talk about the 2020 election, right?
No, you know what? The 2020 election doesn't
Don't-
matter to me.
Okay,
It's
I was-
irrelevant
I was
to me.
hoping that you'd say something else. Are you a Christian, sir?
My religion is regardless. I don't actually, to be honest with you, I don't even believe in Jesus. You know why? Because
Do-
there's no
do-
proof of him.
Okay. Do you?
What?
You
Yes,
can
there
talk
is.
about Jesus
Can we-
all you want. You
can
can
we
talk
agree-
about, oh, you know, Jesus saved
Could-
my life.
hey.
Oh, and you know what? I'm
Hey.
going to piss a lot of people off, but
Hey, can we
it's how
agree-
that goes.
Can we agree that the Holocaust happened?
Sure.
Were you there?
Somewhat.
No.
I would say it's somewhat. Maybe it's a little.
I wasn't there, but there's plenty of evidence to support the matter.
Okay.
Where's
so
your evidence?
So we have a hypocrite and we have a possible Nazi. So I'm going to respond to
No,
both
no,
of
no.
these two things. So the first thing is to the hypocrite, Pepsi at the top. You just got done telling me that I can't believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll regardless of the level of evidence that exists, i.e. the ruling from the
What
court that was
evidence are you
confirmed
speaking of?
by
What
5 appeals
evidence?
courts. Because I wasn't personally there. Well, you just contradicted yourself because you just agreed that we could believe in things that we weren't personally there for based on the evidence that exists for them. Then on to the possible Nazi. What do you mean? You just got done saying that
well,
maybe some of the
okay,
Holocaust
well,
happened,
after
but
the-
other parts of it didn't?
No,
What do
no,
you
no,
mean?
no, no. The number, I think the number's a little skewed because here's my reasoning. With the January 12th or 7th attacks in Israel, the people that died in that, they were adding those people onto the Holocaust survivor list.
He means October 7th.
I mean, October 7th, the Holocaust death list, not survivor. My bad.
That's
What?
not
That's
true.
not
Adding those-
added to the Holocaust
Flip.
death list.
Clips. Just
What?
be careful. All of you guys, be careful what we're saying because they're going to monitor it, and I don't want your live to get shut down.
You're wrong.
Just
We're
be
not saying
careful.
anything.
You're
we're
wrong.
not
The,
swearing.
the death toll from the Holocaust is actually one of the most studied and demonstrated by evidence, facts in the history of humanity. Nothing is better documented. Nothing is better documented than the Holocaust. Genuinely, nothing is better documented than the Holocaust.
What
And
about
there's a
all the
lot
Christians that-
there's a lot of Holocaust deniers, anti-Semites, neo-Nazis that are particularly stupid. Like some anti-Semites, some neo-Nazis will say that there was only 271 people that were genocided in the Holocaust max. I'm sure that you've heard that
271 no,
before.
no,
They say
271K.
271,000. Yeah.
271K.
Oh yeah, 271,000. That's what I meant to say, max. Well, see, the issue with that is that comes from one piece of paper about how many German Jewish people were killed in one concentration camp in 1 year. And it states so on the paper. It doesn't account for non-German Jews. It doesn't account for German non-Jews. It doesn't account for non-German non-Jews. It doesn't account for other years outside of that one. And it doesn't account for other concentration camps outside of that one too. You're just an
Well, how
idiot
do you
if you
know
deny
that?
the Holocaust.
How do you know that?
Because it says so on the paper.
Because it
It's
says
all
on a
traceable. Yes, the paper that originates the claim that 271,000 people were genocided in the Holocaust. That's where the claim comes from. Is one specific German record from Nazi Germany that
was the
specifically
Red Cross
claims
record, by
that
the way.
amount of people were killed at one concentration camp in 1 year, and they were specifically German Jews. So just to
That was-
clarify, the people that are up here defending Trump, arguing that he should be president, are also the same people that are now denying the Holocaust?
We're not
I didn't
denying
deny the
anything.
Holocaust. I didn't
How
say
many
that.
people died in the Holocaust, Clips?
Probably 7 million now, if you look it up.
So
Are you
you
saying just
talking-
Jewish people or people overall?
I mean, they were killing people with disabilities. They weren't killing Jewish people by themselves. They were killing people that were, gay and had.
So,
kids
that's
with
what Parker's asking you, because there's around 6 to 7 million Jewish people that were killed, but the total death toll of the Holocaust was closer to 12 to 13 million, accounting for Romani individuals, disabled individuals, queer individuals, black individuals.
Oh, I thought that was included within the 6 million.
No, it wasn't. Okay, but let's go back to the rape case. So you asked me for my evidence that he raped E. Jean Carroll, right, Pepsi?
Yes.
Well, there's a lot. Let's go through it. The verdict of a unanimous jury of 9, including a juror on that jury that was pro-Trump, so much so to the point where the victim, E. Jean Carroll, her attorneys tried to get that juror ejected and motioned the judge to kick them off. But because Donald Trump's attorneys were better, because they were billionaire attorneys, they were able to petition that motion and convince the judge to keep him on. So a unanimous jury of 9, including a Trump supporter, ruled that Donald Trump raped a woman. But that's not it. Because after this ruling, Donald Trump
wait a
turned
minute.
around and protested the ruling to a first appeals court. That appeals court said that, no, it happened. We're going to uphold the verdict. You raped her. We're rejecting your appeal. Same thing with the second appeals court. Same thing with the third appeals court. Same thing with the fourth appeals court. And then same thing
but-
with the fifth appeals court that also happened to be the Supreme Court, the highest court in America, 6-3 conservative leaning, that a week ago rejected Donald Trump's appeal and upheld the verdict that he raped E. Jean Carroll. So
But here's the
everybody
interesting thing.
believes that he raped her, but you. The entirety of the American criminal justice system and all of our courts believe that he raped E. Jean Carroll.
Here's the thing. Let's break it down from there, though. Let's go look and see how many are Democrats. Let's look at that.
That's exactly why I brought up the political affiliation of the jury, to show you that a pro-Trump non-Democrat on the jury ruled his guilt. And then specifically, the last and final appeals court, which was the Supreme Court, that only has a Democratic minority. It is a 6-3 conservative majority, and they still upheld the verdict that he raped her.
Okay, but how come he's not in jail then?
Because it was the outcome of a civil court. Civil courts don't send people
Oh,
to jail.
okay, so there it is.
They make people
There it
pay money. I don't understand
Right.
what the gotcha moment it is here. Could you explain the gotcha moment to me like I'm
Well,
5?
there doesn't have to be a gotcha moment. The
Well,
point
you
I'm
just said,
trying
"Oh,
to make.
there it is."
the
What does that
point-
mean? What is it? What is that?
the
Oh, there
point
it
I'm
is. What
trying
is?
to
What does that
make
mean?
Is that you're bringing up the topic of, oh, he's such a horrible person because he did this action, but you don't know for a fact that he did it, just like I don't know for a fact that he did it. And just because he went to court, and then here's the thing. Okay, so
Just
you're
because he went to
telling
court
me-
and was found
No, wait,
guilty,
wait,
then had his
listen.
appeal
No, no,
rejected
no,
5
listen.
times,
Wait,
doesn't mean that he did
wait,
it.
Wait a minute. Now, let's just put you and I in the situation. Let's say you go to court for the same exact charge and you're
Yeah.
found guilty. Do you think you're going to get off with the ticket to just pay?
If I was
No.
in a civil court, yes, because that's a function and a designated use of civil courts is to force people to pay money. Have you ever heard of a lawsuit before?
Yes, of course I have. Let's
Yeah,
not
and,
be silly.
and lawsuits are litigated in civil courts.
Okay.
So,
So
if
is
you're
what
ever
you're
found
saying-
liable or guilty of something in a civil court, the only thing that they could do to you is force you to pay money.
So is what you want me to understand is that he forcibly raped somebody and the only thing that they could get him on was taking him to court for money?
For civil court, yes, because the statute of limitations had
Are
passed.
you
for the criminal
listening to
court.
yourself? Listen
Yes.
to yourself for a second.
Yes, I want you to
If
listen
you
to me
went
too.
to court for forcibly raping somebody and the only thing they could get you on was, oh, well, we're just going to go after you for money because that's
Yeah,
all
if
we
the,
can
if
do.
the
civil
statute
court
of
is.
limitations had expired for
Yeah.
the criminal case, absolutely. Do you know what a statute of limitations is?
Of course I do, yeah.
What's a statute
But
of limitations?
It's like, okay, if you committed a crime on January 1st and the crime is only good for 4 months and they can only go 4 months back and you're in month 6 and then
Bingo.
all of a sudden you get caught in month 6, they can't come back 4 months
Bingo.
later and be like, oh, well, you did it then. We're going to
Bingo.
charge
That's what happened to Trump. So the statute of limitations had run up for,
But here's the
for
problem
criminal
with that
case.
information.
So the
Here's
victim
the
literally
problem with
couldn't
that
take it to a
information.
criminal
Pause.
court.
Hold on. Here's the problem with that information. There is no statutory on rape.
It's because it wasn't legally defined as rape in the state of New York. At the time, it was only legally defined as sexual abuse. I'll show you the verdict form, and then I'll explain the verdict form to
There's
you.
no form of litigation on sexual abuse either.
That's not true.
That
There
is
was
true.
indeed a criminal statute of limitations on sexual abuse in the 90s in the state of New York, which is exactly which prohibited and prevented E. Jean Carroll from taking it to a criminal court.
So, okay, so let's just say, and here's the other thing that's funny to me is all these people are like, oh, he's a felon. He did this, he did that, he
Sure.
did this.
He
Okay,
is.
great. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I'll support a felon over
Holy
somebody
voice
that I don't
cracks.
You'll
trust.
support a felon that's a violent sex offender that tried to undermine our democracy, that
Has he
constantly
ever-
lies to you, that got Iran closer to a nuclear weapon, that undermines science just because you feel like it.
But here's the thing, that's all your belief. You don't have proof of any of that. You don't have
I
proof.
have proof for every single claim.
What,
Name
Google?
one claim you want me to prove. I'll give you the evidence right now.
Okay,
Tell
then
me
he
one
took-
claim you
that
dispute.
He got us closer, or Iran to nuclear weapons.
I got you. He pulled out of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, that capped their level of enrichment of uranium at 3.67%. When he pulled out of the agreement, it led to them enriching their uranium up to 60%, according to the IAEA, which is closer to the 90% required to weaponize it. Gotcha.
Hey,
You didn't
can I
get
have an
shit
input here?
because- Yeah, of course.
Hey, Pepsi. And Dean, you're gonna know this quote, but Pepsi, I don't think you should be the guy advocating for Trump. Okay, you're sitting here growling, fucking, you're about to like blow your head off in anger, bro.
I'm
Listen,
not, my dude. I am
Yo,
perfectly
Pepsi,
normal.
and Dean's
I'm
gonna
not
know what I'm about to
angry or
say here.
anything. I'm not even
don't,
heated
hey,
at
listen,
all.
Pepsi. It sounds like you empathize
No,
with the
you
receiving end.
listen.
No,
You listen.
no, Pepsi empathizes with the receiving end, and that's what it sounds like. Dean, you know that quote? It was a funny
It
quote.
sounds like
I'm
Cliff
sorry.
is
I'm
gonna
sorry.
be
That was
taking
just
it.
like the worst possible joke ever.
I
Like,
know,
I'm gonna be
I
honest,
know.
did not land.
I just wanted to say-
Listen,
I just
no,
wanted to say-
I'm the only one
Wait,
that
I have a
empathizes with
question
the
for Parker.
receiving
No.
end.
Parker,
Oh,
where
God,
did you
no.
get?
No,
where
that's
did you
me.
get
That's
these
not
numbers?
Pepsi, you
Dean's
idiot.
gonna go
That's
viral
me.
for this. Oh no.
Okay.
Parker, where
On
did you
Tuesdays,
get
no,
these
Dean,
sometimes
that's the
numbers?
clip.
Thursdays.
Parker, where did you get these numbers that are wrote down on some clipboard that you know? 5.6, whatever that you were.
Yeah,
just
the
rattling off.
JCPOA agreement, and
Yeah,
then
what
the
did you-
IAEA. I cited it to you within the statement.
Okay,
Okay.
but okay, so let me ask you this then. This is why numbers and accuracy of whatever numbers of whatever is so hard to believe, okay? Now, you go and pump gas in your vehicle, right?
Yes, I do.
So, here's something I'll let you in on. I'm a truck driver. I've been driving trucks for 27 years across this great nation, okay? I hauled
Good for
fuel
you.
6 years, okay? I know you don't care.
Thank you,
Because
Brad,
you're
for the
sitting behind a
galaxy.
computer. Anyway, listen, I hauled fuel for 6 years, okay? And every single pump and every single delivery that I ever made, I went and delivered fuel without question because those were the rules, right? Did I agree with it? No. And here's what I don't agree with. When you go to the pump, they normally give you 4 choices. They give you unleaded,
Yeah.
leaded,
Yeah.
premium,
Yeah.
and diesel.
Yeah.
Right? Well, here's the thing. This is the truth of the matter. There is no premium fuel.
And that's
Yes,
not
there is.
true.
There's not.
Holy
Yes, you're-
cornball.
yes. A,
The
you're not
premium
right.
Fuel,
A, you're not right. B, you're not right because premium fuel, I agree, is marketed incorrectly at most gas stations. But there are many gas stations where you genuinely can get ethanol-free fuel, and that's what premium fuel is. It's just rare. Okay.
Yeah.
But that doesn't fucking matter. We're here to talk about Trump. What are you yapping about?
no, I'm trying to
See,
prove
this
a
is what I'm
point.
saying.
This is
This
what
guy
I'm trying
doesn't
to
know what
do.
he's talking
like
about.
this guy's fucking
listen,
yapping,
listen.
dude.
This is what I'm trying to prove. Okay, so listen, just hear me out for 2 seconds.
How many times are you
Premium
going to say, hear me
fuel.
out?
Premium fuel is unleaded fuel mixed with 100% ethanol fuel.
No one
correct?
gives a fuck.
Yeah,
No,
dude,
we
what
do
is this
care.
conversation?
I'm just like, dude, like, what are we doing?
Like, why is bro talking
I'm trying
about
to
this?
prove
Like,
a
what
point, just like
relevance
you
does
prove
this
a point.
provide?
Dude,
No, I'm trying to prove a point that
I have
you're
a
trying to
question.
prove.
I have a question.
Just
Did
hear
you
me
happen
out.
to like
Hear me out.
drink some of that fuel or something before you
No,
joined the
no,
live?
I didn't drink any of it.
I
My
just-
point is this.
Can we
Okay,
just
so
get
if
an-
you're paying
can we
for
get an
premium
argument
fuel,
here for why
if you're
Trump is a
paying
good
for
president?
premium fuel at the gas station, right? You expect to get premium
Dean,
fuel.
the
but
answer to
guess
the
what?
question was yes.
There's no way that it's 100%
Yeah.
premium fuel. So here's my
Dude,
thing.
listen, I agree. At many gas stations, it isn't,
Okay,
and they market it
Why are we
incorrectly.
talking about gas
this
stations and fuel
fundamentally,
selection?
this
Finally,
fundamentally
something we
has
can agree
nothing
on,
to do
but-
with.
Oh yeah, I like
Okay,
shopping
okay,
at
listen,
Circle K over
let me
Sunoco.
finish.
What do you want
Let
to
me
know?
finish. Let me finish. Here's the thing. I'm going to bring it home for you, okay? Here's
All
the
right.
thing. How many people have you ever seen at a gas station testing the fuel or ethanol levels that we pay for in our fuel?
None of it fucking matters.
Bro, I'm about to switch my
statistically-
political views if this guy keeps talking.
No,
Holy
you can,
Bro, please keep
Google
talking.
it.
Mute up, Dean.
You can statistically Google it, and it will give you some readings. But how accurate is it? Have you ever seen anyone out there testing it? No, you haven't. You know why?
Actually, yeah. Yeah, I have.
Okay, when?
It was at a Corvette rally in Junction, Colorado. It was
it a
kind of
perk of
funny.
Somebody
It
testing
was,
their own fuel?
yeah, it was some old guy getting gas before, and he
Right.
pulled out
Okay,
this
well,
little
that's his
swab out
own
of his
personal
pocket.
vehicle. And he probably knew that. But is what I'm saying is there's no federal law that goes around and tests fuel, and there's no expectation
None
for
of
the
this-
fuel
none of this
to have
fucking
to meet
matters,
a certain
dude.
criteria. It does matter because here's the thing.
What's the relevance?
You're trying to say all these numbers and all these facts and all this bullshit, right? Well, so am I. I'm trying to tell you that there's no premium gas. You're sitting there trying
Okay.
to tell me it's bullshit. Just like I'm trying to tell you that your facts and numbers are bullshit.
So,
Because
Dean, there
my
is no
facts and
relevance. He
numbers-
just wanted to say it.
I think
my
I think
facts
he's
and
just I
numbers
think
mean
he's just
just as
really
much as your facts
I
and
think that this guy's really pissed off at two things: Democrats
I'm
and
not mad
gas
at all, Mikey.
stations. So
Yeah.
I'm not
came
mad
up
at
here.
all.
He came up here ready to
100% I'm not
explode
mad at all.
on Democrats and gas stations.
Dude, we can
No,
tell you
I'm
Dean,
not
he's
feeling
so mad that
behind
he's
that.
been wrong so many times that he literally just wanted to say something that was right and then still was wrong.
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
not true
I have a
either.
question for both of you guys. Do y'all think that felons should be able to buy and own guns?
Yes,
Hell no,
100%.
bro. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So
I-
the
well-
crazy fuel drinker says yes. We'll like touch on you second. To the clips that down there, you're a Trump supporter. You said no. So here's my question: if you don't think that felons should be able to buy and own guns, then why do you think that a felon like Trump should have access to the nuclear codes?
You know, that's a great point, but the thing is, I don't to not just all felons. If it's a non-violent felony, like a white-collar crime, I think you should be able to own a gun. But if it's like a violent felony, then hell no, bro.
So I have a question: if
it's a
we
privilege.
had like a felon who admitted to like unconsensually looking at the naked bodies of women and girls by barging into their dressing room, should they be able
Like
to own
Joe
a gun?
Biden?
if
Like Joe Biden, yeah. Joe Biden did this. Joe Biden admitted to barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at them while they're in the nude. Here's my question. Do you think that should have disqualified Biden from the presidency?
Yes.
do
100%.
that?
Yes,
So you have
100%.
done that. Now, tell
Yeah.
us-
I'll tell you
Qualify
the
him.
funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready
Oh,
and everything
he
else.
pulled
and
it out.
no
Oh,
men are
no.
anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
But here's what's funny is it's the intent behind the action that you're doing.
Oh, now
If
he
you're
defends
going
it.
in there-
Now you're defending it. Okay,
yeah,
buddy.
you know what? I can't really. I'm not going to touch on that one right there. Pepsi,
Well,
you got
I'll
that,
touch
bro.
on it. If you're going in there with the intent to deprive somebody of their privacy or in the intent to pleasure yourself, that's wrong. If you're going in there and you walk through and you have to clean something and you glance over and see something that you shouldn't have, okay, well then you've seen something you shouldn't have.
Okay, 2 points. First
Okay.
point, I disagree with you. Second
Okay.
point, that's not Donald Trump's wasn't intent to go in there and clean something or inspect the space. No, his intent to go in there was to look at their naked bodies, and I could
And you
prove
know
it.
that for a fact.
Yes, and I could prove it. Would you like my proof?
Yeah.
Because Donald Trump was asked by Howard Stern on this radio show about the sexual things that he'd do with the beauty pageant contestants, and then he said, "Well, what I will do is I'll go into their dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies, which proves sexual intention." Did you know that? I happened to cut to the part in this clip where he's just talking about what he would do to them.
Right, I've heard
I could
this
actually
before.
play you an additional 30 to 60 seconds of context
I
before
we
that
believe you.
point,
We believe you.
where
You got us on
Howard
that
Stern
one.
is just asking him about the sexual things he do with the beauty pageant contestants, and then he'll say, "Well, this is what I do," and then he'll just start playing from the timestamp that I just start playing it at. So he did have sexual intention. So here's my
Definitely.
question for you. You said if Biden did this, Biden should be disqualified from the presidency, Pepsi, then why shouldn't Trump?
Well, did he do it during his presidency?
No.
Well, I guess that's irrelevant. I
That
guess.
shouldn't
That is
matter.
irrelevant.
But also, he wasn't charged with it.
It doesn't matter.
Again, that doesn't matter.
True. The reason why it doesn't matter is because he admitted to it.
Yeah,
So
Therefore,
why
we
do
know
you
that he
treat
did it.
Biden differently than Trump? That's the question. Why is Biden treated differently than Trump?
Well, he's not.
So then
He literally
you think
is.
that Trump should be disqualified from the presidency because, okay, here's my argument. Premise number one, you agree that
If he
Biden.
did it, then yeah, he should be.
Do you accept that he did it?
Well, I don't know for a fact. I wasn't there. I didn't watch him do it.
Can we agree
You
that Trump
just
was there?
played the
But I'm assuming that if he
Again.
didn't talk about it and he said he did it, then yeah.
So
we
you-
just listened to the clip.
Okay, then yeah.
So Trump should be disqualified from the presidency.
Pepsi, hop off the podium, buddy.
Sure.
No, pop down clips. So Pepsi, you're not a Trump supporter anymore. We changed your mind.
Of course I am. I'm a 100% a Trump supporter.
So you're just a hypocrite.
No, I'm not a hypocrite either.
What
Listen,
you literally just said that this would disqualify Trump from your support, but then you still support Trump even though you think it's true and that it happened. What?
Yeah, correct. Because here's the thing. Okay? Listen.
Wait, no, let's just
I'll
break it
explain.
down.
No, I'll
Did
explain.
Donald
I'll
Trump
break it
admit
down.
to something that should disqualify him from the presidency?
Yes, he did. But disqualifying from the presidency is only my objective. It's not the United States Constitution.
What the fuck is it? What are you saying right now, bro? We're asking if it disqualifies from your support.
Well, if I say no, then you're going to be like, oh, so you support sexual assault and blah, blah, blah then. Which
Because
is
that would be true then, yes.
That's not true. Okay, so let's
You
talk
support
about
him
this.
in despite of
Okay,
that.
okay, then let's do this. Let's talk about Joe Biden and the kids. Well, I'm trying to be careful.
What
here.
about Biden, Dean? You forgot. Like, whenever we bring up Trump doing something wrong, it's always got to be, what about Biden, actually, okay? What about Biden?
So if you think that somebody should be disqualified from the presidency, could we agree that that obviously implies that you wouldn't support them as president?
That's not necessarily true. Just because of one person's actions at one time doesn't mean that they're not a good person. And yes, I do understand.
Would you say that
Biden-
about a pedophile?
What?
Would you say that about a pedophile?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay,
So
so
this
then you can
happened-
acknowledge that there are certain acts that are disqualifying of the ability to, like, quote unquote, come back from them.
Correct.
Okay, so why isn't this an example of this alongside of him being a violent sex offender?
Are you talking?
I'm so
Who are you?
confused.
Are you referring to Trump?
Who else would I be talking about? Of
Probably
course,
Joe
that's the
Biden.
violent sex offender I'm referencing.
Probably Joe Biden, because you don't have any proof. Here's the
What?
thing. There
Joe
is no
Biden's not
proof.
civilly liable of sexual abuse.
Really? You believe that?
Yes.
You believe that in your heart of hearts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, my friend.
Check this out. So remember
crazy.
earlier when you agreed that Trump admitted to something that should disqualify him from the presidency? Let me just make that question a little bit more simple. Therefore, do you believe that Trump should be disqualified from the presidency?
No.
But he did something that you believe should disqualify him from the presidency.
Yes. So if he's supporting our nation,
One
Yeah,
moment.
he did something
Okay,
that's disqualifying, but it's also, Dean, it's not disqualifying.
What-
and I'll
one second.
explain. Let me explain.
One second.
Let me explain.
How can
it's
Trump...
something-
One moment. How could Trump do something that you believe should disqualify him from the presidency without
Oh.
you believing that he
I'm
should
gonna
be
explain it to you.
disqualified from the presidency?
100%. I'm going to explain it to you. That's the greatest thing about this country that we live in, the United States of America, is that we have free agency. We have free agency to believe what we want. So what I believe and what you believe, obviously, are two different things. So regardless of what I believe to be right and what you believe to be right, that's your opinion and that's my opinion. But as far as what goes for the Constitution and the United States and what it represents, then yes, I believe on that level, he should be disqualified. As far as what I believe in, do I think he had ill intent and criminal intent and he did it every single day and he created a habit and he was after people? No, I don't believe that. I believe it was an incident just like any male would do. I don't believe for a second that you or Parker or Clips or myself, if we walked into a locker room and we seen something we shouldn't have seen when we were cleaning up, taking out a trash, whatever, and we didn't look at it, we're calling ourselves fucking liars. You're a fucking liar. I guarantee you would look at it. Just like any dude would.
Yeah, let's not
Maybe
don't
not
rope
any
us
dude.
into your stupid semantics.
So you're
Pepsi,
trying
are
to
you
tell
saying
me-
that you would go into a woman's dressing room and look at them while they're naked?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I wouldn't
Tony,
intentionally
thank you for
do
the
it.
galaxy.
So this is something that Trump has intentionally done.
What is the thing that all men would do? You said all men would
Yeah,
do
like
something
like
that
what
Trump
type of
did.
fucking gross statement?
Okay, is what
So,
I'm
so
saying
let me
is,
just
like, if you had to
let me just
tra-
clarify
let's
here.
say you were
You're
a
saying
janitor
that
and you were-
you're saying that all men would do something that Trump did. So what's
No,
the
it's what
thing
I'm
that
saying
Trump
is,
did that all men would
Let's
do?
just set a scenario because now we're doing this
No,
fake
no,
shit.
no, 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 no. First, you disqualified the use of scenarios earlier in the debate where you told us you wouldn't engage with our hypotheticals, so get the fuck out of here. Secondly, you made that statement in relation to an excuse for what Trump did. So what did Trump do that you are now arguing is something any man would do?
Is what I'm saying is, let's say you're a janitor and you walked into.
Was Trump a janitor?
I don't know. I don't know what he was. I have
He
no
was
idea
the
what.
owner. He was the owner of the pageant. So this is
Okay.
no. Don't tell
Okay,
me
so
about
let's
what a
say you're the
janitor
owner
would
then.
do. Tell me about what
Okay, you're
Trump
the owner
would.
of the pageant and you're walking through a locker room to go out the back door. Okay, great.
Back
Now, is
doors
what
aren't
I'm
through
saying-
locker rooms because they're not general spaces for all genders. This was specifically a woman's dressing room. Not to mention that in the clip, he admitted that he did it for sexual intention.
Okay, so you're saying, let me just understand this correctly, that you're saying, and you're an adult, okay, there's no children.
There
We're all
was
adult. Where was the children?
Miss Teen USA. We had 3 teens as young as 15 years old come out and say that he did this to them.
But you were there and you seen them in the locker room.
They were there. They were in the locker room. They corroborated their multiple independent accounts that corroborated his admission of guilt.
And he was charged with this.
No.
Okay, then why does it matter? If he
It
wasn't
matters
charged with it,
because he did it. What matters is that he did it, not that
you
he's
know
charged
that
with
for
it.
a fact.
Yeah, because he admitted to it.
Fact. I could admit to anything, but unless it's a factual thing,
Okay,
And
if you
maybe-
admitted
okay, but-
to doing something that you didn't do, would you agree that that would be a lie?
I guess it depends on what it was.
If it's something you didn't do and you said you did it, did you lie?
Yeah.
Okay, do you agree that in most cases people lie with reason?
No.
Usually
I wouldn't-
people lie without reason?
Some people are pathological liars.
Okay, well, I said in most cases. I agree that in some scenarios people lie without reason, especially people whose like mental faculties aren't all there. Okay? But in most cases,
like most
people
of these
lie
People think about me in this chat. which is
people
great. I
lie
love it.
people lie with reason, including like pathological liars. They just think it's conducive towards a higher quality of life for themselves.
That's
but-
very true. Very true.
But people lie for a reason. Maybe somebody will lie because they think that lie would be advantageous to themselves. Maybe they did a bad
Right.
thing and they don't want to admit to doing that bad thing. Maybe
Right.
people lie to better position themselves. Maybe they claim that they worked a job that they didn't on their resume. Sometimes people lie to protect others that they care about. Maybe your best friend did something bad and the cops ask you about it and you're going to lie and say that you have no knowledge of what they did. So people
Agreed.
usually lie for a reason.
Okay.
But whenever any Trump supporter joins my live stream and makes the point that maybe Trump was lying in this clip, the reason why I reject that is because I just can't identify any reason why he would lie. Who did it benefit for Donald Trump to say that he engaged in sexual exploitation? That's why you could not find me one other clip of any other interview ever where a super rich guy admits to sexual exploitation, admits to sexual abuse, and admits to rape, when in all reality, we know that they did not do it. You can't find that because people don't do that. It is just simply it is in such a high level of conflict with one's own self-interests to admit to sexual violence, especially when they didn't actually engage in sexual violence. So that's why you can't find me one other example of somebody that we know was innocent admitting to being guilty.
Okay, so what's your point? I don't understand the point.
That you can't just say, well, how do we know that Donald Trump actually did this even though he said he did it because he could be lying? I would say he couldn't have been lying.
Okay, so let's just say the best case scenario that he did do it. Okay, let's just say that he did. Okay, so he walks into a locker room and he sees naked women. He didn't say
And
children,
girls.
he said women.
Well,
He never said girls.
they use the word girl and woman interchangeably throughout the interview.
Okay, so do you think it was his intent to go in there and spy on children?
It was intent to go in there and look at the naked people inside. So when he was at the Miss Teen USA beauty pageant doing this, yes.
Okay, so now let me ask you this. When you were like a teen or adolescent, did you ever look at National Geographics? Did you ever look at the naked women in there?
Angie, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you.
What type of fucking 1980s ass question? I don't think anyone our age would have looked at a fucking. What are you talking about, bro? National Geographic.
Okay.
What are you even talking? I've never heard of this.
Listen, I'll just give you the honest answer. Yes, sometimes minors do look at sexually explicit content, and they shouldn't, but it happens.
Okay, so how is that any different than what he did?
How is a minor looking at sexually explicit content of an adult different than an adult looking at sexually explicit content of a minor? How are those two things different?
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the intent.
Like I'll tell you the
That's what you
difference
have to
between
look
those two
at, is
things.
the intent.
When a minor looks at sexually explicit content of an adult, the issue there is that it's something that the minor is not ready to see because they're a kid. It's probably bad for their like psychosocial development and all of these other reasons.
Agreed.
But it's not like the issue is that the person they're looking at didn't consent to having their naked body on the internet. Maybe it's a porn website because that's an adult actor. Okay.
Right.
But the issue reduces down to the psychosocial development of the child, the fact that they probably shouldn't be looking at that. And I'm sure like a psychologist could give you a much better, more cohesive, well-rounded answer than me why it's a bad thing for kids to watch porn. But I bet we could agree that it's a bad thing for kids to watch porn.
Absolutely.
Now on to the inverse.
Definitely.
Okay, when we're exploring the issue of an adult looking at sexually explicit content of a minor. Okay, well, we're no longer saying that this is bad because that adult shouldn't be looking at porn. We're saying that this is bad specifically because the content that they are consuming is of a child who can actuate consent. It's CSAMs, child sexual abuse material.
Correct. And I'm not saying that I agree with that because I don't, and I don't support that.
Also, wait, can I ask a question real quick? Since when was there sexually explicit material in National Geographic? I've never heard of this before. I'm like, to me, National Geographic is like the science thing, right? Like where they specifically they show you like the world.
Indonesian
and
people and
They
used to do it. Yeah,
they used to do magazines in like the 80s and the 90s where they would like take photos of like tribes across the world, and some of these tribes, like the people in them wouldn't be wearing clothes, and that's like a very common thing that people used in like the 80s and 90s.
So
I'm sure
I
that
was
there's
born in
many people
1983.
like
that was the year I was born. So we didn't have accessible stuff like we do today. You had to go to the library and get National Geographics. As embarrassing as that is to say, that's what we had to do. You had to do what you had to do.
You couldn't get a Playboy magazine?
Especially if your parents were very conservative and they didn't have magazines lying around.
Okay, but listen, my point is do you understand the difference between a child consuming adult content and an adult consuming child content?
Of course I do, my friend.
Like both of these two things are bad, but they're bad for like significantly different reasons. It's bad for the child because of their psychosocial development and the fact that children shouldn't be exposed to sexuality until they're adults. But then the other one is bad because they're like literally like pedophiles.
Yeah, that's bad. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not
so then why did you try to act like there was no difference between Donald Trump sexually exploiting children and a child consuming adult pornography? Why did you try to act like there wasn't a difference between those two things? That was gross of you. It was terrible
I
of
think
you.
you misunderstood that, and I wasn't trying to support the meaning of that. The point I was trying to say was it was whatever his intent was. I don't believe his intent was to go in there to view the kids. I don't believe that at all.
At the pageants where there were only kids?
You just said it was Miss America pageant or whatever.
It was Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, two different pageants, and it doesn't, dude. Also, we have to consider reasonable foreseeability of the outcome occurring. If you go into a space where you know that there are both naked adults and naked children to look at the naked bodies of people inside of that space, you are a predator. It's the reasonable foreseeability of that outcome occurring.
Normally in those situations, though, they have the restroom segregated, one for children, one for adults.
Okay, well, they had the pageant segregated. It was two different
No, they have
pageants.
the-
But by the way,
normally-
that's not true. Because when I go to a gym where minors are allowed to go, you have a man's room and a woman's room. You don't have an adult man's room and a minor boy's room, an adult woman's room, and a minor
And that's
girl's
why
room.
normally 90% of all places that you go, you have to be 18 to go.
What? You don't need to be 18 to go to the gym.
You're supposed to be accompanied by an adult if you ever read their terms and conditions.
If you're under like 16, 14, 13 at some gyms. Angie,
Have
thank
ever
you so
read
much for
their
the
terms
galaxies.
and
I appreciate you.
conditions? Their terms and conditions will tell you that if you are under the age of 18, you're to be accompanied by
No,
an
that's not true at all. You're talking to somebody
is true.
that's
That
been
is
going to the
100%
gym
true,
since
and
I
I'll
was
tell you why.
14 in my freshman year of high school. No.
Okay, so here's the reason why.
That's just
Because
not
let's
true at
say-
all. Many
It
gyms
is
will
true.
require a legal guardian or a parent to like sign the child up to get their membership. But then as long as you're like minimum 15 or some shit, you could go and come as you please. A lot of gyms are in fact minimum 13. It's like 13 plus at Planet Fitness, for instance.
My friend, you're wrong. You're supposed to be the age of 18, and this is the reason why, okay? If you're at the gym working out, and let's just
Do you
say
go
you're
to the
lifting-
gym?
I do, yeah. Are you kidding? Yeah, I have
What
my whole
what gym do you go to?
Gold's Gym.
Okay, you go to Gold's Gym.
Yep.
Do you have to be 18 to go to Gold's Gym? You don't have to be 18 to go to Gold's Gym. Minors aged 13 to 15 can usually join with parental consent and a signed waiver, and then 16 to
Parental
17-year-olds
consent and
can
a signed
even
waiver.
work out alone.
Hey Dean, do you mind if I chime in for a second? Just to clear the air here, yes, I voted for Trump. I voted for him because he's a better candidate. I thought so. Here's the thing. I do have some, liberal takes like abortion and some of the healthcare stuff. But to clear the air with everybody, what
You guys switched him.
Pepsi is saying right now is 100% disgusting. And I see people mentioning me in the chat saying like, is this who you really like support? Yeah, well, Pepsi, yeah, you sound like a cornball. And I didn't think you were actually over the age of 40. You sound like you're like 19 or 20. When you said you were born in 83, I was like,
Clips.
holy crap, I can't believe
Clips.
somebody.
You know what's more disgusting than what Pepsi is saying?
What?
The action of doing what Pepsi
Oh.
is saying. That
Oh,
Donald Trump
100%.
did.
Yeah.
So when we
No,
look at
I-
Trump supporters like Pepsi, and they
Yeah.
say that there's no real issue, and they undermine the wrongness in a man barging into a woman or a girl's locker room to look at them naked. What's
he never
worse
said he
than
barged
that?
anywhere. He
What,
didn't
what's
barge
wor-
he
what's,
did
what's what's
anywhere.
worse than that is actually barging into the dressing room. So my question is, why don't you hold the same energy against Trump, considering that what he did is worse than what
Well, you know what?
what
Because
this guy's
first of all,
doing?
this is the reason why
you
I
learn new
don't.
things every day. And you know what? I never heard that clip, and I'm actually glad you showed me it, because I've been teetering on the fence for a while. Because
Clips,
the
you're
whole
weak, bro. You're weak.
What are
You're
you talking
caving,
about, bro?
You're caving.
How
Yeah,
am I
Clip, you're
caving?
weak apparently because you don't defend sexual
Yeah,
exploitation
are you
immediately when
serious?
you see it. That's what he just said, by the way.
That's not what I just said.
Clips.
Don't
Crazy.
take my words
This
and
is
try to
this is
manipulate them. That
MAGA.
is
This
not
is
what I
MAGA,
said.
my friend.
You said-
Clips. I talk to people like this every day. This is not
That's not what I
a
said.
needle in the haystack. This is your
It's
typical
very
Trump supporter.
convenient
what they
for
all
you guys
sound
to
like.
take
Because
your
clips,
narrative and try to
clips.
switch
This
it,
is
but it
this
won't
is
work.
what it takes to continue to be a Trump supporter with knowledge of what
not.
Trump has
That's not
done.
true at
Think
all.
about it.
I had no
Clips.
Not
knowledge
true
of
at all.
the
Yeah,
backstory.
think about it, Clips. In order to continue to support Trump,
But guess what?
you're
Here's the
you're
thing. This
either
is
going to
the
have
thing.
to just directly
Listen,
admit
this
that
is
you
the
don't
thing.
care what he did, and that people who do care are weak, like he's trying to
Wait,
say
wait,
to you
time-
right
time
now,
out, time out, time
or you will just persistently exist in the state of cognitive
Listen,
dissonance,
you already got
where
clips.
You,
don't
maybe
need to- you don't
acknowledge
need to sell it
once
no more. You
that
already
he
got
did
me.
this,
He's on your team.
but then you just kind of continually ignore it. So
When
I
it
guess
comes
the
to-
question
on
is,
your
Clips,
team, bro.
what side of humanity do you want to be on?
I've been teetering on the fence for a while, but I want the truth. That's all I care about is the truth. I'm a truth maxer.
So let me ask
And-
you this.
Go ahead, Clips.
I just like the truth, man. If I'm not kind of ignorant like and stubborn like the rest of the Trump supporters. I mean, I liked him. He didn't. I mean, his first term was better. The second term, nothing was promised that he delivered. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Nothing he said that was promised was actually delivered for the most part. And, the thing with when you brought up that clip there, See, I had not known about that, but I'm glad you showed it, because look at this guy defending it.
Does this
It's
change your
absolutely
mind?
insane. I mean, I've been kind of hating on Trump a little bit more than I ever have.
Does this change
mean-
your mind on Trump? Because keep in mind, if it doesn't,
Yeah, I mean, dude.
then you and if it doesn't, you and Pepsi fall under the same category. You're
Yeah,
just
I
not
know,
saying
dude.
it out loud.
Yeah. You know what? I think, yeah, it does change my mind a little bit. I just need to do more research on top of this. This was like a starter discussion, you know? I've just entered the cave.
There's so much. Listen, man. Not only do we have Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation on his radio show in 2005 with the clip that we just listened to,
Yeah.
we have the court case that I showed earlier where the
Right.
court ruled that he raped a woman. And guess what? That court ruled that he raped her in a dressing room.
Insane.
In a dressing room. The
Insane. I
same
know.
way that in this clip, Donald Trump is admitting to sexually exploiting other women and girls. In what?
Yeah, it's
Dressing
literally
rooms.
crazy, bro.
In dressing rooms. Okay, and,
I
and
never
that's
heard
not
about
that's
that.
not even it. In 2003, this was released by Congress from the Epstein estate, so it's official. Trump sent Jeffrey Epstein a letter depicting the naked body of a girl. I'm trying to find an open photo that I could use to show you. He sent Epstein a letter depicting a drawn photo of the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." I'll actually show that letter to you right now. So let's take a look at this together, and we can
right.
read over this. This was sent to Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the prolific child sex trafficker, in 2003. Okay, this letter says, voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. The same Donald that raped a woman and admitted to sexual exploitation of little girls. Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey. As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. Then we
Listen,
also
do you know
have
how powerful that is? Let me
we
explain
also
something.
have a letter that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Larry Nazir a handful of days before he died. Do you know who Larry Nazir is?
No, sir. No, I don't.
He is a terrible child rapist. He seriously raped over 300 children. He was sentenced to like I don't know, what was it, like 30 consecutive life sentences in jail. And a couple days before Epstein died, he sent Larry Nazir a letter, and that letter said that President Trump shares their affiliation for young nubile or sexually attractive girls. Okay? And that's not it. In 1993, okay, when Ivana was divorcing Trump, Ivana said first in the divorce proceedings, then second in a book, that she had been brutally raped by Trump, and Trump had even pulled out her hair in the action of doing it. This was before Trump was in politics. This was before Trump ran for president. This was before
Where's all
Trump
these
admitted
facts,
to the
bro? This is
sexual
like talking
exploitation
about
on the Howard
Jesus.
Stern radio show. This was before he was found guilty for raping E. Jean Carroll. This was before all the victims from Miss Teen USA and Miss USA came forward. And that was in the 1993 divorce, the divorce proceedings.
Wow. Can you hear me clearly, by the way? I put in
Yeah.
my headphone.
Yeah, and then
All right.
one last thing, and then the mic is yours. With the release of the Epstein files, there were a couple files that Donald Trump had illegally redacted. A journalist connected the dots and was able to conclude that what Donald Trump illegally redacted was an accusation against him from an Epstein survivor. Okay? I don't expect you to trust that journalism, though. So after this journalism came out, the Democrats in Congress said, you need to release this. The DOJ released it. The journalist was right. And it was an allegation from Jane Doe number 4, somebody that won millions of dollars in a settlement from Epstein's estate, was a true Epstein survivor. In 2019, she accused Epstein of trafficking her to tea.
I mean, yeah, dude, I wanted the Epstein files to come out, you know? Dude, there's no way in hell you'll ever catch me defending that guy, okay? Or anybody that went to that island or was affiliated with him at all. I mean, it's disgusting what he did.
Well, you better not support Biden then.
I don't. That's the thing. I don't support
Just
Biden.
clips. The information that we've given you Is it enough information to change your mind on Trump, to make you confidently anti-Trump?
Yeah, I'd say so. 100%.
Good.
You got
And,
another one, boys. Rack 'em up. But you
And
didn't
guess
get
what?
me yet.
All right, bro. Before you kick me out, let me just say
Bro,
this.
the live. You see what the live just said in the bottom?
I appreciate you guys, for what you guys do. Debating people is like a key, crucial part of our democracy, and it's good that you're doing this. I mean, we don't have 100% of the same beliefs. I'm not going to be a full-edged liberal. I'm going to just, go things based off of what I believe is, right. And
I said the
start
same
looking
thing
at.
too. I used to say the same thing. When I stopped supporting Trump after J6, I was still convinced that I was fiscally conservative.
But I think I'm a little too based in some aspects that I'm not going to talk about. And when it comes to like certain things, but yeah, Trump's a complete idiot.
Clips, you're
he's
on the
getting-
right path. Keep looking into these conversations. I think we'll convince you more with our perspectives. The more that you listen to our perspectives
Yeah.
for what they are, rather than just like, oh, this is some liberal saying something that's against us just because they're against us.
Yeah. Well,
But,
listen, Clips, I genuinely really do appreciate you for joining, and I'm really happy that we were able to change your
Yeah,
mind.
man, and it's cool that you own guns, dude. I didn't expect that from you. I mean, you used to rage bait me. Like watching your shit used to make me like fucking fume.
Listen, man.
Why would you
am
ever wait,
a
Clips? I have a question.
big
before you
gun
go.
owner. I talked about this on my live stream yesterday, Clips. Somebody tried to come to my house and kill me, and the FBI intercepted them. And then I had an
Jesus
FBI agent
Christ.
show up at my door to inform me and my girlfriend. And I remember it vividly. Me and my girlfriend both do. He sat down on the couch across from us, explained to us what was going on, and explained to us that there was a credible threat against our lives, but it was intercepted by the FBI. And since then, I've also been swatted. I've had people like try to extort me for money, say give me money or we're gonna break into your house, and for that reason, I fucking own guns. I have a 9mm with a suppressor on the way, awaiting ATF approval right now.
Sweet.
So for home defense, it's not an if but when scenario. I won't lose my hearing for 3 days. I have a 12 gauge. Right now, I'm also in the process of getting an SBR. That's a short barrel rifle. That requires special ATF approval because its barrel is under 17 inches, but I want that so I could navigate around corners in my house rather quick. I was thinking about a couple other things too, but no, yeah, I'm a big gun owner. Me and my girlfriend are gonna start going to the range and training with these firearms, and the reason
You
why
should. It's fun, man.
is strictly and specifically for self-defense, because for me, it's not a question on if somebody comes to our house and tries to harm us, but when, because it's already happened. But luckily, the first time it was intercepted by the FBI. So the second time, hopefully we get lucky and it's also intercepted by the FBI. But if we're not lucky, we need to be prepared. But I'm happy that we could, like I said, seriously, I'm happy that we could change your mind, Clips.
Yeah, and I'm sorry about the receiving end joke earlier. It's still kind of funny though. But
Whatever.
Pepsi, you were gonna ask me something.
My
What?
friend, this is what I want to ask you. I wish you the best in life. I don't really know you. I mean, you seem like a great guy, but at the end of the day, we're just debating. I come in peace. I have no harm, no ill intent for you or your progression in life, regardless of what your beliefs are.
Shut up,
But
Pepsi.
here's what I want you to really know and understand, my friend.
Sorry, Pepsi,
Don't-
you're here to talk to us. Clips, appreciate you for coming up. Hope you have a good rest of your
Anyway,
day,
yeah,
man.
take care. Take
All
care.
right.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Well, I'm really happy that we could change Clips' minds. Pepsi, I've been giving you the cold shoulder if you haven't been able to tell.
Dean, that was great. That was great.
Yeah.
I'm really happy that we were able to change his mind. That was really good. I could see
Yeah.
it happening in real time.
I'm
with
happy
him.
for you guys. However, you haven't changed my mind. And that letter that you showed from the
Well,
Epstein file.
listen. I'm gonna
I
make a
fucking
deal with
wonder
you.
why.
I'm gonna make a deal with you here, Pepsi. I'm an hour into the stream. I want to thank a handful of the people that have supported us on Venmo, PayPal, and
Please.
Super Chat. I'm gonna thank them, but then as soon as I'm done thanking them, me and Parker will give you the mic and the floor for as long as you want to speak uninterrupted. Okay?
Okay. Not a
Okay.
problem.
Joseph, this came in an hour ago. I think that this was right when we started the stream. Joseph, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Joseph W's. Thank you so much, my friend. Joseph with the $20 says getting swatted by the Burger King earlier was hilarious, bro. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I appreciate you for the $20. Same thing, 2K. Thank you for the $5. She says, hey, Dean, appreciate you so much. Thank you. Olivia with a $1. Chloe with a $3. And then Megan with the $5. Thank you. Then Miss Pamela, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Pamela. Let's get 1,000 Pamela W's. That is ridiculously kind of you. I am beyond grateful for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pamela with $100 says, my TikTok name is Misty. Well, thank you, Misty, and I need a favor. When I try to send Parker money on Venmo, it doesn't work. Please give him half of this. You are both great. Thank you. I got you. I'll happily send him 50.
I always recommend go through the link tree in my bio. It should work when you click through the link tree. But I really appreciate it. W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
That is seriously very kind of you. Thank you so much. You are the GOAT. Then same thing to Megan. Thank you for the $10, who says, I can't believe people defend Trump's behavior. Me neither, dude. Thank you for the $10, Megan. Rodney with the $10, who says, feel free to read this out loud. Hey, I'm also a male victim of sexual violence. I wanted to thank you for speaking up for the people who couldn't. You're truly an awesome person. P.S. I think you're cool and small. Well, first and foremost, Rodney, I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. And second of all, thank you so much for the love and support. And I'm happy that, these live streams are able to give you support. And because I think it's too often these live streams don't, just based upon what these guests are saying. It is disgusting. Jason, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you. Amanda, thank you for the $15. Who says, did you know that Enigma is an anagram for gaming? I did not. Thank you so much for the $15. Let's get 150 Amanda W's. Then Jamie with the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Jamie. Let's get 500 Jamie W's, who says, to changing minds. Thank you so much, Jamie. You are the GOAT. That is so much money. I'm very grateful for you. And then Emma with a $5 says, love watching your debates, team. Well, happy to have you here, Emma. We are caught up on Venmo to quickly get caught up on PayPal before we pass the mic back to the guests. Thank you, Sandra, for the $10. Bianca, thank you for the $2. Amelie, thank you. Emily, sorry. Thank you for the $14, who says, started watching the streams more recently. Just want to support what you do. Well, thank you, Amelie. That is Amalie. Let's show some love to Amelie down below. Marlon, thank you for the $23 donation, who says, Dean, going through the toughest time of my life, and your live streams give me a reason to keep on trying. I'm so incredibly grateful for you and Parker. Thank you. Well, I'm so fucking happy that the live streams are able to help you out through this tough time. I'm so happy that we could help people here. Thank you, Marlon, for the $23. Show some love to Marlon down below. And then Caitlin and Clayton, thank you both for the $10. I appreciate you so much. Good reminder, by the way, Clayton. Yes, the only people who can engage in hypotheticals are people who can't critically think. Then Taylin, Tailynn, thank you for the $17, who says, I've learned so much from you, dude. I wish you could debate my friend about her political views. Get her on the stream, Taylin. I'd love to talk to her. Thank you for the $17. Then one last one for now on PayPal. Thank you, Molly, for the $10, who says, did Pepsi say that he would used to use a Nat Geo magazines to look at naked bodies, something that was supposed to be used as educational? Okay, red flag. Oh, definitely a red flag. 110%. Over on Super Chat, we're caught up on PayPal and Venmo. Thank you, Damien, for the €15, who says, loving the streams. Only started watching a couple days ago and I'm addicted to keep up the work, Dean. Well, thank you, Damien. That's awesome. Avery with the $10 says, I'm moving to another part of Colorado. Wish me luck. Keep on doing what you do, twin. Good luck, Avery. Hope that move goes well. What part of Colorado are you moving to? Dude Mama, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says, great job with Clickstein. So happy that you're able to change many minds every day. Please do us a favor, will you, though? Can you please mod me so that this chat is not moving with all the spam? Dude Mama, if you send a message in the chat, low-key, if you spam the chat so I see you, I will happily mod you. I know that you're here every day and I'd love to give you that. Thank you for the $20. Camille, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you, Matt, for the 10 Canadian dollars. I appreciate you so, Matt. Thank you so much for the love, Matt. Downfall with the 10, who says, I was wondering if you ever ended up listening to that Jazz Emu song I recommended you a handful of days ago. I have not done that yet. E with the $10 says, I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Thank you so much, E. And then Vivian, thank you for the €50, who says, Vivian here from TikTok again. I don't know how far this will go for you, but please do something nice for yourself with the $50. Well, thank you so much, Vivian. You have done so many good things for me and my mental health. You deserve everything and all the love in the world. Well, thank you so much, Vivian. I know that you've been watching a whole lot. Just know that I really appreciate you. Huge shout out to Vivian in that chat. And then, of course, Minnie Blues, thank you for the $20, who says, good work. Well, thank you, Minnie Blues. And then we have two last people to thank, and then the mic of the floor will be that of the guests. Two last people to thank, and they are two huge ones from when we first started the live stream. Huge shout out to both Elizabeth and Ryan. thank you both for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Elizabeth and Ryan, you both have supported me in the past, and I'm so fucking grateful for y'all. That is way too much money. I don't deserve a penny of that. Please show some massive love to Elizabeth and Ryan down below. Genuinely insane. Thank you so much. Ryan with $100 says ISIS is killing people in broad daylight, and MAGA can't move past Trump being a scumbag on a personal level. What is this world? Yeah, Ryan, a lot of Trump supporters have completely fucking lost their mind. Thank you for the $100. Let's get 1,000, Ryan W. Same thing to Elizabeth with $100, who says, JFC caller clearly knows nothing about the case or the law or assault. Unkindly shut the fuck up, caller, and go the fuck away. You're triggering every survivor in the chat. Kick this loser, not going to change his mind, and his harmful rhetoric doesn't deserve a platform. Well, clock is shit, Elizabeth. I appreciate you for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Elizabeth W's down below in that comment section. Genuinely, thank you so much. I think that there was 2 more people there, but I'm going to weave y'all in as we hop into the start, or I guess the continuation of this debate. We're going to let him say what he wants to because I promised him, and then we're going to prove it wrong, and if there's no progress, we're going to move on. Pepsi, why don't you take it away?
All right. First of all and foremost, I want to say thank you for your guys' time and energy and efforts. And second of all, I do support your cause, although I don't support your beliefs as far as what side of the team you play on, or what the political views. But I come in peace, and I don't mean harm to anybody, and it's just debate at the end of the day. But as far as your letter that you displayed, as far as the Epstein letter, that letter is no more valid than the Google review that said you were bisexual. We know that's a lie. So it's no different.
Why?
It doesn't have a signature. It's typed. Anybody could type I could type anything and put it up there and said, you said it. Just
Okay,
because
I could tell you why you're wrong.
Or whatever. Well, that's because it's your belief, my friend.
No, I could give you the evidence that you're wrong.
Okay, but you could give me evidence for anything, right?
I could give you evidence for what I could prove, yeah, because I'm right and you're wrong. But the evidence that you're wrong is pretty clear. First and foremost, it actually does have his signature on it, and that signature has been verified by handwriting specialists. It matches perfectly his signature on other documents in the late 90s and early 2000s. Second of all, this letter wasn't generated from some random source on the internet or from the country. This letter actually originates from Congress, and Congress got it from the Epstein estate, and the Epstein estate has had it since 2003 because it was one of the 186 pages in Epstein's birthday binder book from his 50th birthday in 2003. Not only does it originate from the same paper that's included within the other pages of the binder, not only is it the same age as the other pages in the paper in the binder, but what you would have to argue here is that Epstein had a crystal ball in 2003, knew that Trump would be president, faked a letter to himself in that year, then implanted it in that year in his birthday binder, and knew that 20 years later, after he was dead, Congress would release it and it would make Trump look bad. Denying the birthday letter to Epstein is genuinely brainless.
Okay. I mean, that's your belief. I don't know because I don't have the supportive evidence, but I guess you do because you're the almighty, but that's okay.
Do you believe that do you believe that Biden is a sexual predator?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, but so you don't know
1000%.
because you don't have supporting evidence as it relates to Trump.
Right.
So this means
And
that
I
you do
haven't
have
accused him.
supporting
I haven't
evidence as it
accused him
relates to
of it
Biden.
either. I didn't accuse him.
So what's
That's
the
just
evidence
my
that
belief.
Biden is a sexual predator then?
Google, since you're so profound on Google Biden and kid.
Google is a search engine, not a source.
Okay, well, those Google engine pictures will have sources. You can right-click on the picture. And
Yeah,
also,
and we're asking you for the source, genius. So how about you click on that?
And I just told you, go to Google what I told you to
No, how
Google,
about you
and
do
9
that?
million
You're
pictures
telling
will come up.
yourself what you should do.
No, you asked me what my source was, and I'm telling you.
He
Yeah,
said
you have to
Biden and
provide the
kids.
source. You can't just say this.
No, actually, Parker, I think that he is providing a reputable source. Go to the image tags when you section when you look at Biden and kids. So how about we look at this guy's source? Okay, this is this guy's source. Sexual predator Biden? I'm not really seeing it in this photo. What about this photo? Oh, he's putting a mic to a kid's mouth. Oh, and he's looking at her. Okay, I don't know if that proves that he's a sexual
Guys are
predator.
unbelievable.
What about this one? Oh, he's smiling at a kid. Sexual predator. Oh, this is so cute.
You never know. I mean,
Oh,
that's a lot
he's
of
throwing
pictures
his
with kids.
he's throwing his
That's a lot
grandkid
of
in the
pictures with
air.
kids. That's a lot
Sexual
of pictures with
predator.
kids.
Did you say that this is a lot of pictures with kids?
Yeah, that's a lot of pictures with kids.
He was the fucking president!
Wait,
And?
Dean, look up Trump and kids.
Yeah, look up Trump and kids.
What
Let's
do
see
you...
what that means.
Okay, I'll look that up, but what do you mean? No, this definitely proves he's a sexual predator because that's a lot of photos of him and kids. Yeah! He was the president! He very well
the
met a
pictures
lot of
I was
kids.
referring to, they probably removed.
Oh, wait. Oh, fuck.
I don't know if they did.
Oh,
or not. I don't
fuck.
Really.
Oh,
honestly, I
fuck.
don't
Look at
know
all
if they
these
did.
pictures with Trump and kids. Oh, fuck. Oh,
That's a
fuck,
lot of
dude.
pictures, bro. That's a lot of pictures.
There's very few kids in those. There's one. Okay.
Ew, why does he look
That's
so
an-
weird?
Hey, why does
That's
he look
not
so
even a
orange, bro?
legitimate
Yeah, why
picture,
does he,
bro.
why
That's
does he,
AI.
why did, this
He
is
looks
AI?
so orange in that.
His hair is not gray.
You just said that this photo's AI?
Yeah, that's AI generated for sure.
How do you know that this is AI generated?
Because you can look at it. Look at the stripes on the kid's shirt. They don't even match up. That's AI generated.
I'm not seeing anything.
What?
that-
Which stripes, actually?
I'm not seeing
On his
anything.
shirt by the button. You don't see the two buttons that are by his neck? Look, they're off. They go to the right. They should be clear up to the collar right there.
I'm not seeing anything that proves that one is AI generated. How about this
Yeah,
one?
I guess that doesn't prove it. Nothing. That looks like
Is it-
fabric.
Is this one AI generated?
That one looks pretty legitimate, to be honest
Oh,
with you.
so shit. Trump with kids.
Okay, so
sexual
that's
predator.
one picture with kids. Okay. The point I'm trying to make.
Wait, are you saying that the president shouldn't be around children? What are you talking about?
No,
Like,
that's not what I
while they're
said.
president?
That's not what I said, bro.
What's the point? This guy's.
Yeah, reading to
The
a
point-
kindergarten class is wrong. Actually, they shouldn't be reading to
The
kindergarten
point I was
classes.
trying to make. The point I was trying to make is
This
that you
guy's a
guys
weirdo.
were.
DJ, thank you so much for the $69 donation on Super Chat. Let's get 750 DJWs. Thank you so much, DJ. That is very, very kind of you. Please show some love to DJ in that chat. DJ with the 69 bucks says Parker/Dean US Prez dream ticket for 2040. I don't know about that, but I do really appreciate you. Thank you so much. As well as Elizabeth, I appreciate you for another $20. Do show some love to Elizabeth. And Mr. Jose, thank you so much for the $60 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, my friend. Jose with the $60 says, I did not see the sunrise this morning, so no one can convince me the sun is out today. Even when I thought I went to lunch, it was bright and sunny. MAG is diabolical and extremely stupid, immature and lacking
I
in
bet you
three-dimensional
think the world
thinking.
is flat.
And
as
that's
well, right?
from when this guest said that you could only believe things that you personally see. Thank you so much, DJ Elizabeth and Jose. Show some love to DJ Elizabeth and Jose. Do you think the Earth is flat?
No.
Oh, and also,
absolutely
Jamie, thank you for the $50, Jamie. Thank you so much. Because
not. And as far as the sun comment goes,
Wait,
yeah, I
wait,
can see
Pepsi,
the
Pepsi.
sun,
Can you
but
thank
guess
Jamie
what?
for the $50? Can you thank Jamie for the $50?
I've also seen the sunrise and I've also seen the sunset. So I'm to assume that if the sun is out, then it probably rose. Just like when you got out of bed, I don't have to see you get out of bed every day to know you're alive.
Hey, Pepsi.
Yes.
Pepsi, we understand that the point was that you didn't see it. It's still true based upon the evidence. That's the point.
Yeah, that is true. You're 100% correct. So,
So,
no
Pepsi-
allegations. So then at the end of the day, no allegations that you're saying is true because you don't have pictures of it and you weren't there, you didn't see it.
Hey,
Just like I
Pepsi?
was.
That's your claim, not ours.
Right.
Hey, Pepsi.
And that's what's great. In closing,
hey,
I'm going to
Pepsi.
close. Yeah.
Hey,
I'm going to
Pepsi.
leave.
Hey, Pepsi, how
Yes.
many continents are there?
I'm going to leave. But
How many
listen,
continents are there, Pepsi?
Listen, this is what I
No,
want
no,
you to
no. You listen
I'll
to me.
answer
How
your
many
question.
continents are there, Buckaroo?
I will answer your question right
No,
before I
you
leave.
answer it right fucking now, Pepsi. How many continents are there?
This is what I want you to know.
I
At
want
the
you.
end
I
of the
want. I
day,
want to know how many continents there are, Pepsi.
I promise I'll tell you at the end of when
Tell me right
before I
now.
leave.
He's googling it right now.
I'm not Googling.
Dean,
it.
there's hundreds.
There's not hundreds. You're
How-
incorrect.
Yes,
how many
there
are there,
is.
Pepsi?
Okay. Listen, at the end of the day, this is what I want you to know. This is what's the greatest thing about our country is that you have
The MAGA debater. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
I am 19 years old.
Okay, turn off that noise in the background. Pepsi,
My bad.
I'm gonna kick you now. Goodbye, Pepsi.
Hey, Dean. Also, I wanted to tell you something. I looked up "Is Dean Withers bisexual" on Google, and it came up with Dean Withers is gay and is not bisexual.
That's funny.
Wait, are you gay? Are you homosexual?
Tuesdays and Thursdays from 9 a.m. to 10:30. No.
What the hell does that mean?
I'm a straight man. I'm just not insecure about my sexuality.
But I am a Trump supporter. and I support Trump because, honestly, I love what he's doing for our country right now.
Okay, thanks. Parker, before you head off, could you just let me know? Because I kind of got to use the restroom, but I'll probably like wait until you're ready to leave to do that. So then I could make it
Gotcha.
the entirety of the 5-hour stream. All right, the MAGA debater, why do you
makes
support the
sense.
worst president of your life?
Also, I'll be on
I
for a
love
bit.
his
My
policies.
girlfriend's busy today, so.
Cool.
Did you hear me?
I think I just heard you shit your pants. What was that
Sorry.
noise in the background?
What do you mean?
I
Sorry, I
heard
had
like a little...
But I had
Like
to
a
blow
little-
my nose. I don't blow my
Oh,
nose.
okay. Okay, all right. Yeah, no, we can hear you. Why do you support Trump? Angie, thank you for the galaxy. For the galaxies.
I like how he's keeping our border, and I like how he is not allowing men to join in women's sports.
Okay. All right. Men to join in women's sports. Are you talking about trans women?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he actually just pushed that back down to the state level. So now states have the ability to ban trans women from the NCAA, but there's only 19 trans women in the NCAA, and the vast majority of those trans women are competing in blue states where they're not going to ban it. So that ban may end up impacting like 1 or 2 people. So listen, regardless of what your thoughts are on the issue, that's just a non-issue as it relates to federal politics, and you shouldn't hinge your support on the tyrant who wants to destroy this country because of his policy that's going to impact 1 or 2 people.
Wait, but how is he going to destroy the country, though? Explain.
I mean, he called for the termination of the Constitution. He attempted to illegally refuse to pay out food stamp benefits for children when they were starving. He tried to unconstitutionally prohibit the federal government from investigating him for tax fraud. That was very tyrannical. And he's just full-heartedly endorsed and supported the murder of immigrants and citizens alike on the streets of this country at the hand of ICE agents.
Well, I will say the immigrants are taking American jobs, which we really need right now in our country because there has been a huge layback. But we need Americans to have some jobs more than
So if we deport the immigrants, more Americans will have jobs?
illegal immigrants.
So I just want to clarify really quickly.
Have you heard of FiberMax?
Oh, thanks
One
to
moment.
Metamucil. I have been FiberMaxing for years.
This is a weird ad.
Wait, do you have YouTube Premium?
No. I just want to clarify. Are you saying that when we deport undocumented immigrants, it'll create more job opportunities for Americans?
Yes.
Wrong! In fact,
my
the opposite
gosh.
is true. In fact, the opposite is true, my friend.
That was a clip
The
farm.
American Immigration Council tells us that undocumented immigrants pay $1.1 through $1.7 trillion into the GDP annually, and the IRS tells us that they pay over $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level. Now, on top of that, we know that mass deportation doesn't create more job opportunity for Americans because last year we oversaw one of the highest amounts of undocumented immigrants deported in a single year at 1.3 million, yet we saw only less jobs for Americans with the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic, the most layoffs since the pandemic, the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years, and the worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recessions.
You cut out
On what part?
the last few bits.
Last year, with the most deportations in modern American history in a recorded fiscal year, we also saw the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic, the most layoffs since the pandemic, the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years, and the worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recessions. Mass deportation leads to less job opportunity for Americans.
And what site is this? What site is this?
For which claim? For the claim that they contribute a whole lot to the GDP, American Immigration Institute, the claim that they contribute a whole lot in taxes, the IRS, the claim that last year we saw the worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recessions, the BLS.
That one.
The Bureau of Labor
The BLS.
Statistics, we only added 181,000 jobs to the economy in the entirety of the year.
Yeah. Jill, the buzzer's making me laugh. You're clip farming right now. But
Yeah,
honestly,
it's like a recruit bot lobby on
I
BO2.
will say though,
You say he's clip farming,
I
but
think-
Dean doesn't even post clips, bro. Dean barely posts clips. How is he clip farming?
bro, his little clip minions.
Dude, yeah, okay, maybe I guess. His
I
clip
love my
minions will post
I love
this.
my clip minions. I do.
Now that you said this will literally be clipped just because you said that,
You
by
think
the
so?
way.
Are you gonna respond
whatever.
to the point,
But,
jackass?
Huh?
Are you gonna respond to the point, jackass?
Yeah, I will. Lower wages, like, hurt America because. My bad. So lower wages in America actually hurts Americans. So I think what Donald Trump should do for our country right now is raise the income to $18 per hour.
He supports a $7.25 federal minimum wage.
Don't worry, he's gonna raise it, puss.
I think that you're trolling. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. In the meantime, make sure that you are double tapping away in that phone screen of yours. Share out this live with a handful of friends. Appreciate y'all so much for being here. And only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Lib Cooker, do you support Trump? Lib Cooker's in the shower. Nice. Josh, do you support Trump?
Can you buy me Minecraft 676767?
How does he keep on getting in here? How does that same guy keep on getting in here, bruh? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how they do it. That same motherfucker keeps on getting in here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Me and Parker are just looking for some debates. Mario. Oh my goodness. Mario, thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. I don't know what is going on today. You guys are being so fucking kind. Please, while we are looking for that next guest, show some very, very big old love to Mario down below in that comment section for the $100, who says, please split this with Parker. Love you both from the Neuroscientist. You got it. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Mario. Let's get 1,000 Mario W's in that chat. Sawyer, do you support Trump?
I'd vote for him.
Okay.
Over Kamala.
How old are you?
I don't like him. I'm 26.
Sounds good. You're in the right place. I'm going to thank a couple people. Then I'm going to pass the mic off to you. Give me one moment. Let's see here. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Lynn Lee, for the 67 cents. I appreciate you. Thank you, Lynn Lee. Andrea with the $10 says, thank you for what you and Parker do. Well, thank you, Andrea. Sarah with the $10. She says, I can't stop saying quite frankly during my day-to-day now. Let's go. I got you. Haha. Magnolia, thank you for the $10. Asking me what school and level I'm in Wizard 101. Death School, level 70. Thank you for the $10. Carolina, thank you for the $1. Miss Heather, thank you so much for the $40 donation on Venmo, who says, tell Pepsi that Coca-Cola rules, Pepsi sucks, and defending a sexual predator's disgusting behavior. I'm sure he's still here, so I'm sure you just heard that, Heather, and I agree. Pepsi actually does suck. I'm a big Coke guy. Thank you so much, Heather. Let's get 400 Heather W. Same thing to Brittany with the $15, who says, you've given me the courage to stand up to my MAGA dad about Trump, and he disowned me a couple weeks ago. Jeez. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're going through some family conflict. I hope that you get it worked out, Brittany, and I hope that, you end up living a happy life. I appreciate you for the $15. Then, Miss Laura, thank you so much for the $50, who says, I'm back again to keep on doing the good work, my friend. Laura, good to see you today. Thank you for the $50. That's a shit ton of money that goes a very long way in the small town that I live in. Thank you so much, Laura. Let's get 500 Laura W's. Genuinely, that is very kind of you. Then same thing to you, Bailey. Thank you for the $15, who says, I watch your streams to get more educated on politics. My dad is MAGA, and he believes they have no good facts, and you just pull them out of nowhere. I hope you have a great day. Much love, Dean. Well, Bailey, I'd love to debate your dad. Then Adriana with the $15 says, as an SA survivor, hasn't gone peace. Thank you for speaking up for those that can't. Well, I appreciate you. I'm so sorry that happened to you and you haven't been able to receive peace. Adriana, thank you for the $15. Then Luna with the $10 says, love your content. And then Olivia with the $25 just says, sending love and support. Well, thank you, Olivia. Let's get 250 Olivia W's. And then Joseph with the $24. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's get 250 Joseph W's. Good to see you, by the way, today, my friend. I hope that you enjoy the stream. I know that you're always here hanging out with us. Just know that I really appreciate you. We still have a couple more people to thank over on PayPal, but I'm going to weave in those thank yous into the middle of this debate so we could go ahead and pass them that mic. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, first off, I'd like to apologize in advance. I have a bit of a speech impediment, so it's hard for me to articulate clearly sometimes. So just...
Do you mind telling us what your speech impediment is, just so I know what to expect? So it's I know, so I could know what your speech impediment is.
It's like a stutter, it's basically just hard. The main thing you'll be dealing with is just me not being able to clearly talk sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Okay. So first off, I'll be honest. I would vote for him over Kamala, but I hate him. I'm one of those people who despises everything he is and a lot of what he does, but there's really two main issues that would keep me from voting for the left. One of those, and I hear y'all talk about this a lot.
Trans
I'm
people,
actually really
abortions.
Okay, yes.
Was I right? Yeah, trans people and abortions. Yeah.
So okay. So first off, I want to say I'm not. One thing I do disrespect about Trump is his what he does against trans people. Like, I'm not somebody who wants to take away trans rights, but one issue that I see that I mean, you might be able to convince me otherwise, but one thing I see y'all deny a lot that's actually happening is kids getting hormone treatment, and to a very small, it's not a huge number, I'll admit that, but it's absolutely happening. So I do support what he did with banning or prohibiting hospitals and medical centers from performing those type of procedures in medical care.
So he actually didn't. He just took away federal funding from centers that do provide that care. Not many centers do provide that care, and many of the centers that do provide that care stand alone, and they're kind of unaffected by federal funding regardless. But listen, it's also just not really a thing, especially for hormone replacement therapy. Minors don't really get that. Every so often, you'll see somebody in the Tanner 2 stage of therapy getting puberty blockers under very specific regulatory guidelines set forth by the WPATH. But that's very, very rare. Very, very rare. And I would say that the guidelines from WPATH make it pretty safe and make it pretty beneficial, generated by the studies that they've conducted on it. Now, is this the only reason why you support Trump, or was I also right with abortion?
Well, that's a part of it, but I want to respond to that real quick. There was actually a 2020 study from PubMed that cited a data source showing a growing. Sorry, I took notes because I know as I came with when it's come with notes and sources. If it sounds like I'm reading, it's because I am. But cited a source showing a growing number of instances in which hormonal interventions are being used in adolescents.
Yeah, sure. I bet that number is growing with the more trans acceptance we uphold as a society, and the better that we get at determining the long-term outcomes of puberty blockers for minors, meaning that it's more safe to provide that care, meaning that more people do provide that care, but still yet the number is very, very, very low. And once again, every facility that does provide that care provides that care under very specific regulatory requirements set forth by the WPATH. They've demonstrated there's no long-term negative outcomes as long as it's used during the Tanner 2 stage of puberty, and they're just used for very short periods of times. And usually that is the reason why some minors are given puberty blockers is after a consensus from multiple medical doctors and psychotherapists to conclude that this child is experiencing gender dysphoria and probably is trans, but once again, they're young, so they need more time to develop to determine if that's really what they want. So they'll give them puberty blockers for a very short period of time, as long as they do it at the right stage of puberty, Tanner 2 stage, and it's for a short period of time. It doesn't mess with their bone density, it doesn't mess with their fertility, it doesn't mess with their reproductive abilities, and according to WPATH, it actually reduces depression and suicidality rates for trans youth by upwards of like 60 through 75%. My belief is that because of how strictly regulated it is and abundantly studied it is, I am going to side with what the medical doctors think. But if there genuinely were negative outcomes promoted from this, I wouldn't support it. My number one thing that I care about here is how is this going to impact the child and what long-term outcomes is this going to lead to for the child. And today, the medical doctors say it leads to positive long-term outcomes, and that's backed by facts. So today, I agree with it.
So what would you say to so there have been stories of people coming out into adulthood saying that they've been given hormonal treatment when they were a kid, and now they're detransitioning, and there's several people who have been coming out and speaking out against it because that's something that they personally lived through.
Okay. Well, what you're referring to isn't somebody that received puberty blockers and then detransitioned from puberty blockers, because you don't really detransition from puberty blockers. You just stop taking them, and you don't get to take them for too long. So there's no example of a kid that started puberty blockers as a child, then stopped taking puberty blockers as an adult. For the most part, those cases are very far and in between. But the rate of people detransitioning, medically speaking, is very, very low. Much lower than similar rates for Much lower than similar rates for other elective or even necessary medical procedures. But that's not a medical procedure. I'd like to add that on top as well.
Okay.
Here, 1 second, Parker. Take over for a moment.
Got you.
That actually works because I was going to ask you a question, Parker. First off, it's really nice to meet you. I'm, like I said, I don't like Trump at all. These are the reasons I would vote for him, but I'm huge fans of you both. But, anyways, one question I wanted to ask you, because I hear you talking about this a lot in your live as well, in your lives, excuse me. And one thing you've mentioned is you don't support, or you do support trans women in women's sports as long as they went through transition prior to puberty. But here we are talking about...
Here, let me just clarify my perspective. After multiple years of HRT and or no male puberty, like the circumstances are true that there's no unfair biological advantages. Now, I just think it's something that's not to be determined by the federal government. It's up to local sports organizations to make these determinations. It's not up to the federal government to make these determinations. That's kind of like my perspective on the matter. I don't think it's even relevant to politics, like our conversations here on the live. But when prompted, that's what my position is personally. I don't think that trans people, have like some unfair biological advantages after those particular things are taken into consideration. So there's really no reason to like restrict people from like a personal standpoint. But again, like the federal government shouldn't be dealing with this. It's has nothing to do with them.
Yeah, I'm back. I was tracking that conversation. We need to keep in mind here that we're literally talking about like 5 people, maybe 5 people. Okay? Because once again, I told this to the last guest, 19 trans women in the NCAA. Okay? He didn't ban trans women from competing in sports. He just passed it back down to the state level. A vast majority of the 19 trans women that are competing in sports compete in blue states that aren't going to ban it. This ban may impact like 2 people. Okay? Why are we concerning ourselves with 2 trans people that are getting banned from sports? We shouldn't support that. Instead, how about let's support movements to like repeal some of Donald Trump's decisions, like taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, access to abortion away from 66 million American women and girls. That is what matters. Banning trans women from sports doesn't.
So it's not for me, and this is actually another one of my, I don't want to say issues, but thought processes behind the whole trans debate. It's not just the kids and I know it's on a federal level with the NCAA specifically, but there's that story of the girl who had to share a locker room with Leah Thomas, and she's like, there's this fully intact biological male walking around my locker room in a place that's supposed to be private and protected to us.
Listen,
and
I said this on Jubilee and I'll repeat it again here. I think that there should be unisex changing rooms for everyone.
I agree with you 100%.
I get uncomfortable when I use my gym and I go in to put my gym clothes on, and the next thing I know, I see some 90-year-old dude with his penis out. Okay? I get uncomfortable at that. Cis man to cis man. Okay? I just generally think that people are uncomfortable with seeing the naked bodies of other individuals, regardless of their sex or gender identity. Let's just advocate for like unicellular changing stalls here for everyone. Okay? I mean, that's what the rest of the world does already. How about we do it here too? But please respond to my point. Agree. I want you to respond to my point. How can you still say in retrospect you would have voted for Trump because he might have banned like 2 trans women from the NCAA, even though he took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, even though he took food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, even though he reduced the purchasing power of the working class, even though he took access to abortion away from 66 million American women and girls, even though he's been found guilty of 17 times as many felonies as he's going to restrict trans women from the NCAA, even though he's been accused of rape by 20 times as many women as there is trans women that he's going to restrict from the NCAA, even though he's killed around 90 as many kids in Iran as he did restrict trans women from the NCAA. I just think that there are much larger overruling concerns here that you should use in order to dictate your support for or against a politician. And I just think that you have a very narrow and immature view to reduce your support for the president that has negatively impacted the lives of millions, frankly, billions, because of his war in Iran, increasing the gas prices across the globe, because he's going to restrict 2 people from competing in sports. It's very narrow-minded. It's very close-minded. It's very immature. It's very inconsiderate.
So I want to first off, I want to go back to this other conversation before I respond to your other points because I don't because I mean it sounds like you're trying to pivot. I hate to say that, but I have more I wanted to say on that topic, and now all of a sudden it's like, why aren't you responding to
I've
this?
been trying to
these
ask you this
30
question
other-
for a while, and it's not a pivot. The definition of what a pivot is would be completely conceptually changing the direction and topic of discourse from A to B, when A
Right,
and B
but
are
we-
completely unrelated. There
we also
absolutely
wanna find
is a
an angle.
relation between A and B. I want you to answer to your narrow-mindedness. You say, because I don't like the fact that this one trans woman was in a dressing room with this one cis woman, which is something that, by the way, Donald Trump has not prevented. By the way, I am therefore going to sentence 186 Iranian girls to death. I'm therefore going to sentence 66 million American women and girls to have restricted access to health care. I'm therefore going to sentence all of the women and girls that are listed as victims abused by predators inside of the Epstein files to no justice and no accountability because I'm going to support the guy that's going to prevent the release of the Epstein files. I'm therefore going to sentence the 6 million American little girls who are reliant on food stamp to starvation because you support Trump, who illegally refused to feed them during the last 12 days of the government shutdown. That is what I want you to respond to. And this is the issue that I have with you and many other people who make very similar arguments. You hinge your political ideology, seeming, and praxis off of like 2 anecdotal experiences about trans people, completely ignoring the millions and billions of people across the globe who have been negatively impacted by Trump. Respond or I'm going to move on. It's annoying to me. It's annoying to Parker. It's annoying to the viewers.
So first, again, I am trying to respond, but it has part of my response has to do with what we were already talking about before.
Yeah, just give your response. Mike's yours.
It's not just the anecdotal experiences of 2 different people. It's the women in locker rooms all across the country who have to worry about policies that. And I'm not going to say, I don't think trans women are a danger to women. I think it's policies that make the door easier to open for men, cis men, who want to get in there and cause harm. There's been examples of like just
sorry,
different...
can I actually respond to this real quick? Did you know that actually it would be easier for cis men to do this if you're forcing trans men who are biologically female to go into the women's restroom because they're more masculine presenting, so the cis men can just say that they are trans men to go in these areas, and what are you going to do to verify that that's false?
Well, and I'll that's why I agree with Dean in that I think we need to be advocating more for open or for single unisex restrooms and locker rooms, and I think I agree that's the
you
solution.
Do agree
but
that
in the
separating
meantime,
restrooms on the basis of gender identity actually leaves the door less open to cis men abusing that and walking into the woman's restroom, because trans men are significantly more masculine on average than trans women. Clearly, we should be sending the less masculine presenting individuals to the woman's restroom to leave that door not as wide open for cis men to walk into that space and abuse it. Like, for instance, one of my best friends in high school is a trans man, okay? And
can you hear me? Sorry, your camera's frozen. I don't know if it's just you or me.
I think it's just you.
He's fine on my screen.
Like I told you, one of my best friends in high school was a trans man, and he is more masculine presenting than me. Okay? He's more masculine looking than me. He's a Chad. He goes to the gym. He's super ripped. Alpha Chad. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you had your way, my friend who is a trans man would be forced to use the woman's restroom. If my friend who is a trans man were to use the woman's restroom, what would stop any other cis man from claiming they are a trans man to then use the woman's restroom? Because my friend who is a trans man looks no different than my friends who are cis men.
Well, then that goes down to common sense. Like I said, I personally don't believe that trans women are going to be out there to hurt us, but nothing saying that ability to identify problems if a fully bearded man walks in, and this is dude, it literally happened. It's literally happened.
You're saying that my friend who's a trans man with a beard should be using the woman's restroom. That's what you're saying.
Dude, there's no.
No, so my friend who's a trans man shouldn't be using the women's restroom?
No, I'm saying if it's.
So I just want to ask you, my friend who's a trans man, should they be using the women's restroom?
I'm fine with them using. You say he's a trans man?
Yeah, biologically female.
I would be fine. I would be if he's not intending, and this is where it comes down to being able to use our what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble thinking of the word, but judgment. You know, because I don't believe that trans men and trans women are in there to cause harm.
Wait, that's the point. That's the point that we established. Wait, Sawyer, that's the point that we established that we all agree upon, is that trans people are not out to harm people. It's cis people portraying themselves as trans to go in these spaces. And what we're saying is it's easier for cis people to do that if you force trans people to go into the bathrooms based upon their biological sex rather than their gender identity.
You know what? And I'll disagree with you on that, because you look at these videos that you see going viral on TikTok. There's that girl Trish, and she's a California Democrat. She came out. There's that video. I can't remember her last name, but there's this whole thing with her. There's who she identified.
She's just not responding to the points, dude.
Yes, I'm getting there. I'm sorry.
I think the specific point that we're making is the one that you need to respond to.
My point is it's a problem, because where I was going with this is gyms and businesses aren't seeing these red flags because somebody points out an issue that they ran into. Oh, sorry, that's just our policy.
Okay, are you going to respond to the point or not?
This happening.
Listen, do you agree that when we say trans men should be using the women's restroom, compared to saying that trans women should be using the women's restroom, more masculine presenting people on average will be using the women's restroom? Is that true or false?
It's true. But if there's
it's true that if we separate the restrooms on the basis of sex, more masculine presenting people will be using the women's restroom. Is it true or false that more cis men will go into the women's restroom if the women's restroom is accepting of more masculine presenting people? Is that true or false?
I guess that's true too.
Okay, so more cis men will be trying to go into the women's restroom if we say that trans men should be going into the women's restroom by separating the restrooms on the basis of sex. So the inverse of that would be less cis men are going in the women's restroom if we say trans women should be going in the women's restroom by separating the restrooms on the basis of gender identity. So you concede.
I will concede to that point, but I gotta think about that some. We can move on. I just
how about you respond to my point about how there seems to be much larger things going on in our country, like everything else I articulated, that are impacting millions and or billions of people, compared to like 3 trans women in the NCAA that you should probably care about a little bit more.
I mean, I care more about the women every day, personally.
I gave you points about women.
But
the 66 million American women who are banned from access to abortion. The American women and girls in the Epstein files who have no justice because of Trump. The 6 million American girls who starved because Donald Trump restricted their access to food stamps. The 60 American women and girls who were denied access to abortions every day in 10 of our states after they were raped and impregnated. The 186 Iranian girls that were killed by Trump in his strike on that girls-only elementary school. And the 2 million girls and women across the world who are projected to die annually because of Donald Trump's cuts to USAID. Respond to the point, the one point you have been dodging and running away from since the moment you joined the stream.
Well, like I said before, I think I initially opened with this too. My mind could be changed. But just because, like I said, the 2 main issues is what we just talked about, and for me the other
respond
point
to
of
my
contention
point.
is
I'm
abortion.
losing my patience.
because codifying Roe v. Wade like Kamala Harris would have done, I think would have been catastrophic for the company or for the company. I don't know why
Do you
I
think
said
that rape victims should have protected access to abortion?
I do believe that rape victims should have access to abortion.
Okay, it's just in elective circumstances you think they
Elective.
shouldn't. Why?
So this really boils down to a couple different things. How I value human life. They have value. One, they're made in the image of God, and I'm not gonna say, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say that my Christian belief should dictate legal access to abortion or not, because of that, any abortion stance that I hold can be debated from a secular worldview.
Okay, I'm gonna thank a couple people. As soon as I'm done thanking a couple people, I'll respond to what you just said. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $50, Mario, who says, Parker, I missed my dono to you today. Happy Thursday. Well, I appreciate you for the $50, Mario. That's very kind of you. Let's get 500 Mario W's down below in that chat for the $50. Shout out to Mario and happy Tuesday, Parker. I appreciate you. Mario actually sent another $50, so I appreciate you for the $100 in total, man. Jesus Christ, thank you. Mario with another $50 says, gender affirming care, specifically puberty blockers in adolescence, reduces depression and suicidal ideation to a great extent. Thank you for saying this as I type LOL. This is according to the AMA. That is very, very true, Mario. An absolute fact. I really appreciate you. Shout out to Mario, the neuroscientist. What an absolute chat. I appreciate you so much, man. Over on Venmo, thank you, JC, for the $5 who says, praying for the piano, LOL. Thank you so much, Max, for the $15 who says, as a trans guy, hearing these Trump supporters debating our existence pisses me off so bad. But I don't blame you in the slightest, Max. I appreciate you for the $15, and I'm so sorry that you have to hear that bullshit. I'm very grateful for you. Thank you for the $15, my friend. Show some massive love to Max down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Same thing to you, Miles. Thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I did read your other message. I'm going to keep that one to myself. Just know that I really appreciate you, and I'm so happy that we're able to help you out, man. A huge shout out to Miles down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Miles, and I hope that you heal well. Emma, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. I'm happy the live streams help you out with your mental health. I'd love to hear that. Then Xena, XENA, with a $15. She says, going through a lot right now. You and Parker are such a good distraction. I'm happy that we could help you. And then this is the last one on Venmo for now. This came in 24 minutes ago from the goat Rachel. Thank you so much, Rachel, for the $50 donation, who says, just because. Rachel, thank you so very much. I am beyond grateful for you. Thank you for the $50. That's a lot of money. I really appreciate you for supporting what we do here. So please do show some love to Rachel down below. Now on Venmo, I have a couple people to thank here, but I can't read the messages all the way because my PayPal is like really glitching the fuck out. And I do apologize for that in advance. I've been trying to figure out on the back end, but there's just some weird issue. Anya, thank you for the $5. Who says, keep up what you do. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Jay, thank you for the $10. Let's get 100 JWs. Thank you so much. And then Miss Marta, thank you so much for the $52 donation. Let's get 500 Marta W's. My goodness, you guys have been so kind to me today. Marta with the 50 says, your lives keep me company every night, and I become every day more and more educated, even if I'm not American. Listen, we have a lot of people that tune into these live streams that aren't in America that seem to care about America more than the average Trump supporter. And I love that you care about America, and I hate that they don't. Thank you for the $50. Tina with the $10 says, first time donating. Thanks for keeping me sane. I'm happy that live streams could help. Welcome in. Miss Nina, I appreciate you for the $50 as well. Let's get 500 Nina W's. Who says, hey, Dean, I'm Nina, 18 years old. Love your lives, and I hope that this helps you out. Love what you do and love you. And I really want to join for just 5 minutes, but the requests are too full anyways. Hashtag fuck Trump. Well, Nina, we're only looking for Trump supporters today, but I do really appreciate you. And thank you so much for the love and support. Let's get 500 Nina W's. Same thing goes to you, Jesse with the $10, who says, Trump is a rapist, but Biden took pictures with kids. Insane. Yeah, Jesse's referring to the last guest who was insane. Alex, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal, shitting on Pepsi. Jada, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you for your service, by the way. I saw that you said that you're in the Air Force. Thank you so much. True patriot. And then William, thank you for the $25, who says, Dean, I'm under treatment for stage 6, prostate cancer. I'm receiving a hormone treatment that blocks my testosterone and essentially stops my cancer from spreading. Hormone therapy is necessary for everybody. You are absolutely right, William. One of my family members had to do something very similar recently. I hope that it stops the spread, and good luck to you in your future, but I appreciate you so much for the love. Same thing to you, EIM, with the $20, who says more people regret getting Harry Potter tattoos than the amount of trans people that regret going under sex reassignment surgery or gender affirming care. I absolutely agree with you. That is definitely true. Thank you for the $20 EIM. And then Christina and Stefine, I appreciate you both for the $5. Thank you guys so much. And Christina, shout out to you and your children. Thank you so much. With that being said, we are all caught up, so we're going to hop back into the debate. If you do want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. The handle's also at the top of my phone screen on TikTok, and it's in the pin message over on the YouTube stream as well. But if you do use the handle, just make sure that you quadruple check the spelling. There's a bunch of fake scamming accounts out there, but Jesus Christ, yeah, geez, I really butchered that. Let's go ahead and hop back into the debate. So the last thing that you said is that you think it should be banned because the fetuses matter. So why does the life of the fetus matter?
Ultimately,
actually, Dean, I was gonna say I'm gonna hop off right now. Thank you for having me up, bro. Have a good rest of your stream. Actually, before you go, don't you have to?
Yeah, good.
Don't you have to?
Yeah.
I was gonna tell you that. I'll wait a few extra minutes. I was actually gonna say that just in case.
Yeah, I'll do that super quick. If maybe you could figure out why she thinks that it's wrong to kill the fetus.
Why you still think abortion's wrong? Yeah, we can go through that.
Sure. So for me, primarily my worldview, it boils down to my Christian beliefs and that everyone's made in the image of God. And I believe that based on the Bible, it falls into, that's where they get the value from, is from God. But I also don't want to argue everything from a biblical worldview because I know that everything needs to be defensible from because of separation from church and state, because that is a staunch belief that I do hold.
You are right with that. One thing I would say is that there's nothing within the context of Christianity that says when abortion is wrong or when abortion should be illegal. And you can, from a Christian perspective, think that abortion is totally okay to do because you value ensoulment. And that doesn't happen until the point of a subjective experience. Because you ask most people who are Christian, do they think that people who are brain dead still have a soul? Many of them will say they don't think so, because when you become brain dead, that's the point of death. From a legal perspective, it's even defined that way. And so they think ensoulment ends at that point. So you could value it based upon ensoulment and say that abortion is justified because it's prior to ensoulment.
And I would agree with you in terms of the brain dead patient, but I don't really think it's really comparable to an unborn fetus. For primarily, obviously, when you're brain dead, that's a permanent state of being. When you're when you're a fetus, you're eventually going to develop that. It's not really two comparable scenarios.
The basis in the comparison is to say that when it ends, you consider it's not valuable. So prior to the point in which it's begun, you wouldn't consider it valuable in the same sense, right? And it's because there's no continuation of an experience that existed prior, right? If you get an abortion, the experience will never exist. So it's just potential alone that you're saying is more valuable than the pregnant individual's right to bodily autonomy, which I think is absurd.
I don't know. I think it's almost two sides of the same coin, if that's a good way to word it. You've got, on one end, you've got a fetus who, if you continue its natural course of progression, it's going to develop a soul. It's going to have all of these attributes that you prescribe to it. But on the other side, you've got a brain dead patient who's in there because of the natural course of life and how he landed there in the first place. And it's coming to an end. There is no more after that.
I have one hypothetical to ask you before we leave. Let's say that you had like a crystal ball, right? Specifically, or you went back in time, specifically to someone's parents, right? And you know the very day in which they had intercourse to produce a kid. Would it have been wrong if they were to stop doing that, knowing this?
Bro, there's no baby yet.
That's kind of like my point, is that like you're just getting rid of the potential. If you left it up to the natural occurrences, right, it would exist in the future, right?
I don't know. I got to think on that one for a bit. I'll be honest.
What do you mean? It's if you left everything to happen as it naturally did otherwise, there would have been a person there. But would it have been wrong for them to choose not to engage in intercourse anymore? No, we wouldn't consider that wrong, even if the natural circumstances of what would have happened otherwise would have yielded a person in the future.
Well, I don't believe that biological life is, or I mean that sentience is what defines personhood. I believe it's biological human life. So I don't, again, like, this isn't really.
Then how do you say a branded individual is dead?
But there's no, again, it's not, that goes back to what I said before about it being not being two comparable scenarios. Because
Okay.
that's a permanent state
But
of
no,
being
you
of
said
the branded
biologically
individual.
alive is what you consider valuable, right?
Yeah, and that's why it's okay to pull the plug. Because it's, I mean, or sorry, no. It's biological life. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It's biological life in accordance with the fact that if you continue its state of progression, it will develop what you define as personhood. And by the way, even if
So then you don't
as
think
it
that
seems-
biological life defines personhood?
it's biological life in accordance with what I just described.
Are branded patients people?
I mean, they're people. They're just people without being.
So do you think it's wrong to pull the plug on branded patients?
No.
Why? They're biologically alive.
Because, yeah, but like I said, they don't have that extenuating circumstances that I said before about continuing along the same progression.
Okay, so you're saying that what makes it
And-
wrong to kill the fetus is because of what the fetus will be in the future? Here's a question.
Sure.
Why should I care what the fetus will be in the future? Why?
Because it's, again, it goes back to it's still a life that you created.
Okay, why do you...
I'm gonna get off right now,
appreciate
Dean.
you for
Thanks for
joining
having me up.
Thank you so much,
Wait,
Parker.
can
You take care.
I? Never mind. I'll do it real quick.
Oh, hope Parker's okay.
Sorry.
So answer my
Yeah.
question. Yeah, why should I care? Why should I care that the fetus will be a person like you are in the future? Why should that make me value the fetus?
Because it's.
Why? Do you have an answer?
I guess that's it's.
No, you don't have an answer? Then what's the difference between you?
the answer that I have, you're not going to accept because it ultimately boils down to my world.
Guy, thank you so
Christian
much for the
beliefs.
galaxy. I appreciate that. Okay, that's cool. Do you think that all sins are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy?
No.
How do we determine which sins are worse than others?
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say lying to somebody is worse than murdering. You're like, what?
How do we determine which sins are worse than other sins? How do we do that?
Okay. Let me sorry, I gave you the wrong answer.
Okay.
I'm also really nervous.
That's fine.
I
I just want to know how,
No.
like, using the
Okay,
scripture, using the
so
Christian worldview,
scripts-
the scripture, we could determine how sins which sins are worse than other sins. That's what I want an answer to, rooted within the scripture of the Bible. Because remember, you said that ultimately your position on abortion reduces down to the Bible. So only using the Bible, how do we determine which sins are worse than others?
So, okay, well, here's one. I'll use in the Bible. There's a passage in the New Testament, I can't remember off the top of my head, that talks about how those who harm children are going to face the worst punishments.
Where?
Can I go find it? There's a passage of it. I'll be back in a few moments.
Yeah, sounds good. Only opposite side of the queue, if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everybody, I'd really appreciate you so much. We're going to go to get somebody else up here in the meantime while she's looking for that scripture. I found this debate particularly annoying for some reason. I don't know if I could, like, necessarily place my finger on why. I just have. Adrian, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate you. Thank you. As well as Jane, appreciate you for the $10, who says, as a trans woman, I must say the way that she murmurs and stammers when talking about trans women shouldn't be allowed in women's restrooms, but trans men should be allowed sounds like quiet transphobia. Oh, I don't think it sounds like quiet transphobia. I think it's very loud transphobia. Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you guys for the gifts on TikTok as well. Shout out to you, Adrian, for the galaxy. Welcome in, Kat Aspen. Do you support Trump? Thank you so much as well, Silver Nash, for the $10. I appreciate you. Let's get 100 Silver Nash W's. Thank you, as well as Adrian. Shout out to you for all the love and support on TikTok. Let's go to get the next guest tuned in. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, everybody. I'd really appreciate y'all so much. If you could follow our rules, please and thank you. You know what they are. Also, guys, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be doing a live reaction to Donald Trump's address to the nation. You should tune in. It's supposed to be big. Earlier today, somebody asked Caroline Leavitt if the White House would accept the outcome of the midterm elections. And then she was like, tune into Trump's speech tonight. So that's what we're worrying, right? Don't give the White House views. Give me views. Give me views. Don't give the White House views. Give me views. Watch it with me. We're going to be doing that tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Mountain, 6 p.m. Pacific. Be there or be square. Alrighty. Jim, do you support Trump? What about you, Star? Do you support Trump?
I guess, yeah.
How old are you?
I don't support his personality. 19.
19, what year
I
were you
don't
born in?
support his personality, but only his policies. I think he's an asshole as a person and very weird.
Zooey Mama. Zooey Mama.
That's
what
all I
policies
wanted
of
to
Trump's
say.
do you support?
Border policies.
Which ones specifically?
Really just keeping closed borders. I know it's not exactly a bad take, but I think that if you're working in
What did he do to close the borders?
What do you mean?
Oh, wait, 1 second. Radio Love, you just said some dumb shit in the chat. You said that I gift myself? Why did you say that?
You also call black people the N-word. I seen you do it on Fortnite. Yeah,
whoa,
I've seen that.
whoa.
Oh yeah,
whoa.
you're
I've
racist.
I've never
Racist
called a black
Dane.
person the N-word. That's
Yeah,
not
you
true.
did. I seen it on
Nope.
Fortnite. You called
Nope.
a black person the N-word, and you went,
Nope.
"Oh, I
Listen,
seen it."
why do
It's
Trump
out there.
supporters always have such a proclivity to lie about everything? Okay? What you're referring to is what everybody already knows, that when I was 14, one of my white friends sent me a Fortnite edit, and then I responded by saying that's hella goated my N-word. Yes, yeah, everyone already knows about this. We've been talking about that for years, okay? But then,
What
for
about
whatever
maps?
reason...
What about how come liberals came up with the word maps
One moment,
for PD3Os?
sir. But
Why?
then for whatever reason...
And why were they?
Because
why
the
were
right has
transgenders
such
dancing at
this natural proclivity to fucking lie all the time, you then have to even contort what actually happened when I was 14 into saying that I was slurring black people. No, that's just not true. Unmute yourself and explain to me why in the chat you said that I gift myself.
Because it said first gift, and he was like, "Thanks for that galaxy," and it said first gift, so that's why I thought that. And you got banned for a couple nights ago, didn't you?
And we back and better than ever, asshole.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be allowed to call black people the N-word. You should
Never
be kicked
called a
off
black
here.
person the
Nobody
N-word.
should give you anything for
Are
calling
you
black
just
people.
rage
You're a
baiting?
racist in real life. I know people like you.
Are you just
You're a
rage
racist
baiting,
in
brother?
real life.
I feel like you're just rage baiting.
You're a racist in real life.
Do you have any
Just like
evidence
your
that I've
parents,
called a...
you're just like them. You know you are. That's why
Any
you said
evidence?
that word, and you went, "Oh no!"
Do you have
like
any
you
evidence
knew
that
you'd
I've
been
called
like
a black
you knew you was
person
going
the
to
N-word?
be online in the future. You know what I mean?
Do you have any evidence that I've called a black person the N-word?
Yeah, it's on TikTok all over it. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to repeat the last thing I said. Will you listen?
Yes.
Everybody knows what you're referring to because it's something that we've been talking about for years. When I was 14, a white friend sent
few
me
years
a
ago, yeah.
Fortnite edit. I'm 21, turning 22. A white friend sent me a Fortnite edit, and I responded by saying that edit is hella goated my N-word.
Yeah,
That
N-word.
is-
Do you think,
that
do you
is a
think
white
you as a
person.
blonde-headed person should ever use that word?
No, I don't think that white people
Then
should
why'd you
use the
use it?
N-word. And I can
Why'd you use it?
Because I was a stupid little kid.
Okay.
Listen, I think that it's wrong for white people to use the N-word completely.
Absolutely, it sure is. Yeah.
But there's a difference between a white person using the N-word to refer to his white friend because he's a stupid little
you
idiot,
don't
and a white
no.
person calling black people the N-word. I did not call a black person the N-word. That's not true. You said that was true. That's not true. Can you admit that you lied?
I've never lied. I've seen what you
said
did.
that I called a black person the N-word. How about this? What specific black person did I call the N-word?
You said it out of anger. And then you went, oh,
I mean,
no.
that's not
Like,
true.
oh, it's like you melted online.
I was telling somebody that I like their
I
Fortnite
just
edit
don't know
and
why they
referred to
help a
them as an
racist
N-word.
kid online.
But this isn't responding to my question. What black person did I call the N-word?
You said it, period. That'd be like, okay, if I just said it right now, you'd be like, oh, look how racist he is. But
Yeah, yes, I would.
But wait, but you say it.
But there's
and you're
still
okay.
there is a
It's okay,
no.
right? It's okay for you to use that
No,
word,
that's
right?
not what I'm saying. By describing to you the fact that I did not call a black person the N-word is not me arguing that therefore it wasn't wrong when I used the N-word. Two things could be true
Why can't you just say, you know,
simultaneously.
it's wrong, I shouldn't have did it was stupid, period. That's it.
Why can't I say something that I've been repeating for the last 4.5 years?
Yeah,
That
but
was a
now you're
stupid
trying to
comment from
justify
yours.
it. Now you're justifying it.
No, I'm not justifying me using the N-word. I'm just telling you that you are wrong when you say that I called a black person the N-word. That's not
No,
true.
I didn't say- I just said it doesn't
the
matter.
Fact,
Whenever
the
you use that
fact
word,
that
it's
I'm telling
racist.
you, yes, and I agree with you, but that doesn't mean I called a black person the N-word, such as you said I did.
I said that you used it, and it's
No, you
the
said that I
N-word
called a
is
black
very
person the
racist-
N-word.
I said
No,
racist.
you
Dean, using
specifically.
that word.
How much
is
money would
something
you like
little
to
rich
bet?
suburban kids
How
like
much
you
money
do.
would you like to bet? How much money would you like to bet that you did not say that I called a black person the N-word?
I didn't say that you called a black person the N-word. I said you used the N-word. So go back to it. Roll back
Okay.
the tape.
How much money do you want to bet?
Everything. I never once said you called a black person. I said you used the N-word.
Give me a dollar
period.
amount.
I can't bet. It's against God. I can't.
Okay, one moment. Sorry, I'm back. Swatted again, but the cops are starting to learn. So they just called me instead of busting my door down. Somebody called my police department and told them, and I quote, "My name is Dean Withers. I'm having a," this is according to the cop, "My name is Dean Withers. I'm having a family dinner. I'm a closeted trans woman, and I was debating them about the transgender identity, and it got heated, and I shot my mom in the head." But because I've been, that's word for word, verbatim, what the cop just told me. But because I've been swatted multiple times in the past, they didn't show up to my door. So I obviously know the person that placed that call is watching right now. And I'm very grateful that the cops didn't show up to my door again. That's good. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you did happen to be MAGA. Yeah, guys, the reason why people do that is to try to kill me. Let me just say it clearly. The reason why people do that is to try to kill me. When you get swatted, a SWAT team comes to your house. They bust your door down. They put an AR at your head. And sometimes they pull the trigger and kill you. So, somebody just tried to kill me. There's no other way to look at it. But luckily, the PD is very familiar with this because it happens a lot, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up inside of the box. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Oh, Jesus Christ. I had to kick both of those two guys because I did have to take that call, obviously. I'm happy I took that call. If I didn't answer my phone, I would have had them at my door. You know, this is what happened maybe a month ago. I was swatted on air, and it's like I had to leave because the cops were at my door. That's because I didn't answer their phone calls. They tried to call me first, just like this officer just called me now. I didn't answer because I wasn't looking at my phone, so then they came to my door. And luckily, that was still yet the second time I was swatted, so they didn't immediately bust the door down like they did the first time I was swatted. That's when it was AR, full bodysuit. I mean, rammed to the door, taking it off the bolts. Slam on the ground in cuffs. That was the second time. So they're kind of expecting that it was a fake call. But they still showed up because I didn't answer their phone call. Luckily, this time, I did answer their phone call, so they won't show up at all. That's the right, guys. That's the right. They're trying to silence me. They're trying to silence me. They are literally trying to silence me. They want to stop what I'm doing. They want to prevent me from being able to change minds. Somebody in the chat said that my voice is shaking. Yeah, a little bit, you know? My voice is shaking a little bit. I am a little bit shaky. I'm sure I'll get more used to it, but I'm not going to lie. I'm not used to it yet. Let's go and get that next guest connected.
Yo, what happened to Stringer University?
Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult. We are looking for some adults that do support Trump that are at least 18. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Only do up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest connected. We are going to go and get them loaded up into the stream right now. Here we go, everyone.
And
Fucking
baby,
crazy,
he's
bro.
missed you. And baby loves you, he's missed you. He's been gone a long time. He's experienced his life. He has worked day and night, but now he's back. And baby doesn't want you to be swatted, 'cause that's really scary.
I'll take that over the We Are Charlie Kirk shit. Let's get that next guest connected. Only two up inside of that queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. I would really appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and move on from Eric Hartman now. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest connected. If you want to support the live stream, if you want to support what we do, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YouTube as well as the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. Let's go to get the next guest, Chad, connected right now. Here we go. Helen, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, how pro-life of MAGA to try to swat you. Glad you answered the call. Oh, I'm happy I answered the call too, dude. Yeah, very pro-life. Very pro-life to try to literally kill me. So true, Helen. Welcome in. Chad, do you support Trump?
Frick. Hell yeah, dude. He's a jock like me, Dean. Come on. What are you doing?
He's a jock like you, Chad?
You know, Dean, you're
Yeah,
walking
buddy?
lunch money, kid. You're
Yeah.
walking lunch money, kid. You're very thin ice.
Hey. Stop talking to the mirror, little buddy, little
you are,
bro.
kid? I
Stop
think
talking to
you
the
are.
mirror. No. You're not a jock. Let me see your Letterman's jacket. Let me see the Letterman's jacket. Oh, wait. You're probably poor. You probably couldn't afford the
think you
Letterman's
are, kid?
jacket while I'm out
I'll
here
take you
riding
up
on
a
my
sandwich and
speedboat in
steak here right
Nantucket Bay, motherfucker.
No!
Yeah. Your lunch money, buddy. Your lunch money, buddy.
Who do you think you are?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
still getting sued. You're still getting sued. You're still
Oh, I'm getting
Remember-
sued? I'm getting sued. My dad's lawyer is better than your dad's lawyer, Chad.
No, he's not. No, he's
Oh,
not.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Your dad has the brokey lawyers. Your dad has the brokey lawyers. That's right. Guess what? My dad had to fly in my lawyer on a private jet from New York City. Yeah.
My dad can beat up
Yeah.
your dad. Yeah, my dad can beat up your dad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's going to get the next guest connected. That guy's been coming up here trolling us like once a day recently. He's a silly little guy. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only do hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Frederick John Ricardo joining. Here we go. Somebody in the chat said, are they flirting? It's like a little mating dance. Whose dad has more money to sue the other more successfully because of a minor inconvenience. It's actually not illegal at all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, let me turn on my theme music real quick.
We could go without the theme music?
I suppose I can make an exception.
Okay. Thanks for the exception. Do you mind if I... Odd. Do you mind if I think... Really odd. Jeez. These live streams, man. You never know what you're going to get. Do you mind if I thank a couple people?
No, not at all, sir.
Okay. Sounds good. Aria, thank you for the penny on Venmo, as well as Anonymous, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you. Who says, I have a passion for debating and love debating on TikTok, but I basically got bullied off of it from people from my old high school. I want to keep on doing it, but I'm too nervous to. Any advice? They'll hate you until they ain't you. I got some weird ass looks for debating on TikTok too, until I didn't. Thank you for the $10. Don't let them keep you down. Be the truest, most authentic version of yourself, regardless of what the haters say. Stephanie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, will you be showing Trump's speech tonight? We will. We will be covering that live. Absolutely. Paige, thank you for the $10, who says, this is my second time donating, being the first time because of the music. I tune in every day and get most of my news from you. I want my dad to possibly debate you soon since he's very MAGA. Thank you for all that you do. I'd love to debate your dad, Paige. Let me know. Miss Ashley, thank you for the $10, who says, love watching your lives. Well, happy to have you here, Ashley. Remy and Kala, thank you guys for the $5. And I think we're caught up on there for now, as well as Ronnie. Thank you for the $10 as well. He says, I believe on all 911 calls, the phone number shows up at their end. Arrest incoming false reporting. Possibly. Sun Skylight, thank you for the $10 as well. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20. Who says, that's fucked. Can't the person get in trouble and go to jail for false reporting? There has to be a way to hold them responsible for that. Yeah, if they could find them, they'll go to jail for a couple of years. I appreciate you for the $20, Elizabeth. Dostito, thank you for the $10. Who says, baby loves Steen. And Crazy Person with the $10 as well says, you are loved and appreciated. Please don't forget, but your safety is always the number one priority. Well, I appreciate you so much, Crazy Person. Thank you so much for that love and support. I really do appreciate you. As well as Bailey, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. That is so kind of you. Thank you, Bailey. Show some massive love to Bailey, who says, missed yesterday's live, spent all morning watching the VOD, then hopped on Parker's live, and I've been here since his ended. My whole day's been listening to you guys. Love the content, amazing entertainment. Just wanted to show some love. Well, I'm so happy that we could provide you some company as you're moving through your day. I often myself also use these streams as background noise. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Over on PayPal, thank you, Lena, for the $10. Cassie, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, take a breather. We're all good to go. Flo, thank you for the $10. He says, I hope that this is the right account. I'm sorry that happened to you. People suck. Dude, people do suck, but I appreciate you, Flo. Then Allison with the $10 says, stay safe, Dean. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. We are. I appreciate you so much. And then Miles, thank you for the $10. I don't know about that, Miles, but I do appreciate you, my friend. I do appreciate you, my friend. And we are all caught up on Super Chat and on Venmo. Let's quickly get caught up on PayPal before we pass this guy the mic. Thank you so much, Amanda, for the $1. Nazir, Sarah, thank you for the $20. Who says, I'm so sorry. These people are fucking crazy. What just happened is insane. Just know that you have people like supporting you all over the world like me. I'm from Saudi, and I'm one of them. Keep on doing what you're doing. You have more support than you realize. Well, thank you so much, Sarah. I really do appreciate you. Same thing to Adrian. Thank you so much for the $20. Who says, just want to say, you helped change my view of Trump. That makes me the happiest man alive, Adrian. That's literally why we do what I do. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And then Maddie, thank you for the $10. Shout out to you and shout out to Australia. Thank thank you so much for being here. And then Paulina Jane is the name. I appreciate you for the $20, who says, thank you for having a voice in this day and age for somebody who's just a couple years younger than you that surely doesn't see many people doing the things that you do. Thank you. Well, thank you, Paulina Jane. I'm so happy that you take something positive away from these lives. It's people like you that really do keep me going, especially during these times where, you know, people are calling my house, trying to get me killed, calling the cops, trying to get me swatted and killed, you know? But I do really appreciate you. I do really appreciate you. With that being said, we're caught up. If you're watching the live stream and you want to support the live stream, you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account, pin message of you on the YouTube stream, as well as the handles at the top of the phone screen too. Just make sure that you quadruple check that spelling. We're going to go to pass the mic to this guest. Go ahead, take it away and tell us why you support Trump, man.
Well, I do believe that his policies are benefiting America. Quite frankly, yes.
Where are you from?
I'm from America.
I've just heard like 4 different accents in like the last 10 seconds.
Yes.
You started off with like a British accent, and then that quickly went away. Are you trolling me?
No.
What was your theme song going to be before I kick you?
Oh, you notice the people in the chat?
What was your theme song going to be? You have like 10 seconds before I kick you.
Well, you said not to play it, so I'm not going to play it. But it was going to be, hang on, let me just find it real quick.
10 seconds are up. Jace, do you support Trump?
I do.
Chase, gross, man. Why? I guess first, how old are you?
I'm 20.
All right. Why do you support Trump?
I do not support him as a person. I will put that out there, but I do support him, like, partial his policies, mainly his economics and some of his border.
It's economic policy. It's just terrible. I mean, our economy is down the drain, dude. Name one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today because of Trump than it was a year and a half ago when Biden was president.
So under Trump, like pre-COVID, the employment was actually down to when it became COVID in 2020.
Okay, well, that's not the question that I asked you. A, we saw lower levels of unemployment under Biden, and B, my question was, what's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today, not like 6 years ago, than it was a year and a half ago under Biden? What's like one clear way the economy has gotten better under Trump over the course of the last year and a half?
Well, that's a tricky one. I'm not really up to date on that stuff. I'm more...
That's why it's important for you to be up to date. Okay, man, listen. If you're going to argue that Trump is a good president because of his economic policy, you have to be up to date. Because I feel like the last year and a half have proven better than any other time span during his first term just how bad he really is for the economy. He illegally tariffed every other country in the world, and then that unconstitutionally charged Americans $171 billion, and that was ruled on by the Supreme Court. He destroyed our country's job market. We went from 2.2 million jobs in 2024 to only adding 186,000 jobs in 2025. We had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years last year and the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. Like, listen, dude, the economy is suffering, and it's definitely because of Trump. And there's so many other data points I could give you too. I just don't want to completely overwhelm you.
Yeah,
Happy birthday, Chloe.
but like I'm saying, from like when Biden and Harris were in office, inflation peaked at like pretty higher than what it is now, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, 9% because of the pandemic that fundamentally had nothing to do with Biden. We saw similar levels of inflation literally in every other country in the face of planet Earth.
Okay. I concede.
Okay. Thanks for the conversation, man. You take care, all right?
All right, you too.
Let's go to get the next guest connected. Good man knows when he's beat. Listen, dude, seriously, stop supporting Trump. Look into it. Take a look. I promise. If you do, things will check out. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Jesse, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get 250 Jesse W's. That is Jessie, who says, do you think that any good has come out of this insane administration? For instance, a new generation of activists like yourself and Parker and people genuinely waking up and fighting back against corruption. Well, I mean, listen, yeah, there's a silver lining, right? but I don't think that the silver lining justifies the means. I do really appreciate you for the $25, Jesse. I'm pretty sure that silver lining is really going to materialize in a progressive revolution. And I think that we're really already seeing that.
No way.
Samuel, do you support Trump?
Yeah, very.
How old are you? Speak up, Buttercup. How old are
Sorry,
you?
I'm 19.
Okay, what year were
19.
you born in?
2007.
All right, bro. Let me thank a couple people. Mr. Doug, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you, Doug. 200 Doug W's. Thank you. Doug says, worth it. I appreciate you, man. As well as Bryce, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. Patricia, thank you for the $5. It was just announced ABC and NBC are not showing Trump tonight. Okay. I'm showing Trump tonight. It's good that ABC and NBC aren't. That's actually, wow. That's a really good thing. It's a really good thing that they're not showing Trump. The reason is because they won't be able to fact check him live. Me, I will be able to. That's good. Dude, that's good. That's great. I love that. No, good on them. Seriously. Because they have to pretend like they're nonpartisan or bipartisan and they can't like fact check things live. They just kind of roll the tape and then let people do their takeaways. But here, we'll be able to fact check the shit he says live. Aviana, thank you for the $5. And then Cecilia, thank you for the 10 cents. Why don't you get to take it away, man, and tell us why you support Trump?
Oh, sorry. Wasn't paying attention. I just have like questions. Like, what's your personal opinion on his on ICE and like the border control?
ICE bad.
Yeah, but like why? Like why?
They uphold reckless disregard for law and life.
Okay, but these people are coming into our country illegally with their gangs and everything, causing violence and killing and all this destruction. ICE is trying to prevent that. Obviously, it's having destruction as well, but you got to fight fire with fire.
Okay, so you're saying that, well, we have to fight fire with fire. We have a lot of undocumented immigrants coming in, so therefore it's a good thing that they're just murdering innocent people. I'm sorry, what?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily what I was saying. I'm saying that how many people are confirmed dead through ICE?
Many, but I think even one is too much.
Okay, how many people are dead because of ICE self-defense, like them self-defending themselves?
I wouldn't know the statistics on that, but what I'm saying matters here is that we've seen confirmed instances of ICE agents murdering people, and then in turn, they are then being defended by the presidential administration. Like, for instance, we saw ICE agents murder Alex Preddy by shooting him 12 times in his back when he was unarmed and on the ground. Okay? In response, the Trump administration says they broke no regulatory guidelines and they're doing exactly what they should have. So if the designated function and purpose by our government is for agents of the state to murder innocent citizens, I think there's an issue with our government.
Innocent citizens. They're not citizens of the United States. They're illegal immigrants.
No, Alex Preddy was a citizen.
Oh shit! I meant well, crap. Wait, when was that? Sorry, I'm not familiar on that one.
Folks, how long ago was this? 3-4 months?
Right? Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Anyway, I don't. Not really that big on ICE though, but like more abortion wise.
He did the thing. I didn't kick him. He left. It's I think it's honestly really comedic when guests do that, when they'll leave in the middle of their sentence to make it look as if they were kicked or they lagged out or something. And I always think it's so funny. I think it's fucking hilarious because I know exactly what you fucking did. Let's go to get the next guest on the opposite side of the queue. If you do happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, guys, we are 1 hour and 40 minutes away from Donald Trump's red carpet appearance, giving one of the most consequential speeches yet of his time as president. So consequential that apparently ABC and NBC won't even be airing it live. We will be airing it live, and we will be trying our very best to fact check it live. Let's go ahead and get that very next guest connected. Brandon Max is hanging out with us. How do you comment under so many videos? I don't know how you do it, Brandon. I don't know how you do it. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Kinsley, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you. That's over on Super Chat. Thank you so much. Do show some love to Kinsley down below in that chat.
Oh
That's
my
very,
God,
very kind
I'm
of you.
sorry. I didn't mean to join. My cat clicked the button. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
And your cat clicked the button. 2 buttons. You have to click 2 buttons to hop inside of the queue. I think that your cat wanted to debate me. Maybe you should put them on the mic next time. Ever thought of that? Let's go ahead and get that next guest up in here. Miss Amanda, this came in 22 seconds ago. Thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Amanda. Let's show some love to Amanda down below in that chat, y'all. Amanda says, I'm so sorry that this is happening to you. Please stay strong and be careful. You make a huge difference, and there are so many of us who see that and have your back. Well, thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do show some love to Amanda down below. I've been considering moving. I think it's maybe time to move, but that's like a really big effort. It obviously costs a lot of money, but it also takes a lot of time. But it's been something I've been considering. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Red. Do you support Trump? Red leather on top. Are you MAGA or should I ban you permanently?
What? Wait,
I'm
what?
going to ban you because it sounds like a very small little child. A very small little child, quite frankly. Very small little child. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Kendra, thank you for the galaxy. Somebody in the chat says moving sucks, bro. True. Sag, thank you for the galaxy. Caleb, do you support Trump?
Well, I'm not like right-wing identitarian, but I am very conservative. I don't support.
You don't identify with a right wing, but you do identify with a
not right-wing identitarian. Do you know what that means?
What's identitarian mean? It sounds like the root word of identitarian is identity. So
yeah, it's like
I assume that to mean like you don't treat
right.
Yeah.
Like I'm not like fully right.
Okay, you're not fully.
Like I'm not
right.
MAGA.
Okay, you're not MAGA. Well, do you support Trump as president?
Conservative. Not necessarily.
Okay. All right.
But I do support I don't support abortion. I do support banning trans people from the NCAA. I support
Nice
ICE.
voice crack, Caleb. Question: do you think that abortion should be banned in circumstances of rape?
Yes.
I'll have a little debate about that with you. It's very simple, quite frankly. Question: if you needed my bodily resources to live, do you think that I should be forced by the government?
Oh
to
wait,
provide them to you?
did you say banned in the circumstances of rape?
Yeah.
Oh, I meant no. Sorry.
No, you don't think that they should be banned in circumstances of
No,
rape?
no.
What about
I think
for
that's
minors?
fine. Oh, I think that's fine as well.
Okay, and life of the mother?
That's fine also.
So, boy, just the elective circumstances. So, why elective
Yes.
abortion bad?
I think that all life is amazing, and I don't know.
You think that all life is amazing. So, you think the thing that makes us valuable is our species?
Yeah, I mean,
Why? Why does our species make us valuable?
because we're an intelligent species that can.
Well, then how
has
about
a good self-awareness?
So, if you think it's like traits such as self-awareness, intelligence, rationale that makes us valuable, well, clearly, like fetuses lack all those traits, so that would exclude a fetus.
It still has a chance to prosper, and that's another. It's another
Chance
reason
to prosper? Fetuses don't have chances to prosper. People have
Well, yeah, if
chances
you
to
kill 'em.
prosper.
Yeah, a fetus is a person.
Okay. Fetus is so you take a person to be like any biological life form. So do you think that unicellular organisms are people?
No.
Okay, well you just said a fetus is a person. So a zygote, which is a unicellular organism, is not a person?
It's not at that point yet.
Okay, so when does it become a person?
I think it's at is it the second term? I don't know. Something around there.
Well, what happens in the second term that just spontaneously makes it a person? Trimester.
Where is this question going? Like,
just to learn more about your view. I'm exploring your rationale for the position that elective abortions are morally wrong. That's all.
I mean, why do you think they're not morally wrong?
Well, it would be a burden shift.
Because
Can you
of
just
a
answer the
burden
question
shift?
I asked you, please?
I mean, that's a choice.
Okay. Well, you shifted the burden, so I'm just going to kick you. I mean, I was down to keep you up here for a little bit to talk about abortion with you, even though you're not a Trump supporter. But honestly, it wasn't like top priority. So because
You're
you
a
shifted the burden, I'm
pussy.
just going to kick you. Okay. And you're a very angry child that will grow up and hopefully be a good man one day, as long as you get the right support from the people around you. Wish you the best. Let's go to get the next guest, Luna Rose, connected to the live stream. Rose, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, who says, Dean, if you ever move, come to the Bay Area in California or the Valley. We will welcome you with open arms. But the rent, bro, it is so pricey out there in the Bay Area. I was thinking maybe Central Cali, though. I appreciate you for the $15. Show some love to Rose down below. What's up, Luna Rose? Do you support Trump?
Hi, I am Luna from the Church of Satanism.
Jamie, thank you so much for the $10. Let's get 100 Jamie W's while we're looking for the next guest. Jamie says, Trump pushed to expand and fund IVF, but standard IVF creates a surplus embryos that are discarded or frozen indefinitely, which then kills these innocent human lives. So true, Jamie. You know, me and Parker used to run that argument all the time, so you're definitely right on the money. Welcome in, Lana. Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean. I used to.
I'm going to take that as a no. How to Train Your Liberal. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Are you gonna let me fucking finish this time, puss?
Listen, man, last time you joined the stream, you ended up saying that you're going to be in bed with me. So you just asked me if I'm going to let you finish. Is that like a sexual innuendo thing? Like finish in me? And if so, absolutely not, Kyler from Class of 09.
Hey, those are your words, man. That's how you're making it.
No, those were your words. That's what you fucking said. Do you remember the last time I kicked you? You're like, dude, you're going to be scared, push, when you wake up in bed with me.
Yeah, I didn't deny that. I'm not denying that. Who's to say? And then you kicked me right after because you're scared.
I would be scared if I woke up in bed with you. Who are you? Why do you want to be in my bed? Are you sexually aroused by me, Kyler of 09? Are you sexually aroused by me?
Did you miss the part where you're going to be telling me you love me?
Yes, yeah, like this is an O3 fan pick, puss.
Bro. Can I fucking finish this time?
Okay, what do you want to say? Puss?
Jeez. I don't want my America, right? Because I don't think we've ever gotten this far. I mean, I know like we're dug in, right? And like this is gonna I'm just gonna keep calling motherfucker. I'm just gonna keep fucking calling. I'm the Joker to your Batman. I'm the Shadow to your Sonic. I am the Biff to your George McFly, but you're not gonna get that reference because you're younger than fucking Bluey. All right? So I don't like twinkle toes like you, yeah, taking all the time out of your day to make these live streams, and then you get off and you take these diabolical back shots in bed. And I know.
Why does it? What? Whoa, dude! You can't say that I'm younger than Bluey, then say I take diabolical back shots. That's a little.
You do, and that just reminded me. I mean,
I
Parker's
know.
in on it too.
Maybe in your notes at puss, but not in the real world, my friend.
Also, you said that your trans man friend being more masculine than you.
True.
That's not saying a lot, considering that my wiener dog is more masculine than you.
Oh my god! All right, puss, you're fucking banned, okay, kid? Skedaddle.
Yeah. Do it. Fucking run, pussy.
We're gonna get the next guest up here. Dude, that guy has some fucking problems, man. That guy has some serious problems, bro. What the hell is that guy's issue? He's so upset. So angry. And he badly wants me to be his cat-eared femboy bottom. I mean, truly, how many times in that conversation did he mention my lack of masculinity, the back shots that I take, or me waking up in bed next to him? I mean, that guy has some fucking problems, dude. Jesus, Connor! Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm in the bath.
Connor, get the fuck out of the bath. Get the fuck out of the bath, you idiot. What the hell are you doing? Oh my god. Why are you making those noises in the bath? We got Bobby loading up in. Moving on, dude. Moving on, man. Moving on. We got an hour and a half until Donald Trump's address. Jesus fucking Christ. Austin, I appreciate you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you, Austin. Let's get 200 Austin W's. Thank you so much for supporting what we do, man. Hey, do you support Trump? Midwest Hunter Zero. You got like 3 seconds to respond here. Okay, it's another screaming child playing with their Legos that their mommy bought them for 4th grade. Angel, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars on Super Chat. Who says my preschoolers are smarter than this guy. I don't even know what guy you're referring to, but whoever it was, you're right. If they're a Trump supporter, you are right. Mabu, thank you for the 20 euros. Who says, hey, Dean, I really value what you do more than you know. It's been a dream of mine to be up there with you. Swatting from some disgusting MAGA doesn't stop somebody like you, I hope, to be like, still in school. Any tips? Well, keep at it, my friend. If it's a dream of yours to be debating with an audience, start debating with an audience. Hop on TikTok. What's holding you back, man? Also, it's a really good way to learn. I appreciate you, as well as whoever just sent that major gift on TikTok. Thank you as well. Who is that? Ellen. Thank you for the soccer holo. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Yeah, dude. You got a fucking problem, puss? I've been quoting that. Dude, that guy probably has an exploded ego. Huge ego. Think about it, folks. That guy, that audio of him saying that blew the fuck up on TikTok. I mean, I'm talking, it went mainstream. There's videos using that audio. Okay, bro, shut the fuck up. There's videos using that audio. Sorry, you're just screaming in my ear, man. Jesus Christ, that was loud. That just like aren't even, that's probably a little bit rough. I probably shouldn't have told them to shut the fuck up. My apologies. But there's videos using that audio that are just completely irrelevant to politics. Just got, broke out of the niche. It's great. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. I'd really appreciate that very, very much. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. Here we go. We got Richard loading in. Cole, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I'm happy that you enjoyed the streams. Kinsey, thank you for the $5. Let's see who else. Who do we got here? Haley, thank you for the $10. Who says thank you for all you do. Well, thank you so much, Haley. Thank you. You are awesome. As well as Mr. Joseph. I think that you sent this in a while ago. I don't know if I've thanked you yet, so I want to make sure that I do indeed thank you now. This came in 28 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Huge shout out to Mr. Joseph down below in that comment section. Genuinely, thank you so much. I really appreciate you, Joseph. That is massive. Thank you so much, man. Joseph with 100 says, bartending right now for a live music event and listening in with coworkers. We are too far from the stage to hear the tunes. We all wanted to pitch in to say that it's so fucked up and no one deserves that. Well, I appreciate you and your coworkers, Joseph. You know that I really do appreciate you, man. Huge shout out to you. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Bridget, with the $10. And then Miss Caroline, thank you for the $40, who says it's been tumultuous at my house the past few weeks, so I haven't been able to see the live as much. That being said, I'm so happy for you having 30K on TikTok, and here's some money to save for a new address. Stay safe, kiddo. Well, I appreciate you, Carolyn. I know that you're always watching. I really appreciate you. Show some massive love to Carolyn down below, as well as Joseph, as well as all the other fucking donors. I really appreciate you guys. What's going on, Richard? Do you support Trump? Puss. Oh, they left. All right, that's whatever. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate. We got Jasmine loading in. Here we go. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi. Please listen to me before you disconnect me. I didn't see the rules, but
I'm sorry. That tells me that you are breaking the rules, so I am going to disconnect you. But I hope you take care. Would you guys let me know if you're MAGA in that chat? I'm going to try to load somebody up from the chat on PayPal. Thank you so much, Marion, for the $10. Good to see you, my friend. Abby, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars. Let's get 200 Abby W's. And then Nan, I'm just calling you N, thank you for the $25. She says, so sorry about the SWAT team. Glad yourself. Thank you for saving my life. Oh, and I appreciate you for the $25. I know that you've been here before. I know that I really do appreciate you. Do show some love to N down below. Same thing to you, Paulina Jane. Thank you for the $10. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, Paulina Jane. And then Norman with the $20 says, great show. Thanks from Norman. Norman, you've also been here before. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Norman W's. And then Chloe, thank you for the $10. And with all that being said, we're caught up. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Thank you, Amon, for the Galaxy. All right, we're going to load somebody up from the chat that says they're MAGA. Who's next? Okay, this person says right here, buddy boy. Their name is R. May. Let's get them connected. Sent you an invite. Leah says, I'm MAGA. You're probably a liar. Who is MAGA? Let me know in the chat. All right, Leah. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
I'd assume that you're lying about your party affiliation to get on the live stream, right?
No.
So you are a Trump supporter?
Yes.
So how much time should I waste pretending like you're a Trump supporter?
I am a Trump supporter.
Really? Why?
Because
Okay, I should waste
this
that
is a
amount
strong
of time.
alpha male.
Like 45 seconds, yeah. Let's see. I appreciate you for the Galaxy. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do you hop outside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. This person's name is Bailey. They say, I'm MAGA and 19. Bailey sent you an invite to join that live. Accept that invite. Love to have you up. This is also a way for people to get up that aren't necessarily even in the queue. All right, who's next? Sophie says that they're MAGA and 18. Please don't abuse that, by the way, folks. Like, if you're not MAGA, you're not MAGA. Don't lie. Let's go to get the next guest connected. I'm sending a couple people invites to join the live stream that are saying that they're MAGA and they're down to debate in the chat, but it doesn't really seem like they are. Christiane, I just sent you an invite. Just hit the accept button. You'll get loaded into the live stream. Love to have a debate with you. MAGA 47-year-old mom. Let's see here. Are there any like older MAGA people watching? Let me know if you're like an older adult that happens to be a Trump supporter that's watching. I want to try to get somebody in the stream that's like over the age of like 25. Where are my like 40 year olds at? My 50-year olds at? Where are they at? This person's name is Jay, MAGA 26. Ali, MAGA 26. I'm inviting you, Jay. I'm inviting a bunch of people. Nobody is accepting the invite, dude. There we go. Finally. Okay, now everybody accepts it all at once. That's fine. Jay, you said that you're 26 and MAGA? All right, Jay, hey, listen. When you lie and you tell me that you're MAGA in the chat, you understand that makes it impossible for us to get a debate, right? Because then you're just like flooding the comment section with people who are actually MAGA with you who's actually not MAGA, and you're preventing like conversation. Would you not do that? Like, I'm just trying to do everything I can here to find a debate, but with these liars and these scoundrels, it just makes it impossible.
Hello,
right.
Dean.
What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 40, 1986.
Hey, with Galaxy, alrighty. And why do you support Trump?
Well, he's deporting these immigrants who are ruining our economy, and I don't like these immigrants. They come here and come on our land and want to show these whatever the fuck they want to do around here. I don't like them. I just hate them. Okay, I don't like them at all. You know what I mean? You know what I mean,
Popular
Dean?
song from the early 2000s.
I don't listen to music, Dean. I don't listen to music.
Okay, I think that you're messing with us. Moving on to the next guest. We got Jagar Wood connecting. Here we go, everyone. Chanela, thank you for the $5. Who says, I love what you do. Well, thank you. Wilbert, thank you for the $7. Wilbert.
Yo.
Yeah, 1 second, man. Wilbert. I think it'd be a good thing for you to tell that to a trusted adult, okay? Seriously. Tell that to a trusted adult, particularly a school counselor if you have one. Okay, Wilbert? Jagar Wood, do you support Trump?
I would say I would lean more. I lean right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
21. I'm in college.
Okay, you're muffling your mic. Can you try to take that muffle off your mic?
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I respect what you do. I see your videos.
So the mic is on the bottom of your phone. It's like right there. You're hitting the bottom of your phone on something.
Oh. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah.
My bad.
So tell us, why do you support Trump as president?
I'm a believer. I'm a firm believer in Jesus. So, my faith, I guess it stems from my faith. But I know that you said like faith shouldn't be like a part why we choose our political side. So I was just kind of like,
well, if it was a part of why you choose a political side, regardless if Dean Withers think that is good or bad, regardless, like the side that you would choose wouldn't be Trump. There's nothing Christian about Trump. There's not a single Christian bone in his body.
No, it wouldn't. See, I'm not. I don't lean right because of Trump. I lean more of it because of abortion. I think.
Okay,
abortion.
let me change your mind on that real quick. Donald Trump caused more abortions. So for the last 30 years, the number of abortions in America annually has been going down when access was protected. But then when access became more scarce, aka when Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, abortion numbers went up for the first time in 30 years. I could actually show you that. This is the Guttmacher Institute. They track these stats. And what this statistic I have on screen shows you is that starting in the 90s, the abortions in America generally went down by a year. But then when Donald Trump started talking about how he was going to overturn it, they went up. And then when it actually got overturned, they went up even more. So in other words, Donald Trump caused more abortions.
See, I'm not like I don't idolize Trump. I agree Trump's not like the most perfect being. But I do think as a president, like compared to like, let's say Kamala Harris. Kamala, my bad. I just don't think like she would have done a better job.
What? No, come on, bro. Okay. What's one Christian value that Donald Trump represents well? Ava, thanks for the galaxy. I appreciate it.
He fights for his country.
He fights for his country. How? I think he fights against his country. He's about to do a speech tonight about how all of our elections are bullshit to try to overthrow our democracy again.
But like, okay, I'm a basketball player here. Would you rather have like
Victoria, thank you for the galaxy.
Michael Jordan, a fierce competitor on your team, or like
dude, you're still muffling your mic, man. If you keep on doing that, I'm just gonna have to kick you. I understand that you're not doing it intentionally, which is why I'm letting you know. But you have to start like trying not to do.
Okay,
that.
I just think Donald Trump is like a fierce guy who like he makes other countries afraid of him, which is good. We would want someone in charge with a fierce competitor, like a fierce to that when we got threats from other countries, right?
Yeah, I don't think that other countries are afraid of Trump. I think other countries laugh at Trump.
But that's debatable, bro. I can't lie.
Okay.
They took advantage of Joe Biden, right?
How?
Putin was like.
Michelle, thank you for the fireworks.
Putin was ready to, wasn't Putin like bombing some country? And like Biden was giving them hella money.
Yeah, Ukraine. Listen, I'm going to share this information with you. Then I am going to move on to the next guest. But I would recommend that you continue to learn and tune into the streams. I think that there's a lot here that we discuss that you could learn. Putin is actually more afraid of the Democrats, like Biden and Kamala Harris, than he is of Trump. What's my evidence? He paid pro-Trump, pro-Putin, pro-Kremlin, influencers. Close to $500,000 per month before the 2024 election to push.
You think Putin's afraid of Joe Biden?
More so than Trump. I'm trying to explain to you why that's true.
I gotta disagree with you there, bro. Like no one's afraid of Joe Biden, bro.
There's damning evidence that it's true.
But Joe Biden did nothing, bro.
Graceful, thank you for the fireworks. This is also not true. Could you just let me speak?
Yeah, speak.
So the damning evidence that Putin Putin was more afraid of the Democrats than he was of Trump is the fact that he paid Republican influencers like Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and Dave Rubin $500,000 per month to push pro-Trump, pro-Kremlin, anti-Kamala Harris propaganda to help Trump win the election. If he was so afraid of Trump, why did he pay millions of dollars to help him win?
Bro. But like,
Any
that's
answer?
That's just BS, bro.
It's not BS. The Justice Department concluded that that was true, and then the influencers admitted it was true.
Yeah, but like, no one's afraid of Joe Biden though. Like,
all right, man. I'm gonna move on to the next guest. You
All
take
right.
care. Only opposite side of the
Yep.
queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Holy cow. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Charlie Kirk is loading into the stream, folks. Charlie Kirky. Charlie Kirky. Welcome in. How old are you?
Hello?
That is not Charlie Kirk.
I am.
Let's go to get the next guest connected. Why did I kick them? I obviously knew that wasn't Charlie Kirk. Why did I kick them? I don't know why I did that. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Here we go, everybody. We got Power CJ connected. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Hello. Yes.
Perfect. How old are you?
24.
Okay. All right.
Is my mic good?
Yeah, a bunch of background noise.
I'm not gonna lie. What happened? The background voice?
Yeah,
that's
I
my
got it.
son's. That's my son's watching TV. My baby. You know the things you Democrats kill.
Oh yes, the things we Democrats kill. Yes.
Anyways,
okay.
are we aware of the head of departments? Do you know the head of the departments? Department of Health, Department of Education.
No, not the individual executive departments. I don't know
The head
I don't know
of
heads,
Department of Education is Linda McMahon. Do you know? Are you aware of her husband?
No, I'm not aware of Linda McMahon's husband.
Her husband is Vince McMahon. Are you familiar with him?
No.
He is the owner. Well, not the owner anymore, but the CEO of WWE.
Okay.
Okay. Donald Trump has been in WWE, correct?
Yeah.
All right. But before I get started, I do want to say I saw you cry for Charlie Kirk, and it proves you have a soul.
Fuck you. You're back again. Leave the live.
Fuck Trump.
Leave the live. Let's go to get the next guest till I can't speak today. Talaria Cole. Here we go. Lillian, thank you so much for the Lillian with the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Do show some love to Lillian down below in that chat. Let's get 250 Lillian W's. I do really appreciate that. Lillian with the 25 says, Dean, please read this out loud. I wanted to talk about the conversation with Charlie Kirk yesterday. I am 65 years old. I was molested when I was 13 years old. I never told my family. I didn't fight. MAGA men need to know that banning women is so wrong, especially using religion to hide. Well, first and foremost, Lillian, I am so fucking sorry to hear that happened to you. And I'm so sorry that you grew up in a world that wouldn't believe you if you told them. And now at 65 years old, you are pressured into feeling that you still don't want to tell a soul, because if you did, they wouldn't believe you, then blame it on the time that you waited to come out. We fight every single day for justice for people like you, Lillian. And I really appreciate you for tuning in. Please show some massive love to Lillian down below in that comment section. Your local ginger. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Okay. No, but I have a predicament with a friend, and I was hoping you would help sort this out. She's with me right now.
Oh.
So, yes, say hi. Hi. So, what it is I don't believe in abortions. She does, and she's currently, with a child.
She's with a child?
She's pregnant, yes.
Okay.
With child.
Yeah.
And I don't personally believe that she should, terminate this pregnancy, but she would prefer to.
Yeah.
But I was hoping you would because she's been talking to me about it. I would hope you would give me some reinforcement on this, or kind of help me,
that she
change
shouldn't
my-
get an abortion?
No, help me understand, because I'm not understanding, and I thought this would be the best place to come from.
Not a bad idea. Yeah. Well, let's first start off by asking, Why do you think it'd be a bad idea for her to get an abortion?
I just personally believe, for my religion, and that it's not right to terminate, a child. But I also know that there's a lot of things that, okay, so I personally don't believe that it's okay to kill a baby. But at the same time, I know there's a lot of circumstances where that should be allowed.
Because
but
of your
I
religion?
just don't know. Yes.
Are you Christian?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever seen your friend lie before?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever lied before?
Yes, I have.
So you're a sinner and so is she?
Yes,
Okay,
100%. Yes.
So why didn't you call into my live stream after your friend lied and ask me, Dean, I'm in a predicament. My friend just lied. Could you please help me understand why she lied? Why didn't you call in with any of her other sins? I guess I'm under the impression that under Christianity, all sins are identical and there's a God outside of blasphemy, right?
Yes. No, you're correct. That I believe that too.
Do you make a big deal out of it when she lies?
No,
So
and
why are you
I don't
making a
want to
big
make
deal
a.
out of it when she gets an abortion?
Well, I'm trying not to make it a big deal. Right now, I think I'm uneducated. I think that's what it is.
Okay.
And
Now, listen. Hey, there's a lot of Christians historically that have been pro-choice. Okay. A really good example of this would be St. Thomas Aquinas. St. Thomas Aquinas was pro-choice because he believed that ensoulment actually occurred later in the term of pregnancy when the fetus gained the ability to deploy first-person subjective experiences. And before then, the life of the unborn wasn't ensouled. It didn't really matter too much, so the autonomy of the pregnant woman definitely took a higher regard. Secondarily, this also makes sense. Think about brain dead patients. They're human, they're alive, but do you think it'd be murder to kill them?
Yes.
Brain dead patients in the hospital, a brain dead patient is somebody who has the permanent and irreversible lack of all cognitive function, and in fact, they're legally dead. Just because there's no moral differentiation between a brain dead patient who's biologically alive and a dead body. Because the only difference is the fact that artificial means of life support are technically keeping the blood pumping, keeping it oxidized, and keeping all of the organs functioning.
Okay, no, that does. Okay, yes. Hold on, I got confused for a second. No, that does. I do think that it's okay to
pull the plug.
Yes, because that
the brain has
make sense.
stopped working. Okay, it just
Yes,
stopped.
I wrote an English essay over that.
Yeah, the brain has stopped working. It has stopped deploying sentience. It has stopped interacting in the world around itself. It has stopped self-actualizing their own existence. It has stopped actuating the ability to reason. It has stopped experiencing emotions. It has stopped experiencing all the things that make you and me. Well, on the inverse, why don't we just start valuing the fetus when it starts doing those things? When it starts deploying first-person subjective experiences, when it starts deploying the ability to reason, when it starts deploying the ability to experience subjective experiences in the sense of pain, in the sense of pleasure, in the sense of flourishment. And the doctors say that occurs at around 20 through 24 gestational weeks. So maybe you shouldn't really value the fetus before then.
Yes, and that's the part that I'm stuck on. I don't know if it's how I was raised, and that's the reason that I believe it to be that way. I feel like it's engraved in me because part of it is that feels wrong, but at the same time I don't want people that I personally don't believe that religion should be brought into politics at all. I don't think that should have been a thing that was brought upon us, that abortions were outlawed, because I do feel like it's a choice based on religion. But at the same time, I want to do what I think is best for her, but I'm not sure I'm doing I'm giving the best advice if I feel like I'm
I think that should be able to determine what's the best for her. I mean, I haven't asked you how old you are because I think it's possible that you're under the age of 18, but I just still think that
I am directly 18.
Okay, but the reason why I didn't ask is because I still think that this is an important conversation to have. I don't want you to dissuade your friend from getting an abortion, especially if they're under 18. But if you're 18, is she 18?
No,
she's under the age of 18. How old is she?
She is. She's a year younger than I am, yes.
17.
Yes.
Do you think it's right for a 17-year-old to be a mom?
I think that, I think that if she wants to, I want her to, you know, keep the baby, but at the same
You
time,
just said that but you acknowledge that she doesn't want to, and you're arguing that you want her to keep the baby. So you want her to miss out on very integral life experiences, like maybe going to college, maybe starting a career, maybe moving out to New York City and exploring what it's like to be a new and emerging artist. I don't know what her interests are, but the point is clear that having a child at 17 is life altering in so many ways that could even be discussed, you know, in like a TikTok live. And I think especially for a 17-year-old, you know, a kid, having a kid is probably not the way that God designed it to occur, right? God wanted it to occur. I don't think that God wanted kids to be parents.
that's the part that I really am like stuck on. I don't want her to have to give up things and everything like that. I just, at the same time, part of me is like, you know, I want her to choose what's best for her, and I want that.
If you want
I
her
want
to choose what's best for her, she's already made it clear that what's best for her is an abortion, right?
Frozen. Oh no. Oh no.
Didn't you start off by telling me that she already made it clear that what she's told you is the best for her is
The
an
live
abortion?
is still going, yet I cannot see him.
Can you hear me?
Oh yes, I can see you and hear you now. Okay, perfect.
So you told me that you want her to do what's best for her. Haven't you already shared with me that she's told you that what she thinks is best for her is an abortion?
The thing that's hard is I don't think it would be a lot for her to get one because they're outlawed in this state. And so
Are you sure that it'd be more than motherhood?
that's the thing is like I know that it would be tough, and I'm here like all the way like through anything she needs, like, but at the same time I don't want her to do something that, you know, she doesn't want, but I still feel for, you know, what could be a baby. And I don't know if that's just because of how I was raised, and that's why I feel like, you know,
Okay.
I
Do you
still want
agree
this
that
baby
you
to be
shouldn't have
born.
sex when you don't have an intention to reproduce and when you're underage?
No.
We agree that that shouldn't happen. So we would agree that she shouldn't even have had that sex in the first place, right? Unsafe and, you know, out an intention to reproduce because you're a Christian. That's what you think. Wouldn't that have also prevented the future existence of that child?
I may have. I don't think I got that.
Well, I mean, you just
I'm
got done
sorry.
telling me that you think it'd be wrong for her to get an abortion because that would prevent the future existence of that child. But, I mean, if your friend acted in accordance with all of the moral commandments of God and didn't even have sex in the first place because she's underage and didn't have an intention to reproduce, she also wouldn't be having that child. So it's like in the most preferable state of affairs and the perfect version of reality where we do no wrong, she wouldn't be a mother.
Right, but
The
we
child
do
wouldn't be
do
born.
wrong. But we do wrong. That. Yeah.
So,
no,
so,
because
you-
yeah,
so you would
we
agree
do,
that
'cause we do
idealistically that child shouldn't be born. So then why are you telling me that abortion is wrong because that child should be born?
I don't think abortion's wrong in every case. I think like right now I definitely agree with you. That brings a lot more like light to how I felt about it. That makes like that's I'm getting your point a lot more, and that does help.
And also, what about the kid? I mean, wouldn't a kid prefer to be raised in a household that is ready to house them? A well-off
That's another
adult
thing
couple?
is that I was also worried about.
Yeah, I mean,
I was also worried about that because because I was adopted like personally, and so I've also thought about, you know, that option for her even if she had it. So, but it isn't my life as well, and I do understand that.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing, is it's not your fucking life. You know? It's not your life at all. She's not you and you're not her. Who are you to say what she should or shouldn't do outside of friendly advice? And, I mean, it seems like you've given her your friendly advice. Now the question is, what are you going to do when she ignores it? Because she's rather going to do what she thinks is best fit for her.
I support her regardless of the decision that she makes, because I love her, and I
Well,
want her
also
to
support her future family too. You know, like supporting your friend getting an abortion at 17 is supporting your friend's future family, given that your friend wants a future family. The reason why I say that is what family could be had between children? What family could be had with a pregnant 17-year-old? That's a really rough childhood to live. There's There's no dual income. There's no income at all. There's no household. There's no support beyond maybe, you know, what her family could provide. You know, I'm sure that future family would be better vested in a mature adult relationship compared to a forced spontaneous birth caused by sex that led to procreation that she didn't want and that she was influenced to keep because her friend is telling her that if she chooses otherwise, she'd be a murderer.
Right. No, this brings a lot of light to a situation. I would agree. I think I grew up so, like, you know, conformed into what I was meant to believe that part of my, like, ideology of the things that, like, I grew up with are a little, you know, prone into me. And so I think that I have a lot of the right morals for most of things, I would say. And I think this is just one of those things that I didn't really get.
I'm gonna move on to the next guest. Hopefully, I was able to get you to be more accepting of your friend. To your friend, I wish you the very best of luck. I had a couple friends when I was your same age that got pregnant. One got an abortion and one didn't. And they'll tell you the one that got an abortion is living a much happier life today than the one that didn't. So,
thank you very much. My friend would also like to say thank you. She used to.
Thank you.
Of course. You take care. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Yeah, guys, dude, teen pregnancy is so sad, man. You know, and that's not even like a controversial statement. I bet that teen parents will agree with me. And I know because they have. Like I said, you know, one of my friends was a teen parent, had their first kid, their, what was it, freshman or sophomore year of high school, and then their second kid, their senior year of high school. And oh my God, they unfortunately don't really like their life too much. And it's really a sad thing. It's really a sad thing. They love their children, but they just hate everything that they've missed and the position that they've been forced into at such a young age. Really, really, really sad, man. Dark Uprising, do you support Trump?
I'm more right-leaning, yes.
Okay,
I
so
would
the election...
I would say I support Trump more than I would support Biden or Kamala Harris, yes.
Yeah, so if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who you voted for?
I actually didn't vote because I didn't agree with either one of them at the time. Seeing where the country is, I'm an ex-service member, so...
I appreciate you, man, but if you're not pro-Trump enough to vote for Trump, I'm going to move on to the next guest, but I think it'd be a great thing for you to continue to tune into the lives to hear me out for what I have to say. Guys, we have 55 minutes. We have 55 minutes until we begin to react to Donald Trump's big speech. 55 minutes, everybody. We will be live and we will be fact-checking live to the best of our ability, that is. So make sure you tune in. Make sure you stay. I'll be sending out an announcement at 30 minutes and 10 minutes on my TikTok and Instagram channels. Hopefully we'll be able to get some even more people in here. I honestly prefer people to watch it on my stream compared to cable news because you're not going to get the fact checks on cable news. Plus, you're not going to be giving views to Fox News or the White House's YouTube page, so that'll be good. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only do up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Brittany A. loading up inside of the queue. On Venmo, Gabriella, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. Black Cat and Dakota, appreciate y'all for the $5. Rowan, thank you so much for the $9. Then Sydney, thank you for the $14. Who says, hey, Dean, my dad thinks that Trump is a bad person, but still supports his quote-unquote policies, but he's horribly misinformed. I've tried to debate him with the information I've learned from you, but he just calls me a crazy leftist. Get him to debate me, Sydney, please. Get him to debate me. No, seriously, ask him. Try to get him to debate me. That'd be great. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of that box if you do happen to be MAGA. I see somebody in the queue I want to bring up real quick. Mr. G, I appreciate you for the galaxy. I remember you. Is this Henry or the girlfriend?
It's the girlfriend. I didn't even know he put me on here.
Well, I saw that the account was in the queue. If you didn't know that he put you on here, I could just drop you and move on. But maybe I thought that you were in the queue for a reason.
Well, I did want to talk about everything. I've gotten... Move, guys. I've gotten so many messages a lot of hate, I'm not gonna lie, calling me a troll, saying I don't have a daughter. But I did want to personally thank you for changing my mind. My cousin came to me bursting in tears, and actually, I am now engaged to my amazing fiance. So I really do appreciate you.
Oh, well, I wish you guys the very best of luck on that engagement. Ignore the trolls. That happens when you get any type of attention on social media. I have thousands of people that think I am actually a secret Trump supporter. So it just kind of comes with any level of attention. You're always going to get some haters. But hey, I'm really happy to hear that. I wish you the best of luck on the engagement. I'm so happy about our chat the other day. I guess I'm going to go and move on to the next Trump supporter, but I appreciate you for coming back and thanking me and telling us all about the engagement. We all wish you guys the best of luck, and have a good rest of your night, okay?
You too.
Take care. Oh, that's cool. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Do follow the rules of the live stream. Let's go to get the next guest, Jose, connected. Rema, R-E-E-M-A, thank you for the $15. She says, Dean, I've been watching you every day for 6 months. I'm a high school special education teacher, and I'm inspired by your strength and resilience. I'm here every day and would love to mod for you if you're okay with that. My username is, what's the word? Well, I appreciate you, Rima. If I'm able to see your name in the chat, I definitely consider that. And thank you for the work that you do as a special education teacher. Both my grandma and my aunt are special education teachers. There's a lot that goes into that. It's not an easy job, and the best humans I know are special education teachers, so that's really cool. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Faith, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you. Oh, and I'm so happy to hear that you're out of your abusive relationship. That's awesome, Faith. Shout out to you, Faith. Show some love to Faith down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, you there?
Yeah, do you support Trump, little bro?
Oh, absolutely. I support Trump. Hey,
do you mind if before I pass you the mic to yap and scream at us about how terrible of a person you are, I first thank a couple people for their donations?
Oh, man, Dean, you're on it, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on it today, brother. Let's see here. Wilbert, thank you for the $7. I appreciate you. Emma, thank you for the $5. Katie, thank you for the $15. Good to see you back. Jessica, thank you for the $10. We are all cut up on there over on Super Chat. Thank you for the $20. Tyrannosaurus Rex, who says, with the $20, thank you. Both the guests and their friends' frontal lobes aren't even fully developed yet. The brain's command center for decision-making, impulse control, and emotional regulation. Just saying. Yeah. I really hope that she ends up getting that abortion if she wants that abortion. Thank you so much for the $20. As well as Jill, thank you for the $10. Jules, thank you for the $10. Thank you, guys. And then Elizabeth, thank you for the $20, who says, how old are they? Anti-abortion girl, why are you even offering your opinion? Her body, her life. I appreciate you for the $20, Elizabeth. I was kind of asking the same question in the back of my head, but I thought I might as well just talk to her. And then Austin with the $20. Appreciate you. Thank you guys so much for that love and support. Just a massive love to all the donors. We're caught up on Venmo. We are also caught up on Super Chat. Let's quickly get caught up on PayPal before we pass the mic to this guy. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the love. Tyler with the 40 cents. Goda with the $6. And then Ali, thank you for the $20, who says Australian here. Love the streams. Can you come to Australian and debate Pauline? She's the Australian version of Trump and is scary to see where our country's going. Keep up your amazing work. I know, I've heard about that. I wish you guys the best of luck. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. Then thank you for another $20, who says, I've been trying to be brave and share. I just sent $20 and tried to say what I can never say. I was raped and just recently lost my case in court. It took me 6 years to get there just to lose. Your love helped me more than you'll ever know. I said it, finally. Man, I'm so fucking sorry to hear about that. And the system is built not to support victims, but to support the perpetuators of the violent crimes that made them victims, especially concerning sexual violence. And if I had to say anything to you, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I feel like it could offer you some support. You are not alone in your experience, okay? Ranging from the women and girls in the Epstein files to women and girls every day, you are not alone in your experience of being ignored by the system, which is one of the many reasons why I do what we do here every day. And honestly, I would recommend you trying to find a local support group, because I'm fucking sure there is one. I could tell you with confidence that there are local support groups where you live for women and girls who've had exactly that happen. You're not alone and you are loved, and We were just getting ready to pass Eric the mic, but he left, so that's fine. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Madeline, thank you for the $20. She says, hey, Dean, thank you for everything that you do. Well, thank you, Madeline. And then Lexington, thank you for the $50. Oh my goodness, let's get 500 Lexington W's, who says, I'm traveling to Utah to be a travel RN assignment, and I'll be driving through GJ. Have you been to Rattlesnake Canyon, and is it worth going to? Yes, beautiful. Thank you for the $50, Lexington. Let's get 500 Lexington W's. And then Wideload, thank you for the $10. Gracie, thank you for the $1. And with that being said, we're caught up. Let's go and get that next guest connected. Welcome in, Wyatt. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, I did not mean to join up.
No worries. Where'd the Eric guy go? Eric, hop back inside of the queue, little bro. By the way, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live streams and what we do, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, as well as the handle is at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. Just make sure that you double check the spelling of that handle. Best way to ask questions or to get a message across. Tyler, you're underage, right?
No, I'm 18.
Pronouns?
Him.
Okay. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I don't believe you. Moving on to the next guest, only up inside of the queue. If you do happen to be MAGA, we got Tyler loading inside of the queue right now.
Hello.
Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I had a quick question. Before you kick me, I've had this question for a very long time.
I'm sorry, Tyler. I got to be fair with my rules here. If I'm going to kick one person, I got to kick everyone. But you should join my Discord. Join code is literally just my name, DEAN. Ask the question in there. If I don't see it, I'm sure somebody else with a lot of information will. We got a bunch of bright stars over in that Discord. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And they all hate it when I advertise the fact that I have a Discord. They probably love the fact that I took it out of my link tree. They probably love it. It's just their own little isolated community in there. I love Trump. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2008.
Okay, what month?
April.
I don't know if I believe you. I think that you're a liar. Are you lying?
No.
All right, little bro. Why do you support Trump?
He's getting rid of the Mexicans.
Oh, why do you want to get rid of Mexican people?
They stole our land.
Actually, we stole their land.
Nah, not really.
Okay. What's the Mexican-American War?
Peaceful protest. Dude, I love you!
Let's gonna get the next guest connected to the live stream. Only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Did he say a fucking peaceful protest? Dude, what the fuck?
We are team winner.
Let's gonna get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. That was probably the craziest answer he could have given. I honestly can't think of a crazier answer to that question. That's fucked up, man. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate that. Fucking crazy. Peaceful protests. Why did he say that? Only up inside of the queue if you are here for debate. I feel like I've repeated that about 1 billion times, but here we are again. Saying it again. Let's go to get the next guest, Mr. Pixel, connected to the live. Here we go. Mr. Pixel. Oh, yo, we finally got logged back into the PayPal on the computer. That'll make it a whole lot easier. All right, guys, we got a lot of trolls. We got a lot of trolls, and we got 30 minutes to go. Actually, 45 minutes to go until Donald Trump starts his speech. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys would do your very best to follow the rules. Thank you. Thank you for following the rules. Thank you very much. Shout out to everybody who's actually following the rules. Hey, do you support Trump? Shut the fuck up. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Where are all the Trump supporters at? Mac and cheese. It's loading in the box. Okay, here we go. Hey, buddy. Hey, pal.
Hello.
Child.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Says like the 12-year-old. Come on, guys. On Super Chat, Pip, thank you for the $10 who says, thank you for doing what you do. Love tuning into the streams at work. It's extremely entertaining to hear you debate all these Trump supporters. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Pip. You are phenomenal. Hey, do you support Trump? Hello? Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Whoa, guys, come on. Just let me debate. Please, 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 please. Just let me debate. Please. Only opposite side of the queue if you're here for a debate. Please, please, please. Kalissa, thank you for the $12 over on PayPal. Kalissa, I am going to keep that message to myself because of the sensitive nature of it. Just know that I really do appreciate you. Same thing to you, Adrian, with the 20, who says, I'd love to chat about how Trump has made military life and veterans' life better. In queue. I'll take a look for you, Adrian. Love to chat. Hey, do you support Trump? Oh my god, they're not even... Oh, now they're here. Shard Low. What the name? Do you support Trump? Shard Low? Are you with us, Shard Low? Okay, Shard Low's not here, so we're going to kick them out and move on to the next guest. Shard Low's not here. I feel like I'm going crazy. I wish that we could just skip 30 minutes in the future and hop onto reacting to Trump's speech. Mort, thank you for the galaxy. Because I'm getting pretty tired of this nonsense. Syria, thank you for the $3. Laser is an idiot. So true. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello?
I'm sorry, but I don't support Trump. But my
Please
dad
stop. Like, just like, why? Just stop. You've obviously seen me, like, telling people to fuck off that aren't Trump supporters. just please stop. Thank you. Maria, thank you for the $10. Who says, please don't read this out loud. Okay, I'll definitely keep that to myself. Just know that I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Count. Do you support Trump?
I'm so sorry. I am Scottish. I did not mean to join. Can you kick me, please?
Yeah, no worries. Oh, is she going to go on and say that her dad does? Apparently that's what people in the chat are saying. Yeah, my bad. I always tell people that if they want me to debate a family member, to lie to me, say they do support Trump, and then describe what's actually going on. Because as soon as I hear the no, I usually tune it out. Aaron, thank you for the $10 Australian dollars. What platform was that on? I'll take a look right now. Paige with the $10 who says, my dad wants to watch a debate to decide if he wants to debate you. If you have any recommendations, thanks, Dean. Of like specific debates? No, I just threw him at some random shit. Random shit on my YouTube channel. I don't know. I appreciate you for the $10. Let's go to get the next guest, Dakota, connected. I'm so graceful. Thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Daisy, thank you for the $6. I appreciate you too. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Dakota and Black Cat, I appreciate y'all for the $5. Ella and Rowan, thank you for the $9 and the $5 as well. All right, how old are you?
I'm 18. Will you please ignore the sound behind me? I am trying to bathe my 1-year-old.
Oh, yeah, no worries. If debating while bathing your child gets a little bit too complicated, feel free to drop. But take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of not just your life, but also the life of your child and for the future of your child.
I support his immigration policy, the MPP, the Migrant Protection Protocol.
Ending the
Specifically that
MPP? Ending the PPP or starting the PPP? The MPPP.
Starting.
Okay, and what does it do?
Okay, okay, so
Oh,
like
that's just
remaining
the
in
Remain in Mexico. Yeah, that's just Remain in Mexico Act. Yeah, I thought that was a terrible piece of legislation.
Why do you think that?
Well, A, it only applied to asylum seekers, so legal immigrants, and it forces asylum seekers to wait in Mexico while their claim is processing. The first big reason why this is a blunder is because due to the Remain in Mexico bill, I guess Act, executive order, whatever it was, we did see significantly higher rates of kidnapping, drug abuse, and murder and other violent crimes on behalf of these asylum seekers, which is a really bad thing for humanitarian reasons on its own, but like double bad when you consider the fact that they're coming into our country because they're escaping exploitation from their country. And the second reason I also think that this is really bad is because there's quite a few asylum seekers that seek asylum in America from Mexico. So why should they have to stay in the place that they're seeking asylum from?
I think that there should not be people coming in who are seeking asylum because it will prevent like I don't know how to explain it. Will you just give me a second, please?
Do you know what asylum means? I think that maybe you're confusing asylum seekers for undocumented immigrants.
No, I don't. Will you give me a second, please?
I could give you a second, but I'm probably going to end up kicking you if you take too long. Okay, I'm just going to kick you, Dakota. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Harmony loading up in. Liza, thank you for the $4 on Venmo. Says, my dad and I love watching you. Shout out to you guys. Harmony, do you support Trump?
No, but I wanted to say thank you so much. I've heard a lot that it's...
I appreciate you, Harmony. We're going to move on just because we've been looking for debate for a while and I feel like we haven't found one. Let's go to get that next guest, Clay, loading up in. Bradley, thank you for the $10, who says, I love your debates. Yeah, I think that we'll be opening them up here soon, Bradley. Thanks for the $10. Moving on to the next guest. I'm starting to kind of lose my mind a little bit. I'm really kind of starting to lose my mind, everybody, if I'm going to be honest. I just don't know what to do. We can't find a debate for the life of us. It's been like 30 minutes at this point. Jims, thank you for the galaxy. This is pretty bad. Welcome in, Cass. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. We're going to go to kick the other two accounts that are loading in. Why don't you tell us why you support Trump?
I just think that men should take on leadership roles, not even just specifically like Trump in the country. I just think they should take on leadership roles in families and communities. And like, I just think that Donald Trump is the right leader for our country.
Oh, men should take on leadership roles. So I should be the leader. You should be the follower.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to lead you away from your very emotional beliefs into my very logical beliefs. That logical belief being that men and women are equal, and that men are not better at leading than women. Where do you go from here? You seem to have caught yourself in the middle of a paradox.
I don't know. I just think that they're like naturally suited to leadership because they've been historically...
What year did you say that you were born in?
2007.
Okay. And what month?
April 12th is my birthday.
And you said that you're 18?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'd be 19. Moving on. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everyone. I bet her family sucks. It was really sad to see a kid thinking that, especially a girl, you know? She probably has a terrible family. Like, I'm sorry for just being honest, but like, dang. Her dad's probably the most misogynistic motherfucker you will have or ever have met. Jacob, do you support Trump? Really sad when you think about it. Hey, do you support Trump, Jacob?
I've got a question for you. What is your opinion on gays who support Trump? Because what's your opinion? What's your opinion?
Cockroaches for raid would be my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Have a good day. We're looking for some Trump supporters. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. Only opposite side of the box if you're here for a debate, guys. Please allow me to grab a debate. Oh, we found him. Adrian, appreciate you for the $50 on Venmo. Says I'm in the queue again. Adrian, found you.
Good to go.
Oh, you went on pause when you leave the app. I can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Welcome in. So just to ensure, you do support Trump as president?
I do, based off of how military life for active duty military and veterans has become better under him. I have a few articles to...
Okay, I just randomly lost audio. Oh, it's because you went on pause again. So when you leave the app, we won't be able to hear you. The first thing I will say is we are getting a little bit of background noise. I think it's from a TV. If you could go in a different room away from the TV or mute it,
Yeah,
I
I
would really
apologize.
appreciate that. And quickly, while you do that, I'm just going to thank a couple people, then we'll be good to go. Janaea, thank you for the $25. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 250 Janaea W's. Good to see you, by the way, today. And then Kadeen with the $20, who says, I was going to join a debate a few months ago, but listening to your streams, you've taught me that Trump is evil. Keep fighting the quote-unquote walking lunch money. Racist MAGA fucks. Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you, Kadeen. You are awesome. Thank you. All right, we're good to go whenever you are, when you could mute that TV.
Okay,
Yeah, there you go. Take it away.
Dean, I got a quick question. Are you familiar with the VA Mission Act of 2018 that came out under Trump? From
Yes.
Trump. Okay, so with that, along with sorry, I just hopped in my car. Hopefully, it'll be more quiet.
Oh, fuck. We lost you.
Oh.
We lost
Can
you.
you hear me-
I
me
want to
again?
I want to make this work because, you sent me a couple of dollars to, get yourself up here. I want to make this work, but if we can't figure that connection out, I might be forced to move on, Adrian.
Give me 1 second. Sorry, technology is not my friend.
Okay, we can hear you good now. Okay, so you're telling us that you support Trump because of the VA Admissions Act, which expanded access to veterans health care, correct?
Among other things, I was saying before I had technological issues,
Oh, man.
a full contract.
All right,
With
Adrian.
that,
Adrian,
him
your mic
in
is
the
really
office.
laggy. Your mic is
What's
really
up?
laggy. Adrian, I'm going to have to move on for now because I gave you an opportunity. It's just that the lag is off the charts. Adrian, here's what I'm going to do. Tina, thank you so much for the wolf. I really appreciate you. Adrian, here's what I'm going to do. You know it. I go live every single day, my friend. If you ever find yourself in a position where you have a good Wi-Fi connection, I would love to have you up, and I will definitely look for you in the queue. Also, Adrian, here's my vow. Here's my promise to you, my friend. If you ever are in a position with good Wi-Fi, drop a comment section, and for the other people, drop a comment in the comment section for the other people watching. I guess look for them. Look for Adrian, and we'll get Adrian up here. So, Adrian, I'll keep you in mind. Once again, I just had to remove you because the connection was really, really bad. Eric, welcome in.
What's up, Dean?
What's up, little bro? Why do you support Trump?
Oh, Dean, I just wanted to come up here real quick and ruffle your feathers.
Good luck.
What exactly are we going to talk about? Are we going to talk about how Trump, barged into a pageant and, violated some rights? Or are we going to talk about how he, raped Eugene Carroll, or graped Eugene Carroll?
Yeah, we could do any of those things if you'd like to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I figured that you were going to talk about these topics because those are the only topics that you could really talk about, right? The
Really?
same topics day in and day
Yeah,
out,
prove
right?
it by naming another topic that you don't think would be able to successfully debate.
Well, I'm not saying that you're not going to be able to debate them there, Dean, because you've debated them so much. You just really can't find anything else on
No, what
Trump
I'm
to
telling
debate.
you is to name another thing about Trump that you don't think I can debate, and I will debate it with you. Name it.
I'm just curious why you have to debate the same subjects all the time.
Why do I
Doesn't
debate
make
the
it
same
old.
subjects
It's
all the
like a-
time? Perfect.
Isn't it like
Perfect,
a
I'll
broken
tell you.
record?
Well, I think that the only broken record here would be the Trump supporters that persistently continue to support Trump, even in consideration of the fact that he's a rapist, even in consideration of the fact that he's a violent sexual predator, even in consideration that he's in the Epstein files, even in consideration of the fact that he's protecting the other rapists in the Epstein files, even in consideration that his policies destroyed this nation, even in consideration that he's infringed on or threatened to infringe on our Constitution like 14 times in the last year and a half, even in consideration that he's literally the worst president of your life. And I am considering.
Hey, Harris is really working out, right? Harris is really working out, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, it really got her far, right? I mean, she got in office, right? I mean, she did her job supposedly, and it didn't get her very far, did it? It didn't get her in office, did it?
Yeah, no, she lost the election because of idiots like you, which is why I go live every day.
Come on, Dean. She lost the election because she was no good for the country.
Prove it.
What?
I asked you to prove it. What's your least favorite Kamala Harris policy that you thought was bad for America? Mort, thank you for the fireworks.
It's not even a policy that I was concerned about. I was concerned about her not changing anything under Joe Biden that she mentioned. She wouldn't do anything different.
So you think that Biden passed bad domestic policy? What's one bad domestic policy that Biden passed?
I'm just saying, Dean, don't you think that she
Name
should
one.
have changed?
Name one,
don't
buddy.
you think that she should have changed something under Biden? I mean,
I don't think that she should have
wasn't-
changed any of the domestic policy. Name one domestic policy that she should have changed.
I don't know, Dean. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that
you
she-
don't know, Mr. Uneducated Eric.
Okay,
Mr.
okay,
Can't
Dean.
even name one
Tough guy,
policy,
tough
Eric.
guy, huh? Crashing out there, Dean. You better careful.
Crashing
Dean.
out by raising my voice slightly.
Careful, Dean. Don't cry. Hey, and by the way, OM had recently mentioned that you did vote for Trump and that you guys are actually close friends. So, let me just ask a question here. Did you actually vote for Trump?
Why are you lying? I don't even think OM would say that.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I heard you're friends with OM. You're pretty close with OM.
Not even OM would say that.
Yes, he did. He did
No
say it
way.
on his live. Yes, he did.
I don't believe
Yes,
you.
he did.
Like,
What?
like no,
I
like
watch
clear,
OM
like clearly that's not
I
true,
watch-
right?
Yes,
Eric,
it is. I watch
listen to me.
OM.
Listen
I
to
watch
me.
OM.
Listen to me,
Okay.
Eric. So
Okay.
clearly that's not true. But I also think that you're lying by saying that the older millennial would say some dumb shit like that. Like, he's stupid, but he's not that stupid. Like, we mutually don't like each other.
I disagree, and I think he probably knows whether or not you voted for Trump, and I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna agree with him that you did. You're just, coming on here and portraying a front, I guess. But anyway,
What's
yeah,
your
he
evidence
did say
for
it
that?
on. I was on his live whenever he said
Oh, wait,
it.
so you're saying that you believe it because he said it. So now you believe things that people say. So you
Well,
believe Eugene
I'm
Carroll?
saying that why would he lie about something like that? Why would he lie about something like that? Out of all people.
He's older millennial. He lies about everything. He's the best.
No,
No,
he
listen.
doesn't.
The older millennial is genuinely the very best fact checker that has ever lived. And I'm not even kidding. And the reason why I say that is because if you ever see older millennials say something, then just know that the opposite of what he's saying is true. He is the very best fact checker that has ever lived for that reason. Every single time with certainty, the opposite of what the older millennial says is true.
Dean, I'm saying he's a smart ass man. He knows his
I
shit.
cooked his ass. I fried that guy's ass in an abortion debate multiple times.
You did,
It's,
huh?
it's on my YouTube channel. Go check it out. I posted the
I'm
video
gonna
in like
have
the
to.
last
I'm
2
gonna have to,
weeks.
'cause I
That guy got
really
fucking
don't-
shard. He's an idiot.
He's an idiot. He knows his shit.
Oh my
And
god,
I
the only
really
shit that
don't-
he knows is the shit coming out of both of y'all's asses that you probably then regurgitate and eat the same way you eat Trump shit. Bunch of shit eaters. That's what you are.
Dean, come on, man. Just be truthful for one time.
Just give me
So
one
did you-
reason. Listen, I'll be truthful if you give me one
Okay, so
reason
you
why
did
Trump
vote
is a
for
good president.
you did vote for Trump. You did vote for Trump. Yes,
Hell,
you
you idiot.
did. Yes, you did.
Okay.
It's all right, Dean. It's all right to be on the right side. You hear me?
I don't know. I guess you joined and you told me that you're going to try to ruffle my feathers. So, I mean, good attempt. But why don't you just go and give us a reason why you think Trump is a good president?
I mean, I don't know. I think that he talks out of his ass a lot, but I think he stands on business. I think that he means well, and he's trying to go through with what he says, but it isn't necessarily working out for him. But I do think he means well, and I think he means well. Like he wants.
So
to
you
do
support
well.
him because you think he deserves a fucking participation trophy?
No. He doesn't deserve a participation trophy. No. Because he's president, right? So
Okay, so then you don't support him because you think he
actually-
means well. You support him because you think he's doing well.
yeah, and he wants the country to do well, right? He definitely wants
Does
the
he,
country
though?
to do well. Yes.
If he wanted
Dean,
the country to
come
do well, then
on.
why would he charge us illegally $171 billion worth of an unconstitutional tax?
Oh, I don't know, Dean. I don't have all the answers, buddy. I don't know why
Apparently
he
you
does.
don't.
I don't know why he does half the shit he does, but like I know that he wants the country to do well, and I just I don't know. It's not working out for him.
How do you
It's
know
not
that he
working
wants
in
the
his
country to do
favor.
well?
It's just it's a feeling, Dean. It's like
Oh, it's reducible down to your feelings. But I thought that the right was always screaming about facts
but
over
it's more-
feelings.
but it's more than that, Dean. I think that I almost feel like he does want to do well for the country. It's just not working out in his favor. He's not making it work in his favor, I guess you could say.
All right, bro.
I
All right, bro. I'm gonna kick you because you're an idiot. Let's go to get the next guest connected. What an idiot. Guys, we have 24 minutes until we begin to react to Donald Trump's Donald Trump's address from the White House. At this moment in time, let's honestly just try to get this squared away here quickly. This moment in time, let's just try to get this squared away here quickly. I'm going to try to set up my stream in advance, like right now, for that State of the Union. Sorry, I don't know why I keep on wanting to say State of the Union. It's not a State of the Union. I'm just an idiot. Ignore me. Completely ignore the fact that I continue to say State of the Union. Okay, is this a good view? Is this a good view, everybody? Just ignore what's on the screen above, but is this like a good view for when it starts? I think it is. I think that this is a good view for when it starts. And this is specifically for TikTok if you're on YouTube. Don't worry. This is good? Yeah? Okay. We're gonna quickly like square it up and get it ready just with the video of Trump admitting to barging into the dressing rooms because it happens to be the YouTube video I have pulled up right now. Here we go. And we're basically doing all of the legwork for tuning in to Donald Trump's speech right now. So then here in 20 minutes, we could just kind of hit a button and go. So that's really fun. There we go. How's that looking? That's a good view right there. That's good. I think that we have text. Yes. Reacting to Donald Trump's speech. Perfect. Yeah, look at this. This content is being streamed in accordance with fair use law. We always have to put that warning on the screen, or else we get our stream taken down. Reacting to Donald Trump's address to the nation. Perfect. I think that we are good. Maybe we could lower it a little bit and then lower me, or even make me smaller a little bit. Like that. Yeah. That's a lot better. Yeah, that's like 10 billion times better. Perfect. All right. We are good to go on TikTok. Let me quickly lock in over on YouTube to make sure that we're good to go. Then we'll get back into the debates for around another 20 minutes. For everybody hanging out with us, happy to have you here. Excited to react to this terrible speech together here in 21 minutes. We are nearly there. Let's take a look at YouTube. Get this squared away too. The same thing that I was just doing on TikTok, I'm now doing on YouTube, but it's a whole lot easier on YouTube. There we go. Okay, we're good to go. We're good to go for the speech here in 20 minutes. Let's go and get our last debater up of the day. This will probably be the last debate of the day before we start reacting to his speech. Here we go. This is a big deal. This is a really big deal. How about we actually go over why this is such a big deal? Folks, this is such a big deal because he's expected to talk about possible evidence for election interference in 2020. And today, when Caroline Leavitt was asked if the White House would accept the outcomes of the midterms elections, she just said, well, tune into Trump's speech tonight. Okay? So this is a really, really big deal. Really big deal. Alrighty, folks. Couple of people to thank here, then we'll hop into that next debate. Miss Sally, thank you for the $50, who says, since I caught the live and I'm leaving the country soon for a week-long cruise, have fun, so I won't be able to watch. Hope you're having a good day. I'm having an okay day, Allie. It's good to see you. Thank you for the $50, and I really do hope that you enjoy your cruise. Show some love to Allie while we're trying to get that next guest connected. David with the $10 says, I love it when you corral the clowns in the circus. Keep up the good work. Thanks, man. Jillian, thank you for the $10. Claire, thank you for the 50 cents. Sebastian, thank you for the $5. And Alexis with a 5. And Wilbert with a 4. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only duop outside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Nick, thank you for the galaxy. Adrian's back. Let's go ahead and see if Adrian's connection is fixed. Hello, Adrian.
How am I doing now?
You're doing good. Let's just go ahead and roll with it. Why do you support Trump as president?
So, again, just quality of military life improved under him. Our paychecks increased. We got a great pay increase under Biden. I'm going to be fully honest. I lost a lot of money due to the government shutdown and due to the government shutdowns under Trump, too, because of the Liberal Party members. We lost a lot of money in paychecks there as well, which led to a lot more of veteran homelessness, veteran and active duty military suicide rose. And Sorry, I just blanked on my last point. I really do apologize.
It's fine, bro. I could just respond to everything that you've said already. So the first thing about Donald Trump's expansion of healthcare with the VA Choice Act, that was basically a carbon copy and paste of Obama's VA Choice Act. Sorry, it was Donald Trump's VA Missions Act. And maybe it did expand upon a couple things, and I think that was generally good, but it was also a bipartisan bill. And Biden actually furthered the work laid as a foundation by Obama with the VA Choice Act by himself passing the PACT Act that was nearly a $1 billion investment into the expansion of VA healthcare, one of the largest expansions in modern American history, to allow over 1 million new veterans that didn't have coverage previously to access new coverage now. And you said you also support Trump because under Trump you got a pay increase. Well, there are standardized pay increases for members of the military under all presidents. They just track inflation. And this is actually why under Biden there's the largest pay increase for the military of 5.7%, tracking the inflation onset by the pandemic. So, I mean, just talking about expansions to healthcare and increases in pay for why you support Trump as the leader of the military, I wouldn't say it gets you any closer to arguing he's a good president, because those are both very bipartisan things. Now, what I would say is I think that there hasn't been a worse president for the military than Trump in a very long time, as he is the enemy that's described in your oath. You take an oath to uphold the Constitution and protect it from enemies overseas and domestic. Donald Trump is a domestic enemy to the Constitution. He has called for he's called for the execution of Democrats in Congress merely because of what they've said when they directed members of the military to uphold their oath. And he's directly either threatened to infringe on or has infringed on the Constitution like 15 times, on top of just calling for the termination of the Constitution as a whole.
Dean, 2 points of why I joined your live. One, I wanted to put out my point that the only thing that I have supported Trump under is through the military. And two, I wanted to come up here because I wanted you to prove me wrong. And I appreciate you for doing that. I won't take you do. I just came up here. I wanted to see if I or not.
Okay, well, you started lagging there at the end, but I'm pretty sure I was able to piece together what you said. I do appreciate your time as always, and thanks for coming up with an open mind, Adrian.
Of course, thank you.
Take care. Honestly, what a cool guy. I appreciate that. I do. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that attitude. I appreciate that attitude a lot. I appreciate
Deanie
that
Peenie.
attitude a whole lot. Deanie Peenie, what a name, Austin. I'd assume you're what, 16?
No, I'm 19.
What year are you born in?
2006.
Caitlin, thank you for the $10 on PayPal that says watching from Ireland.
Let's go,
I've been watching
Caitlin.
your videos for a while. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Caitlin. Owen, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I've not heard about that, Owen. Then Lily and Scott, thank you guys for the $5. And Sydney, thank you for the $10. Who says you spread a really positive message. Thank you so much, Sydney. All right, Austin, do you support Trump?
A little bit.
Ew, bro, why?
What the fuck, dude?
What the fuck, dude? Why do you support Trump, bro? Come on.
I want to stick my finger.
No, bro.
And my middle finger in your nose and roll your head like a bowling ball.
Bro, why? That's so weird. Why would you say that?
It's not weird.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking weird, Austin. How would you say that?
It's not weird, dude.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We're gonna move on to the next guest and kick that guy out. Okay. 15 minutes, everybody. 15 minutes until Donald Trump's speech starts. 15 minutes, everybody. 15 minutes until
hello?
Donald Trump's speech starts. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 18.
Alrighty. And what year were you born?
2008. June
And what
15th.
month? June 15th. Sounds good. So tell us, why do you support the worst president of your life as president, Mr. Trump?
This is stuff that I've heard from my mom. His illegal immigrant policy that stopped a bunch of illegal immigrants from coming to our country. I know that ICE agents have done bad, but I don't think we should shut it down because of that. Like, you know, even like police do bad stuff. I don't think we should shut them down for that. He also low key, that's the most I know, honestly.
Okay, so
I'm
you reduced
open-minded.
undocumented entry into the country. So he has very significantly so reduced undocumented entry into America. That claim is factual, but I would just say that the tools in which he's used to reduce undocumented entry into America have been very, very bad. Okay? The things that he's doing to reduce undocumented entry into America has been by violating the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the immigrants that are already here. Yes, my friend. When we have ICE agents murdering citizens, murdering immigrants, blackbagging college students, deporting people with no due process, having them tortured overseas, okay? Blackbagging naked children out of their beds in the middle of the night in the Chicago suburbs, and sending legal immigrants to detention centers for no reason for 4 months, that will scare new entry away, but it is not justified, because nothing will ever justify such heinous rights abuse.
Yeah, I honestly agree with that. I don't think we should torture people just because they're illegally entering the country.
Yep. That'd be a refutation of your argument.
Honestly, no. I do have one question for you.
What's that?
Can you name good things that Trump has done?
Can I name good things that Trump has done? Not really.
Have you done any research on stuff that he's done good?
Well, I mean, I've kind of done research on everything that he's done. I mean, like I could, I could like go through the specifics about how I kind of thought that the expedited approval for the COVID vaccine in his first term was good, but I don't know. I hate when people ask me that question. It's my least favorite question. Like, instead of focusing on like the 0.5% of things that Donald Trump has done that have been good, how about let's focus on the 99.9% of things that have been terrible? Hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
All right, you maybe have like 5 minutes here before we're going to redirect our attention to Donald Trump's live address of the nation. Why do you support Trump as president?
So, for me, it is because like the dog walks up to the Pepsi stand and then he says to the man, "Hey man, you got any grapes?" The dog says, "No." Am I doing this right?
Leave my live.
Oh, okay. Have a good day.
Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here, man. Leave my fucking live. Leave my goddamn live. Guys, how do we feel about redirecting the live to the address to the nation? I think it's time that we should probably start doing that. All right. We're going to rename our YouTube stream Live Trump Address to the Nation. This is bad. Save. Boom. Perfect. Let's go ahead and, at this moment in time, pull up the live stream from AP News. Get that John in theater mode. Boom. Boom. Caroline, thank you for the star, Matt Polaris. Over on YouTube. Boom. Let's go ahead and reframe that. Just make sure that it's looking good, making sense. All right, everybody. It is time. It is time to redirect our attention to Donald Trump's live address to the nation. We have around 10 minutes here before the address begins. We're going to spend this time going over what you can expect. This is dire. This is bad. My expectations are terrible and yours should be too, and we will go over the reasons why momentarily. Before we do, I'm first going to go ahead and throw up an announcement on my Instagram channel.
Imagine being able to build anything.
Oh, bruh. I should have gotten YouTube Premium. It's fine. The ads will be short and they'll be very infrequent. All right, here we go. We are live covering Trump's address to the nation. We're sending out the announcement right now, guys. We are live. Fantastic. We're going to go ahead and send this announcement out right now, everybody. And then as soon as we do, we will start talking about what you can expect and why my expectations are bad. Here we go. Fantastic. Boom. Bang. Alrighty. We got that up on our Instagram account. Let's go ahead and throw that up on our TikTok account. Add to story. Here we go, everyone. Everybody coming in, welcome in. It's good to see you all. Make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live. Donald Trump's address to the nation is beginning here in 9 minutes. In 9 minutes, Trump will take it away from me, and we will hear from him in what is a very infrequent address to the nation. We got the notification out on our Instagram. We got the notification out on our TikTok. So we are now good to go for everybody tuning in. Thank you all very, very much for being here. All right, folks, let's go through what we could expect from tonight's address to the nation. We heard reporting from NBC stating that he is expected to give quote-unquote evidence for election fraud in 2020. We are expecting to hear about possible Chinese interference that particularly Beijing was attempting to gain access to voter information in the 2020 election. Now, here's the thing. We know that already. Democrats in the Senate have been talking about that for a very, very, very long time. But this did not influence the outcome of the election, and it was quickly caught and cracked down on. What we are expecting Donald Trump to say is that the CIA knew about this but did not personally inform him. I would also assume that it's going to be more than just, oh, Beijing tried to access our voter rolls and the CIA didn't tell me and I'm pissed. He's going to try to spin that into a corroborated account of how the 2020 election was stolen. But I guess we will see. Now, why would Donald Trump be doing this today in 2026? The answer to that question is very clear as well. Midterms are coming up. We've already heard a lot from the Trump White House about the midterms wanting to suppress voters, regardless if it's through the SAVE Act or Donald Trump admitting that he regrets not having the National Guard seize the voting machines in the 2020 election. The midterms are in a state of very dire need of a better president, unlike Trump, who does not want to rig them. And this is a very dystopian world that we live in, folks. This is very dystopian. The fact that the midterm elections for our great country are possibly hanging on the line of a wannabe tyrant running things from the White House, now using the power vested in the White House to convince Americans that the Democrats are going to rig them, or maybe attempting to convince Americans that the Democrats did that to 2020. I don't know exactly what we could expect. We will learn together. And any moment now, Donald Trump will take the stage and give an address live to the nation from Washington, D.C. I will be trying my best to fact check the claims made by Trump. I'll be trying my best to fact check the claims made by anybody else who appears with him. If at any point I miss something, feel free to call me out in the chat. For everybody watching on TikTok, I did intentionally disable that just because you can't even read it. We're just going to leave that off. Who cares? For everybody on YouTube, I appreciate you for being here as well. This VOD will be permanent on our YouTube channel. Once again, no one really knows what to expect tonight, so we're all in this together. We're all in this together, everybody. We're all in this together. I wonder if my lawyer friend would like to join the stream. I wonder. I might reach out to my lawyer friend and invite him to join after Donald Trump's address to the nation, because not only will we be watching his address to the nation, but we'll also be discussing it for a short period of time once it is over. Once again, we now have 5 minutes until Donald Trump's address to the nation begins. Oh, man, I'm scared. I'm scared, guys. I'm scared. You know, let me tell you. The fact that we made this guy president again after J6 was a disaster that we've all acknowledged. But I don't think that we've acknowledged the long-term repercussions of that. And I think that this could be one of those long-term repercussions. Having the president from the White House deny the safety and integrity of our elections. But once again, that's all speculation. I haven't seen it, and neither have you. So we will be reacting to it for the first time together. I appreciate you all for joining me this evening. Watching it as a group on TikTok with a live fact checker. which is what I'm going to try to be to the very best of my ability, compared to watching it off of your cable TV or directly giving the White House views on their YouTube channel. Don't give the White House views on their YouTube channel. Give me views. Hell yeah. Spaghetti, appreciate you so much for that, Galaxy. For everybody in that TikTok chat talking about the law text, I took that down on purpose. Monkey Kung Fu with the $20 says, I feel like something bad is going to happen. Yep. I don't know what to expect. DEH, thank you for the $10 and local with the $20 as well, who says, I'm about a year older than you, and I want to say that I work as a tech salesperson. Just wanted to say that as somebody who also works to explain facts to idiots, that your patience and dedication to reporting objective facts is admirable. I appreciate you. I have a lot of tech salesman friends. I actually went to dinner with one last night. We have a lot of conversations about the parallels of our lines of work in Sydney. Thank you for the Galaxy as well. Couple minutes here, folks. 3 minutes left on the clock. 3 minutes left on the clock before it is set to begin. Is Parker joining? I think he's busy. He's doing something tonight. We'll be live, though. If he happens to be free, he's always invited. All right, guys. We should be good to go any moment here. We should be good to go any moment here. 2 minutes on the clock until Donald Trump is set to take stage and talk to us about our elections. Be prepared. Be prepared, because it's coming. It's coming. There's been a handful of you guys that have been very kind to me over on TikTok and over on Venmo and PayPal. I will not be reading out those donations while we're reacting to the live stream here. It'd be a little bit too many interruptions. But afterwards, I'll definitely go through those all. I do appreciate y'all for the love. All right. Nearly 1 minute. Nearly 1 minute until he is projected to take the stage. And it is getting really cold in my office here in Colorado. I'm going to turn my fan off. I'm actually shivering. How about this? How about this? Before we hop into his address to the nation here in literally 1 minute, what are y'all's expectations? What do you guys expect? What do you guys think will occur? We could maybe listen into a couple of Aaron Parnas's videos real quick to see what he's projecting.
We have big news right now. A lettuce supplier, Taylor Farms, has been identified as a potential link to the explosive diarrhea outbreak.
Oh, we're trying to find his reporting for Donald Trump's address to the nation. Not explosive diarrhea. My bad. My bad. Wrong video. Wrong video, everybody. Wrong Aaron Parnas video. I'm funny. I think I'm funny. Just pranked you all. Okay, here we go.
Stop scrolling, because we now know what Donald Trump is going to address the nation on tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Part of his address, according to CBS News, will be to discuss previously unreported intelligence that the Chinese government meddled in America's election in 2020 and that Beijing compromised U.S. voter data. The CIA knew this, apparently, and didn't share this with Trump. Remember, Trump was president in 2020. But here's the thing, this isn't new information. In fact, Senate Democrats have repeatedly made clear that actually China in the past has tried to access voter data. And no voter data was ever compromised, which is the most important thing here. But what the president is going to try to do is try to say that China meddling in the election hurt his chances at winning. And this is all setting the stage for him to ultimately either try to seize ballots, meddle with voting machines. I mean, there's so much. One of his allies is calling for a national emergency over voting before the midterm election. I'm going to be watching tomorrow night so that you don't have to, and I'll report on it so that you don't have to. But get ready. It's going to be a long, long night. Follow for more. Stop scrolling.
All right, everybody. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is 8 p.m. Central. It is 7 p.m. Mountain. It is 6 p.m. Pacific. It is time. If you've noticed, I'm pulling the stream from AP. They have switched their title from being Donald Trump set to appear at 9 p.m. EST to now saying awaiting Trump's address to the nation. We might be waiting together for a while, guys. Donald Trump definitely has quite the track record of showing up late. Matt, I see that you're watching. If you would like to join and give us your thoughts on what you think we could expect from Trump, feel free. In fact, I'll invite you because I don't know if the queue's full. If you're not in a place where you could come up, Matt. Oh, never mind, Matt. Trump's on stage. Sorry, Matt.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great.
Fact check number 1, just complete lie.
Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders.
Fact check number 2, inflation is actually higher today than it was when he walked into office.
With millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murderers, many of whom killed more than one person. We had
Fact check number 3. In fact, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to murder than the average U.S.-born citizen.
Gender for everybody, men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country.
Fact check number 3, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, private manufacturing investment is at a modern U.S. history low. It is finally going down for the first time in modern U.S. history. Not true.
More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was
fact check number 5, I think. The unemployment rate is higher today than when Biden left office.
Announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly.
Fact check number 4, he was just able to price match the price of literally 8 prescription drugs to another private company that had already existed called GoodRx in America.
Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs.
Fact check number whatever, because he overturned an ACA subsidy, the cost of public health insurance for 45 million Americans has skyrocketed upwards of 3,000% per month, meaning that premiums are at an all-time high, and it's never been less affordable in this country.
And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is
Brazen lie. There's still undocumented entry, just significantly less than there was under Biden. 0 is a lie.
zero. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at White House.
We're looking for people 40
Holy
plus
fucking
who
shit.
want to actually master.
I'm not looking for people 40 plus. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not looking for people 40 plus. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Back to the. There we go.
Earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026, this is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review of state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military.
This records conversations
Holy
better
fucking
than
shit,
taking
bro.
notes ever.
Get out of here. There we go.
These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
All right. We have so much to go over. Wow. Matt, I know that you were taking notes that entire time. There is so much. How about we start at the top?
Sure.
Would you like to take it away?
Yeah, sure, of course. So first thing to note is that all of the records that he is claiming that China got a hold of, those were publicly available records. Okay, anyone can access those. Okay, now it's important to note that the reason why it's publicly available is because each state does it differently. But what he didn't mention was that Dean, me, anyone in the chat can go and find these records online, okay? That's why it was in the millions and millions and millions, okay? So that's the first point, is that China accessing this is not really anything new. Any foreign actor can do this because each state does it differently, so that's why, okay?
In
So
fact,
that's point number
they
one.
probably
Okay,
all
go
do
ahead.
this every single election cycle. Every other country
Yeah.
in the world accesses our voter data because our voter data is publicly available. You can go access the tens or hundreds of millions of voter rolls that China did yourself on Google in less than 5 minutes. Not to mention that he said that this had been covered up. That's also not true. Democratic senators actually had talked about this publicly in Congress for a while.
Yep, exactly. So the kind of second point that I had was the White House website actually crashed because people were going to look at the documents because he said to go and look at them. But online, they actually got a hold of them. Trump is being very loose with what the actual CIA, actually said about this stuff. They had low to medium confidence in all their claims. This was a minority report, meaning that those who made this report were in the minority on what they're actually trying to say all this happened to, and they were much more guarded on basically all the claims that they made, basically saying that they can't prove it, there's no concrete evidence, but they think this is what's happening, and that all of these claims were known for years and years going back. And as you mentioned, this is not the first time that China or we have Russia or we have any other foreign actor who have been trying to do all this stuff. And so these are well-known things. So all he's doing is kind of rehashing what is already known, right, about this stuff and saying, I wasn't told about it, but he wasn't told about it probably because, one, this has a low confidence. You don't tell the president everything, especially when you don't have low confidence in something. And then two, these were already claims that were known basically throughout the time, and so there's no point in bringing them up because we already know what they're trying to do, and then we can try to prevent it from from going on. So that's my point about that. So he's kind of like blowing it way out of proportion. That's my point.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with you. Okay. Then it looks like, yeah, you went over how these are claims that we've already known to be true for a very long time. And then you went on to bring up the canvassers that he mentioned that admitted to the FBI to registering to vote in other individuals' names. What do you know about that? What I would say in response is, I bet that's true. And I bet in every single election, we could find some canvassers and some assholes who probably have registered to vote in the names of others. But the total amount of the people doing that would fall into the hundreds, if even. And of course, they're then later prosecuted and sent to jail for their crimes. And ultimately, that's going to be a bipartisan issue that has nothing to do with the safety of federal elections and more so to do with the inevitable prevention of crime that takes place in every elections, but the level in which it takes place is so astronomically low, it would never warrant and justify a claim such as a stolen election that we hear and see from Trump all the time, including in his speech tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I agree with that. And so my point was the fact that it was actually found out in 2020. It was found out by a local clerk in Michigan, one. So the local person on the ground found this fraud, okay, two. And then Michigan was did open a full investigation that then went up to the FBI. So actually what this proves is that our system works. Why? Because we had a local official on the ground who was doing their job. They found it, they reported it, they then stopped it, and then they moved up the chain to be able to stop it. So this is exactly what shows that our system is secure, because that's how it's supposed to happen. Is that when something happens, you have the people on the ground who are the closest to it. They're the ones who find it, they then report it, and then it takes it from there. So if anything, all he proved is one, we already knew about this. This was very public information for years. But then two, this just proves actually that our system works, because we, when there is fraud, which is rare, but when we have it, people on the ground who are in the states, who are the most close to this stuff, they will then go on to then say, this is what happened, we need to investigate it. Which is exactly what happened.
True, very true. What was your next note?
My next note is CNN was talking to various sources who are in the White House, and they were talking to the people who basically said this. And quote, that what they wanted to do was that they wanted to take together all that they knew, basically everything they knew, and give it to Trump so that he could just spew it out, which is what he did. Because he wanted to then say, like, we have all this information, but that all the information that they gave him was, one, already known, two, was in the Minority Report, or three, was not concrete enough to be able to have any kind of consequence on the actual election. Those are facts from the White House itself, okay? So the people who are in the White House and say that what Trump was given stated those exact facts. So the point is that what Trump did is this large dump of information to make it seem like we have all this fraud, all this bad shit happening, when in fact, all the pieces he gave were, one, either already known, two, a very low confidence, or three, had no consequence at all. So that's the point about why you shouldn't really go on what he said, because Congress probably already knew about it. Those who are in the government, they already knew about it. But even the claims that they did make, they did not have enough confidence to even make it.
Yeah. Then on top of that, outside of him just specifically taking a bunch of claims that we either already knew to be true or don't have enough confidence to trust with certain validity or completely inconsequential to the overall outcome of the 2020 election, he then attempted to wrap this all into his end conclusion that we need to pass the SAVE Act now. Then he attempted to make it seem appealing that it's just requiring a photo ID to vote. And that's what Congress needs to pass yesterday. Well, here's the thing, guys. The SAVE Act is, in my mind, a really bad bill for the most part because of its new requirements for quote-unquote proof of citizenship when you go and register to vote. But what's proof of citizenship? It's not an ID. Non-citizens can get IDs. It's not a driver's license. Non-citizens can get driver's license. It's specifically a birth certificate or a passport. There have been studies conducted on the subject matter. They say that if we were to pass the SAVE Act, around 10 million voters would be disenfranchised and unable to vote in the midterms because of these requirements. And keep in mind, a majority of those disenfranchised would be married women whose last name does not align with the last name on their birth certificate, or individuals who don't have passports. And they are disproportionately Democratic. So this is intentional voter suppression to attempt to prevent Democrats from voting in the midterm elections. Now, the second thing that I'll say here, he also brought up the claim that according to the DHS, 281,000 non-citizens are registered to vote. Now, I want your take on this, Matt, because my take is that's just fucking impossible. It doesn't matter where you're at. It doesn't matter if you're in California, Colorado, Texas, Arkansas, or Maine. When you register to vote, you have to give them at minimum your social security number, your address, your name, and your date of birth. And then your local county clerk's office. So I appreciate you for the amusement park. Then your local county clerk's office will take the information that you provide them, SSN, birth date, name, and address. They'll verify that you are a real person and B, a citizen. Then they approve your registration. And in a vast majority of states, when you go to register to vote, especially in person, on top of just providing them with these basic fundamentals, you also have to give them your driver's license to show that you are who you say you are, outside of just providing your birth date, social security number, and address, which is already enough. Now, here's the thing. There's no way that 281,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in America, not only for the reasons that I just gave, but also because the Heritage Foundation, the alt-right MAGA sycophantic organization behind Project 2025, also reports that the number of confirmed instances of non-citizens voting in the 2020 election are below 50. So when he says that there's like 278,000 non-citizens that are registered to vote, I probably think that they're rather referring to dead people that have had their voter registration expire but are still on the online voter rolls because that information is sometimes outdated, or they're just completely lying. What are your thoughts on that, Matt?
So yes and yes. Or Trump is not actually thinking about the fact that we had audits on all this shit already. And the audits showed that one, where there wasn't fraud, but when they actually found those who were not on the rolls, there was a lot of false positives. So people who were being flagged who actually were citizens or actually could vote. So we had false positives. And so Trump isn't separating those out. But if you notice, he didn't reference really kind of where that number came from, what the audit said. He didn't say anything. He just said the number. And that number has been around for a very long time. I think he said 278,000. I've heard about 200,000 before. But even then, once again, he's not giving new information. This has been the claim for years and years and years, which is why the audits were done. And those audits showed that many of them either were just false positives, or as you said, they were dead people, or they were very low number anyway. But Trump, by the way, it is very important. Have you noticed what he said, though? He did not say that those people who voted, should they not, be citizens, they then change the election outcome. He didn't make that claim. He just said they were registered to vote. That doesn't mean that they actually voted. And so he's making a claim about registration, but not about the actual action of voting, which is what he's trying to actually change now. And so even if you grant him any bit of that, it doesn't matter because he didn't make a claim that it actually changed the main outcome of the election anyway.
Yeah. And I would love to see the justification behind that claim from the DHS that 273 non-citizens are registered to vote. Because once again, I think that it's either just complete smoke, he's trying to blow up our asses, or once again, dead people on the voter rolls, not from the governments, but rather specifically from these third-party organizations that collect voter rolls, like white page websites. You know, if you look yourself up on a white page website, chances are it'll still tell you that your address was the home that you grew up in, just because they happen to typically be 3 to 10 years behind. So, I mean, I think it's possible that there could be a lot of dead people on the third-party voter rolls that are, you know, non-citizens because they're non-people, because they're dead, that's getting counted as. But once again, I would just like to see their justification for that claim. And it's funny because seemingly they wanted to provide justification for everything else, like the CIA reports on this website. But where's the justification for the claim that there's over 278,000 non-citizens registered to vote? The last thing, at some point in that conversation, he brought up burn bags from the Obama administration. And he was saying that the Obama administration collected all of this data from their CIA, and then they tried to burn it, but it was never burned because of gross negligence. But then he goes on to say that this data is from January of 2020 until June of 2026. Obama, he left office in January of 2017.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to look into more of that because he was kind of just like all over the place on that, frankly, and so I'm not exactly sure what he was trying to say. But because he mentioned Obama, but then he mentioned, you know, like those dates. So I'll have to look into it. But I mean, frankly, I think it's probably something that people will look into. But I mean, he mentioned so many things that it might just get lost in the mix and not be any like main consequence. But yeah, that's all I can say on that, you know. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's about it. Now we know the reason why he did this. The reason why he did this event tonight was to push for people to pass the SAVE Act. He's very clearly pissed off that Congress isn't getting it done. Good on Congress for not passing that bill, by the way. It is one of the worst bills in modern American history. Congress, don't pass the SAVE Act. For everybody watching the stream, call your representatives tomorrow and tell them to vote against it, not to vote for it, like this orange predator would like you to. Look at his fucking face. He looks so fucking gross. Anyways, I'm sure that there's...
it's not going to happen.
I'm sure that there's more to go through. I'm sure that we missed a point or two. I think that we got all the main points. So that might be where we're going to call it for the night as it relates to Trump's speech.
Sure.
But I'm sure that you'll be hearing more about this. Folks, we do daily debate streams. I'm sure that most people tuning in already know that. If you want to see what debate looks like on this subject and on the contents of his speech tonight between a liberal and a MAGA, hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner and drop a sub on YouTube. We'll be back with the debates tomorrow. But I'm pretty sure we kind of went through all the main points tonight.
I think we did. So
cool.
Yep.
Well, I really appreciate you so much for coming up, Matt. Thank you so much for your time. I was happy to have you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Yep.
Of course. You take care,
Bye,
my
dude.
friend. You take care.
Bye-bye. Take care.
And for everybody else, there's a handful of really kind people who sent very, very kind donations on both PayPal and Venmo while we were watching that live. I'm going to take a moment here just to shout a handful of y'all out, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be it for the stream today. Like I said, make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok, drop a sub on YouTube. We'll be back again tomorrow once again with debate on everything that y'all saw tonight. Michael, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Ali with the $20 says, Dean was quiet, this can't be good. Yeah, I was quiet watching it just because he was making a bunch of new claims, so I wanted to listen closely. Connor, thank you for the $10. He did place some limited tariffs on China in his first term. Sierra, thank you so much for the $20. I'll check out those references. Helen, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Sheila, thank you for the 10. Seth, thank you for the 10. Piper, thank you so much for the $20. I don't know if you're still here. That was an hour ago, but just know that I appreciate you. And Adrian, thank you so much for the $100. I really appreciate you so much, man. Let's get 1,000 Adrian W's. You sent that in an hour ago. Know that I really appreciate you, my friend. And I did read the attached message. That is very, very kind of you. You asked me not to share it, so I'll keep that to myself. Just know that I really appreciate you. As well as Sharkboy, appreciate you for that galaxy. As well as over on, let's see, our PayPal. Thank you so much, Clint, with the $50, who says, Trump will be late, you know it. Surprisingly, Trump was not that late. He's usually 40 minutes behind. He was pretty on point tonight. KO, thank you so much for the $20. Yes, please feel free to request on my stream whenever to get me to debate your manager. I'd love to do that. That's what they asked. And then Caitlin, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you. And once again, there were a handful of others that had sent donations, but folks, just because... we ended up reacting to Trump's speech tonight. We weren't able to shout them out when they came in. To everybody who dropped a super chat, I really appreciate you guys. Ellie with the $10 on super chat says, finally got registered to vote because of you. I love that. Violet with the $20 says, fuck the Save America Act, you're based. Cameron, thank you for the $10. Violet with another $20. I really appreciate you. And CT Hole, thank you for the $20. And Mario, thank you so much for the $50, who says, this is exactly what happens when the maggot on your stream spew complete baseless bullshit. That, unfortunately, a lot of Cretans will believe. I can't wait until the review of the documents and the files he's claiming are going to be released. I know. I'm going to go take a look at those right now, actually. For everybody who sent in a donation that I missed, I'm very sorry. I will be honest. I've been live for around 5 hours now, and I'm quite tired. So I am going to end now, but I'll take a look at all the donations after I hop off and make sure I read them all. For everybody, I'm out. Hit that follow button on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. It's totally free. We do this every day. That's all from us. Peace, love. Good night and goodbye. If you're on Twitter, go like my recent tweet. Peace, folks.